I was just texting you. You should make another profile picture.
Oh yeah, because you said it looks like a demon or whatever.
No, I just said
No,
like that. You look better than your profile picture, so you should make a new one. It's like red in the background. Stupid.
that's nice of you. I don't know. People seem to like it. I guess people are like, "Have you seen the new profile picture?" Like, if people thought it was cool. I mean, I thought it was cool, but I am kind of over it now. But
Change it.
it's like when people keep changing their profile picture, it's like then you don't recognize them. You're like, who's that person? Maybe that's a good thing in my case.
Mm, do a different background.
Would you rather it was blue?
Yeah, like a different picture altogether.
Okay, what picture
The
do you
last
want?
picture looked better.
What's the last one? Oh right. That was boring. I mean, I would just put my picture, but like, nah, there's too many fucking crazy people on here.
I have my picture.
Yeah,
That is me with no filter or makeup.
but who's trying to like come after Taylor besides the Psyop Queen?
I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, it can't really hurt me because like I don't get paid to do anything, and like uh yeah, I mean like just join me on this platform like wouldn't really do anything. I don't really have like I don't know. I was talking about this yesterday actually. Like like what am I like doing here on this platform at all anymore? Like I don't know. Like um yeah.
What you mean?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of gay now. I don't know. Maybe it's just that time of year. Maybe people are just being weird. I don't know. I was
It's gay? What? What you mean?
uh well like last year, right? Like I was having a pretty good time and like I'm in like a pretty cool like group of friends I thought, right? And then like the end of the year came around and then like we're having a good time, like everyone, right? And then like all this like UFO hate group shit started kicking in and then like UFO Shane started coming around and then he just like completely just split like my group of friends that were like cool like down the middle pretty much and like pretty much cut them in half and then like the half that were left pretty much got destroyed by Natalie in this recently. So it's like I don't know, it just like seems like most of my friends are gone now, and it's just like I mean, not that you guys aren't like my friends, but it's just like I don't know, it just isn't what it was. It's kind of fucking lame now. I'm like kind of like wondering to
Oh.
myself like what am I doing spaces for anymore? My friends don't like even join, so like I'm just hanging out by myself with strangers. Like what's the point of doing this anymore? It's just like a detriment to
Wait,
myself.
who's your friends? You can always make new friends.
Yeah, but like it was like my friends I already had that were keeping me around, and like I was doing it because like I couldn't sleep, right? And like my friends were helping me to keep me awake, but like I don't have my nightmares anymore. My I'm
Oh my gosh, really? You told me you would tell me if they stopped.
oh I did I forgot to tell you.
Remember? Because I really prayed for them to stop. You never even told me they stopped.
Yeah, they've been gone for like the past few months.
What? Okay, thanks for just not telling me whatsoever. You
Yeah,
remember? Remember I was what were we on a space together or something, or we were talking and I literally prayed for your nightmares to stop on the phone. You were there, you heard it,
yeah.
and like it finally came true, whatever. And then you never even told me. That was like a
Well,
few months ago. That was actually how long ago was that? That was probably about 3 months ago that I did that.
well, it's not like I didn't have them very often because I just stayed awake. So it was only maybe like very rarely that I'd actually encounter my night terrors anymore. So
Well,
I had to like really
they're
sleep
gone.
for me to like test it out, you know. And I've been sleeping like lately, and they haven't been happening. So it's been good times.
That's good.
But yeah,
Well, I'm
like I
glad that
said,
they're not happening.
I don't got to be like up on this platform for like days trying to like stay awake anymore. I don't have that motivation anymore. So my friends, they're not wanting to hang out. So it's like, why am I doing this again? You know what I mean? There's no reason for me to anymore. So
Oh, you're gonna leave forever. Who's gonna have the space then?
no, I'm not going to. I'm just not gonna be like doing it that much anymore.
Boo.
I mean, I'll still do whenever you want to do it for sure.
Logan, why are you getting too much hate? Is that why?
No. Well, I mean, getting hate sucks, but like, what do I care? Like, some like random people I don't know on the internet like talking trash, that don't affect me. You know what I'm saying? No, it's just like my friends that like that aren't like I don't know. They're not so much around anymore, and like that's all. Well, hey, dude, I was being told earlier today you were talking with UFO Shane and like brought up that like I messaged you like remember I messaged you last night. I said like I sent you the tweet right with your tweet with like a laughing face emoji and like LOL or whatever. Like, is that him? And I was like, what did I say?
Yeah, for sure. No, that was about. I've responded to King Milkfart. I was DMing, but yeah, no, I was talking to him. It was about you, going through a bunch of shit.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
no. I'm talking about what I say directly to you in the DM. I was like what's this or something like that, right?
no, you said that me responding to King Milkfart was a direct correlation of leading to misinformation and the psyop, and I was asking you how it like how is there a direct correlation and a thing that is going on that is trying to allow for you to not come out and say certain things and disenfranchise you. That's all I was asking. I was confused.
Oh, I see what happened. I said every comment and like of this guy's posts are support is what I
Yes,
said because
yes.
you commented
Yeah. That's what it
and
was.
and you said he said like he told me well he old me is was you I was confused. I was like, what the fuck is that? Anyway, I said what and it's like I'm just hearing about all this stuff and I was
Yeah.
like yeah it's just a bunch of paid ops. It took me a while to accept it. And then you said, like, why do they have a cooperative operation to take you down? Like, what could you be doing to take you down? Again, I don't know what's going on. I said, the problem is thinking there's a reason or should or needs to be one. Chaos is what they want. And I said, you said, who wants this? And I said, it's just standard operating procedure for the CIA. And then you went on to say, like, the CIA has influenced the media and yada, yada. But,
Yeah, well, I never related directly to your situation. The CIA has related to you, but yeah, I mean, I know the CIA has definitely done certain things, and there's no way that you can deny that. But with your picture, going around King Milkfart posting that, like, I'm just confused. Like, are you saying that is fake? Like, are you saying the psyop is related to like that the pic, the mugshot was fake? What happened was fake?
no,
Okay.
no, I'm not. What I'm saying is that, them attacking me is just like what's the motivation, like that's the motivation is that it's an op, they're being paid to like attack people, or I don't know if they're being paid, but I can't imagine like I don't know there's something other than like they would just want to do it because they're like bottom feeding losers. There's something, it's got to be more than that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, there was also allegations that came out against King Milfart that were like, "Oh, he's trying to do this and this." Well, that's not necessarily true, right? He went on MUFON's podcast, and if you look at the actual evidence, it's not true.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with me?
Because you're coming out against Milfart, right?
Well, no, I'm not.
I mean, I mean, there's been arguments, and
Whatever
they
you're going
all
to say against King Milfart in public, what have I said against King Milfart in public?
not
What
in
post have I made about
not
him?
in public, but your relation to. Well, he's obviously come out against you. Well, you've come out
Yeah,
against him, and I don't
no,
really see the full evidence, in your side
you
against him.
keep saying coming out. I'm not. Where have I come out against him?
Hold up, let me go to it. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Team
I've
Cabra
never
as well.
like
I mean, you're kind of on
provoked
his
them.
side, though, right?
Uh, I don't know. That's it's like a bit loaded there. I don't know. I'm not on anybody's. I'm on my side.
Okay, okay. Hold up, 1 second.
I know it's a bunch of like he did this to me, so like I'm gonna do this to that person, and like just like a back and forth like nonstop, pretty much, and like I don't know. I just don't want to feed into that. Like
Yeah, I mean, just the whole
that being
UFO
said,
drama
like
is retarded. I mean, like,
yeah,
it's insane. I mean,
like
like,
here we are talking
inherently, it's
about it, wasting
stupid.
time.
I mean,
Uh,
but it kind of leads away from discussion, but a lot of people want to get into it in the UFO space. You know, yeah, kind of starting with Lou and, well, Lou Jimenez going to Lou Elizondo and, spaces like that. I think Lou Jimenez's space at the beginning, not space, but, show was really good. And then he kind of turned political, and then he kind of started siding with different people in the UFO space. And then it kind of turned these spaces that were really good into like some shitty spaces because they were just talking about fucking drama the whole time. But for people to come out against King Milfart and be like, oh, well, he's doxing a certain person, he's doing this, and, Ocean, I love her, but she's really sweet. But saying that, King Milfart is, going against the law and can be charged makes no sense. Like Red Panda saying for the past year, being like, oh, I'm going to charge you, you're going to go to jail. How can they charge him for what he's doing? If you have a mugshot in a public discourse, that is posted, I could have a public, fucking mugshot for drunk driving if I did that. You guys can all find that if you really wanted to look into me and post
Hold up,
that.
back up. No, you wouldn't have having a mugshot and being convicted of something are two separate things.
Even if you're not convicted, the mugshot is out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That like just going into a jail, you get everyone that goes into a jail, no matter what it's for, gets their picture taken for booking. It's obviously like they had to, mark that shit. But that's not, you're not guilty because you have a
That
picture
doesn't
taken.
mean you're guilty, right? That doesn't mean you're guilty. I'm not going to get
Yeah,
into that aspect of it.
just the way you phrased it, it sounded like that.
Oh, I didn't mean to phrase it like that, but I mean, your mugshot inherently means it's in public discourse and you can post that.
Right, but who put in public discourse? You wonder. King
Local
Milfart.
police. Local police.
Local police put it in public discourse.
No. I mean, your mugshot, somebody, yeah, they can put it. The mugshot inherently then goes into public discourse. Somebody that can share it to more people than that know about in that little area, in that town or city or whatever you've been charged or booked into. But anybody can access that if they really want to. If they want to find it, then they can post it. In no way can you be charged for that.
Let
Why
me
are
tell you
people
this.
saying that it's illegal to post that? Like
It's
doxing,
obviously
it's
not.
not
That's
illegal.
not. But did you say doxing is not illegal?
Doxing, if certain information is on, like I said, like on the public forum, then yes, it's not illegal. Like doxing inherently, like if you post certain things and have certain things for people to lead to be able to find where you're from, who you are, that's not illegal. You have put certain things on the internet to do that. Now, is doxing bad? Yes, I agree. I think if you're in the UFO space and you're a personality, then trying to dox somebody is stupid. Unless you're trying to dox somebody else, then that's stupid. I mean, come on now.
I know you're like you got some stuff to say there, but it is in fact illegal. Doxing, like what makes doxing illegal is the intent. It's the intent. It's like posting someone's information with the intent to hurt them. That's what makes it illegal.
But
Uh,
what law was that though? I've not heard a doxing law
we'll go look it up.
it-
I'm not here to provide you with the laws. I'm just telling you how it is.
but how? But you're telling me it's illegal, right? You're the person telling me it's illegal. How is it illegal? Because I've never heard a doxing law that is illegal. Now, swatting somebody, telling somebody, the local police enforcement, that swatting somebody or telling them that they have a gun and these things, that's illegal. But just doxing somebody based on information they've publicly provided on a public forum is not
No one,
illegal.
okay, hold on. You're confused. There isn't any information I couldn't get about somebody that's technically online that I could then just go put on any website on about anybody. That's nonsense thinking. What are you talking about? And furthermore, my information is not public. I have a private account. My picture is not me. I'm operating, with somewhat anonymously or whatever that word is, right? And they're posting like, stuff that's public, right? Or stuff I don't want public with the intent to hurt me. That's what makes it doxing, and that's what makes it illegal. It's that fine line right there.
Well, I
There's
mean,
been
it's
many
a
cases
simple
won.
Google search to find like your mugshot and things like that. So that a
No,
little
it's not.
different. It is. There's reasons people have been able to find it, but if you're doxing
Okay,
somebody like a
check
federal
this out.
employee, then yeah, it's illegal.
Before I was even leaving the jail, my picture was already put out. How do you think that happened? Why do you think it happened?
Because, dude, if you are involved in a public forum like you are, of course, your picture will be put out.
No
If it's
one
some random
knew I was
person,
in. Yeah,
if it's some random person, then yeah, no one's gonna fucking know. But if you like, I know multiple people. It's like free the bro. If they get arrested, their
check this
picture
out.
comes out.
Logan is, not my name. That's not my legal name. That's not the name I was born with, right? So, like I said, I'm operating with some level of anonymity here, and for someone to go search me up, they would have to know some like very private details that I haven't given to anyone. Some very choice select
But
few
how would they
people.
know that though?
Right,
If you've
right.
remained anonymous, how would they know your name?
Yes, let's keep using that word, by the way. I like it. Anonymous or whatever. That's a good one. Because they were provided it with the intent to hurt
Oh,
me. Like I said, it's that fine line. It's the intent which makes it illegal.
so you're saying it's illegal in terms of harassment, because of course,
Yeah.
telling somebody's name. So you're saying it's harassment, which is not really
Well,
the
I'm not saying it's
same.
harassment, but it's like that. Yeah. We're not going to discuss fucking legal laws or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm just telling you how it is. And
But it's
many
not.
cases have been won, like,
You're
based on these, whatever.
But you were saying it's illegal, and like, like King Milkfart posting your mugshot. I had people tell me that's illegal. That's not illegal at all. How is that illegal?
I just told you how it's illegal.
But posting your mugshot, even it's in a public discourse. It's
Right.
in
But
public
that's
forum.
private information that wasn't
It's
provided
not
freely.
private. It's
How is it
posted
not
to a
private?
pub. It's not private. Just like I just told you. Certain law enforcement agencies, every law enforcement
Like I
agency
said,
that
it
posts
doesn't
things,
matter. It doesn't
it
matter. The
does. It
person,
does.
you weren't listening. The person that did it is King Milkfart. The reason he did it is because he wanted to hurt me. That's everything right there. That's what makes it illegal. It wasn't my aunt, accidentally posting, my quinceanera photos on my profile. This guy was given information purposely to hurt me. And he went around and posted it around and said like a bunch of heinous shit that wasn't true and with the intent to hurt me. That's what makes it illegal. I'm sorry you can't understand that, but I'm not going to fucking argue with you.
It doesn't matter if somebody had found, just because you claim
You're an
to
idiot.
be.
Fuck off.
Hey, wait, I got a definition for doxing. Okay, so here it is. According to the International Encyclopedia of Gender, Media, and Communication, doxing is the intentional revelation of a person's private information online without their consent, often with malicious intent. This includes the sharing of phone numbers, home addresses, identification numbers, and essentially any sensitive information, any sensitive and previously private information, such as personal photos, that could make them the victim of identifiable and potentially exposed to further harassment, humiliation, and
Yeah.
real-life threats, including stalking and unwanted encounters in person.
When you put together, him doing that with his behavior towards me, with the rest of it, with all like the other stuff he's saying, it's an obvious case of doxing, illegal. Would win any court case. I'm not going to pursue it, of course, because I don't got that kind of money and fucking time to waste. Like I said, I'm not making money on this fucking platform. What do I fucking care? It's just annoying.
Yeah, I don't think we should like dox anybody, or yeah, I think we should stop. Just stop. That's all. Just stop. Everybody.
No, it ain't gonna stop. Like I said, they what do I do to those people, right? I just want to hang out with my friends and fucking talk shit. Anyways, Robert, what's up?
Hey, Logan. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I'm just hanging out. Hope you don't mind me loitering. I like loitering in your space. It's the best. Oh, no, I'm not kidding. I was just in this other space. I couldn't believe it. I was actually invited. I'm not going to say by who, but well, it has to do with water waves. But anyways, um, water. and ocean, water. But anyways, no, so I go and I join them listening, and then the conversation got really good. But it just seemed to be like this sort of like those kids that play on the merry-go-round, and it kind of seemed like bing, 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 bing. It was like over and over and over, and but then no one else can jump in because there was this old guy. He wanted to know, so so if you try to jump in, you can't, right? So it's just kind of weird. It's like, well, why why go there and put your hand up and wait? And then so and so, I'm not going to say who. He said like, oh well, I've had enough. I got stuff to do. So he closes the space, and I'm like, whoa, 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 what? Like get me all turned on, and then give me the blue balls. Jesus, excuse my language. I take that back wholly. Because there was one guy there. I thought, oh, hey, it's that guy. He wants to talk about the Hutchison effect. Oh yeah, I got to talk to him again. And then this other guy, he's like, oh, I wanted to know about demons. He's an old guy. What's a demon? And then they started talking about Nephilim. I'm like, well, I want to talk about Nephilim too, because there was Nephilim in America. And, they have their spirits are floating around. You never know, right? Because if some people are introverts, they might pick up on it, and unknowingly, have evilness. Anyways, I'm sorry I'm ranting.
Yeah, no worries, man. Hey, good to see you, Michael, Kimball, Sheila, Alonzo.
Hey, I had an idea. It it's bizarre. It's so bizarre. It's actually more bizarre than bizarre because Hey Ocean is something to do with that city in the northern Canada, and I used to work up there. And before I went up there, I had this business model for a foreign country based on the notion that it might work for them. You know, building pyramids using the four color theorem because you could build a game out of it like I did. This game. I actually just posted a picture, kind of hinting to Brandon Fugel on one of his comments about his book from the Orville Wright book. He has his book from Orville Wright, personally signed copy. Couldn't believe it. But then he said, "Well, I wonder what the future is going to hold." So I commented on Brandon Fugel's thing there. I'll probably delete it later. But I said, "Hey, why don't we try to contact the aliens using mathematics and see if they respond?" So I put up it's just a little picture I made of my game. Actually, it was I was building a game. That was a crown pyramid I was building, different kind. But see, it's like pre-Egyptian because Egypt's use that red green red green red green. No, they use blue red blue red blue red yellow green yellow green yellow green. You see it in their staffs, and then you see it in their sarcophaguses, and then in their clothing. This whole pattern, right? And I think it's the four color theorem. Anyways, I patented it. I have copyrights. And so it's all in my name, right? And not that it's it's ingenuitively hidden under the word "for" because China, they think that means death, or something. I don't know, or right. Anyway, so but yeah, I met this guy at Expo '86 who was the Sultan from Saudi Arabia, representing Egypt and Saudi Arabia. He went on to fly into Nassau, and then went into some. He just did his thing, right? They're rich, right? So, and they never came back. So I developed all this stuff, you know, not that I'm saying I solved the four color theorem for them, but I have, even though it was solved in the States by two mathematicians by using a computer. Whoop-de-doo. But anyways, I'm still stuck developing my game. But my theme was that up in northern Alberta, they have these white sands. So I was going to build a pyramid structure and then bury it in the sand. And then just like Prince Alwyn, been to the Abdulaziz Al Saud, he's like always out in the desert with his chairs and his little tarps and blankets and camels and hawks. And then I was gonna do that with a little fire out in the white sands of northern Canada, and then mysteriously find this pyramid, and then have it relate back to the ancient pyramids of Giza, and the pharaohs of Egypt, and how they conquered the world, spread their technology. But then, it's like, what? Whoa, 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 what? Because I was up there in like 2008. And since then, man, I don't care what they do over there. I've had it. Those guys are nuts. And so that's why I was pushing my pyramidal and artwork on the web. trying to, like, find angel investors or somebody interested in my game, right? So anyhow, I put it out there for Mr. Fugal, as a comment, hey, let's build this, see if, any aliens talk back, leaving crop circles or something. You never know, right? So, but I thought, well, okay, so being that I'm in Canada, you'd need a
Hey, hold on,
liaison.
hold on, Robert. Sorry, buddy. I'm having a really, really hard time following like what you're talking about, like at all. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like the echo that you have, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time focusing and like I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. You might help me here?
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I was just listening in on your spaces, and I was having a business idea about building a business and also sort of paranormal or maybe even UFO related. You never know, because I've with this mathematical theorem that I have, it's turned into where I can make pyramids using the same mathematical theorem. It's a highly structured mathematical thing, and I was thinking that, it would be cool to if I could be picked up or somebody else who's, because I don't know anybody in America, um, to use this model that I have to entice some kind of activity from anything paranormal or UFO. I guess it's just something I was thinking about. That's what that was. Just trying to, maybe make a TV show out of it or a game factory or something. It's my project. It's, sorry if it's kind of weird out there.
That sounds pretty cool. I didn't know you were kind of into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, me. Yeah, no, that's my whole deal. I'm not saying anything. I know it came to me in a dream or after a nap. It was an article in the paper in British Columbia. I still got it. How do you color map using 4 colors so that no two countries have the same color beside it? So, and then, after this nap, I started doodling. Next thing you know, lo and behold, I got this algorithm. And then I went to the scientific. It's in British Columbia. They had this old office, an agency in the government, scientific scientific something agency. So I wrote them, and they said, "Hey, that's really cool stuff. You should go see the math guys at the university." So I went there, and then that sort of fell apart because we didn't get the meeting. I was supposed to go to PIM, Pacific Institute of Mathematical Sciences. So, but I figured, no, I'm going to make my own deal out of it. So I've been progressively working on this project and developed it into a game. So that's where I'm at. My next step is to do another patent. So, but that's in Canada. So anything in
Do,
Canada, I would
don't
own. But anything
don't let
outside,
anybody put restraints on you.
oh well, I'm getting too old for it, anyways. So, but yeah, it's a highly complex mathematical algorithm. It solves the 4-color theorem. But I'm not going to push it because in America, the Apple and Hacken solved the 4-color theorem math problem using computers in 1976, right? So I solved it my way in 1998, and I copyrighted it, and I've got several copyrights in my name, and then Robert Wheeler, and then I've also, because it's a game I made, so I'm the champion. So I've got copyright registers in Canadian Intellectual Property Office for copyrights of this tournaments that I've been playing. So I can, I don't have enough money to make it into a big anything bigger than just, I'm kind of still working at it. So, but it is pretty cool stuff. That's what my PFP is. That's the 4-color theorem. So anyway, I don't have
Oh,
anybody
I was gonna ask
hmm?
you like, oh damn, fuck. No, never mind.
No, I was going to say if because well, I was thinking here's I like your space, Logan. I don't know any Americans, so if Brandon Fugel likes my idea, then I'll sell it for 2 million. You can have one. I'll take one, and we'll set up satellite offices. I'll set up mine here in Duncan, and then you could do yours wherever, and then you could be the art director, and then you could build these pyramid structures because you can build all different kinds. It's pretty wicked. Like, because the 4-color theorem goes on forever, right? So you can build like big not plazas, but I don't know what's the word for it in a palace. Anyways, but you could build pyramid structures using this mathematical theorem. So you could build big squares. I was actually thinking about contacting someone in LA for the I think those machine guys that have the cube. They don't know where the cube came from, but because this algorithm, I could put the blocks into like cubes. I could rearrange them into a cube. Then you could take the cube apart and you could reassemble it, and it still matches up using the same algorithm, where no two cubes will have the same color beside it. So, and it spirals. You can have one that spirals clockwise, and you can have one that spirals counterclockwise. So, depending on your nature, if you like to build things that are clockwise, it's highly intense. So, it's been so top secret. But anyhow, that was the intent. Was I was going to make this whole theme to sell it to Egypt, so that the tourism would get better, and the White Sands was going to be part of the the whole sandy Egyptian pyramid thing, and then they could make business out of it and sell offset games. So tourism would come to Egypt to see the pyramids, and then they could take this game home. And because I think it's universal mathematics, but that's just me.
You know, your
So,
art
but
you have there. I don't want to derail you, but a friend of mine was a boat maker, and your art there. He on a side thing, he made these skateboards, and the art on the boats and the skateboards are very similar to your face paint there. Yes,
yeah,
dead on. And this was back in like '72. He did this, and that's when the skateboards were narrow. They weren't like surfboards back then.
oh
They were
yeah,
really small back then. But the art
yeah. Well,
the art
this,
design is very much like your face design paint there. It's
yeah. Well,
beautiful. Very.
that design actually, yeah. I've got multiple I've got about 8 copyrights to my name, and then I've got maybe hundreds of different pieces of artwork with that same design, and then I've got well, maybe I don't know, 100, because I build pyramids. I take pictures of them, and I had them up there. I was trying to sell it for cryptocurrency or venture capitalists, but it never went anywhere. So, but I also I patented the math. It's an industrial design patent. So I took my design, which is actually the four color theorem, and then I patented. I had a patent. I have a patent. I had. Once you have a patent, it's always mine. But if you don't tell anybody, it's always yours. So it's just the stupid legal stuff I do, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? So in Canada, no one knows. Well, I'm not putting it out there, but yeah, I know I'm still trying to develop to where what I would do is I'd order like tens of thousands of cubes, dice from China, like red, green, yellow, blue, and then stick it in a box with the booklet on how to play the game and ship it. That's where I'm at. It's just I have no money.
He did better on the skateboards because I think the whole tie dye craze kind of kicked off,
Yeah. Well,
and it's not.
this is like the Rubik's
Yeah,
cube.
yeah.
It's a Rubik's cube gone crazy. So if you ordered a base package of like 1,024 blocks, you could start building these pyramid structures. Using that mathematical theorem, and then pretty soon you could build huge pyramids. And so it's got some interesting properties about it. Like say if you had a two-dimensional four-color theorem, from a distance, depending on how many x's are in or how many squares are in there, you'll see this big X. It has that property
And it
about it.
likes that.
It's really
It
weird.
kind of reminds me of of like the movie where Paul that art there is like that splatter paint because it kind of calms me when things are chaotic. I find calmness in splatter art, and your
Yeah.
art there reminds me a little bit of that.
You could you could see one of my one of my game shots. It was a game I was playing. It was I think it was one of the tournaments I was playing up in Canada here. It's just a small group. And so yeah, no, I stuck a little picture on Brian Fugel's tweet about something on his book about Orville Wright. But yeah, but even, it's funny even in that picture, there's one cube that's out. It's the spiral, it's the pinnacles that come around, not the obelisk. You could have an obelisk, or you could build a pyramid. You could build this design. You could build obelisks, pyramids, and then you could build pyramids with pinnacles that look like little crowns. And then you could have streets that are are connecting pyramids together mathematically with that red, blue, yellow, green, yellow, green. It's all inherent, right? So you can have corner pyramids, then you have cubes and walls, and then palace floors with the pyramid in the middle. It's weird to be a big business, but you know what? I'm just a little fish. I'm a sole proprietor. And the Canadian government, they're like, you're a sole proprietor? Well, we're not going to help you with nothing, man. So good luck with that. And I'm like, what? So I gotta build a kernel or put it out there. But as far as out of my country, yeah, what am I gonna do, right? I'll use foul language. You're bad, you know.
But even a small pebble in a pond can still make ripples that continue on.
Well, and the other thing is I don't have any not descendants. I don't have any kids. So when I kick the bucket, all my stuff goes to the government, right? There's going to be no estate with me. I'm not doing the estate thing. Why? What, you want to estate the stuff by, no. So there's that. I'm 60, but I look like 40. But anyways, yeah, that's weird. But anyways, um, you know, the other thing is you don't want to tread on anybody's mathematical expertise from Apple and Hacken, and and then say you've done the four color theorem. I mean, because I'm not a math guy. I'm engineering. I'm engineering electronics, not math. I'd be more like computer software or like assembly language. But anyway,
Well, let's hear what Taylor has to say.
yeah, I put it out there. I'm around. You can look.
Come on,
Anyone can
come on,
look it up.
Taylor. Let's hear what you have to say, sweetie. Put your hand up.
Big pyramids. And then UFOs would show up and like, what the hell? Where's those Egyptian pharaohs? That's what I was thinking.
Taylor, you got your hand up, honey. Can you hear me?
But yeah, Brandon, it's $2 million, one for Logan and one for me. And then we'll have to get our attorneys. I'll get my attorney up in the NIMO.
And nothing for Randy, huh?
Randy knows maybe. The attorney in the NIMO, and then there'd be like an LA attorney that correspond with Utah.
Hey, I'm looking at your vitamins. Like those look pretty interesting. You got some good ones there.
Yeah, that's my COVID kit out in the field to sort of combat the little virus buggers. But yeah, if I kick the bucket, it all goes to the BC government.
What do you mean, if you kick the bucket?
All my intellectual property. I even actually have a letter from President Obama. I have a letter from the Institute for Science and something blah blah BC government. They changed the name. Whatever, I don't know. Who else have I got a letter from? Obama, the government here. I got a patent, 8 copyrights. Oh, I got a painting. I was trying to sell out, maybe trying to entice Sobeys to buy it, but they're like, no, we don't care.
Trump made it to the UFC fight yesterday.
So, but yeah, no, it's a mathematical theorem. So it's sort of like one of those STEM games. That's actually what it is. It's a STEM game. So, but being that I can only have legal authority in Canada, it's anyone's game outside of Canada. Like I'm not gonna go get a lawyer. That'd be stupid. It'd be better to have somebody in another country take it over, and then give you kickbacks. Give you tidbits from the business. You know what I mean? Like give you like 0.05%.
I want to get back to this. If you kick the bucket, you get skipped out on this, man.
If what?
You said if you kick the bucket, you think you're gonna get a free pass on this?
No, I don't know. No, it's just all the plan. See, okay, here's the thing. Originally, the plan was for me to develop this game for tourism and have pyramids get built. And it was based on Egyptian ancient math, the universal math that's involved in this, the lost four color theorem, right? But I don't want to tread on anyone's claim that they solved it with a computer.
Taylor, when you're Taylor, go ahead and speak up whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, but I just don't want to do it with Egypt. I don't want anything to do with the Middle East. I don't want anything to do with it at all. So when I kick the bucket, I'd rather have it go to Utah, right? Or Colorado. That's where Tesla stuff went. Send it there. I don't want anything to do with the pyramids over there. There's pyramids already over here. I don't care about Giza pyramid. They can suck me ass. They're terrorists. Excuse my language. They're terrible. They're mean to people. I don't want to do business with them anymore. They're nice people, I'm sure. Saudi Arabia, they're great. Kuwait, Iran, you name it. Oh, they're all good. Jordan, they're all good over there. I don't care anymore. I'm not doing business. Forget it. So I'd rather do business in America.
Good times. All right,
Robert. When you
that's
Randy,
blah blah. That's all.
I was gonna ask Randy a question.
Go for it.
I was gonna ask, can you describe what the aliens looked like, that abducted you or whatever?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've ever asked that, but I want to know.
About 7 foot tall, really smooth skin. I mean, Avatar is like when the Avatar movie came out, I just went, oh my God. Like the texture of the skin was so dead on. Um, I mean, and it's hard to like, because you're so scared, it's kind of like hard to remember details. It's like I remember kind of like a ridge on two ridges that were like from the eyebrow that went to the back of the head. Um, and I don't, the eyes were kind of like teardrop, but I think people make out the eyes bigger than what they really are. I don't remember like really ears like us, it was very smooth, but just the texture was just not like latex though, but almost leathery, but it's really smooth. But like I say, when the Avatar movie came out, I thought, oh my God, or the movie
Were they
where
blue?
yes, or the one girl in the movie, the X-Men, her
Have
skin
you
tech.
seen anything like it? Like just like it? Like they didn't
No,
look like the Avatar because they weren't blue, were they?
cool, correct. Yeah, but the blue was kind of the same, but more the texture of the skin
Did you
in
smell
the
like
Avatar.
the sulfur? Because a lot of people describe like a sulfur kind of smell.
Well, when I got back, after the deduction, I had a metallic taste, and I was like really thirsty. Like I could tell, like hydro, I could tell I had to drink a bunch of water, and it's like it was. You could just taste like I think like a nickel taste. Like when the dentist works on your on a feeling, and when you're drilling, that's kind of like a little taste like that was left in my mouth for days.
Metallic taste?
It,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah, yes. It very strange, and you know they they did some anal penetration to make you ejaculate. So, I think there was like some sulfur kind of taste also. Um, but very like if you were to pull your skin tight, that's how smooth the skin was, like it was pulled tight. So, when Grush talks about these synthetic body suits and stuff, I started thinking like, oh my God, were these humans, like military, and were these humans in synthetic suits that abducted me? So this is like all played in my mind ever since Grush has come out with this, disclosure about, wow, were these humans possibly?
Did you only remember after like because I have like a memory that like I didn't remember until like I don't know, it kind of I could say like triggered like my memory was like triggered somehow, like I just remembered something that happened earlier that like I was like I don't know what triggered it, but like
A
something
certain
triggered
event
it.
triggered back a memory, correct? An event like something like today also triggers a memory, correct?
Well, yes, someone was rubbing the spot like on my body, and I don't know, I had like a memory kind of come to me that like I
See,
remember
I'll
that
smell
remember
food or
happening.
something. Yeah, see, I'll smell something, and all of a sudden it'll bring back this memory, and it's like, oh, whoa, and it's like it's things like that. All of a sudden, bring back little windows of my memories, and it's like it was the same way with my motorcycle accident, my death accident. In my sleep, I'll get these little memories. Like, oh shit, and I'll write that down, and it's because I'll forget about it. Really strange.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Rob,
was,
go ahead, Rob.
yeah, yeah. No, I was gonna say I've never had any experience, of an entity showing, up in any rooms or nothing that I've, that I've been in. But I was thinking because I've heard some people talk about their experiences where, yeah, something they thought something showed up their house, or there's some kind of what are those little, I don't know, those gremlins that, move stuff around. But I think I said this earlier that, well, for me, I'd put like little, maybe baby powder or something on the floor, or like flour dust, to see if there's any tracks, like so. Yeah, I mentioned that already. That's weird though, I'm just thinking if maybe these beings can come in the fifth dimension and then stay invisible, but they could still move stuff or, poke at your feet, you know. I was thinking
Yeah.
it'd be good to catch one, put some, little string with some tin cans, and, you know, you'd be
Uh,
rattling, walking around rattling with these tin cans.
do
You
you
could
want
capture
to
them.
catch one though? Do you?
Well, I mean, if they're already in your place, then you probably wouldn't catch any germs. I don't
Well, because
think.
those Russian
But
divers,
I wouldn't
they
want to catch an alien outside. It could be, dirty germs. I've had enough. Already. I don't want any more germs.
Russian divers try to net some aliens in the water, and a couple of them were killed. They rapid extended them where they had air embolisms, and they got sick. And from that, it was because they tried to capture them, and it's like it has to be on their terms.
Oh, I know, I know. I don't want to jump in again, but no, I was in this other space. This guy wanted to know about, phantom demons, or stuff like that, or those kind of things. And then somebody said, "Oh, they're Nephilim spirits. They invade people." And then the old guy wanted to know more. But actually, they actually apparently didn't they find giants in America that had two rows of teeth, and some of them had horns coming out of their skulls. And then I got to thinking, are those the Nephilim that came over with, that Helios from Alexander way back? I don't know. It's just bizarre. Like maybe those dudes came from Egypt long ago, and there was a whole bunch of Nephilim because apparently they were fighting with the Indians, way back, the giants. So you never know. They're like the spirits, right? The demonized, scary. I don't know. Like ghosts.
I came up with this idea for uh sharing sometimes like when I share experiences or whatever, it can be like a struggle like each time. So like instead, I should just like I was gonna say I get like AI to say it for me. Like a good way to go about it. That way I don't have to relive it every time I try to like tell it. You know what I mean? But that might be a good idea for other people too. Then again, I guess like not everyone has that kind of access on here, so never mind.
The one thing I was going to say is people that have experiences. Like I might be having experiences, but I don't really know it. Like I don't see any like entity or phantoms or visualizations of a different life form or anything like that. I've had weird dreams, but,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, but it could be that it depends on the depth of your ability to be telekinetic and have the ability to receive stuff. So if your mind is really strong with the full of energy and it's active and it's it's because there's a lot of thought there. So sometimes I wonder if telepathically you kind of sort of resonate with others or other notions from others. There's that old saying, if you think of it, somebody else has already thought about it too at the same time. So,
Telekinesis, that's what I just love.
yeah, so it depends how. So people that are more telekinetic or who have ESP, they might receive more from something like a positive entity or positive projection, or maybe there's an alien projecting something at me and they know how to telekinetically implant a thought in my mind because that's what they don't speak English. I don't think they use word after word after word. I think they just
Yeah.
project an idea and then you go with it. And then you could project an idea back, but so yeah, I don't know. Never had that. I don't think. But yeah, you could just more perception. Like a huge ability to perceive things that others can't. And kind of
Yep. Have you ever, like, what's like
Manifest.
the craziest dream you think? Hold on, let's give like these girls a chance to talk. Taylor and Mistress, what's the craziest dream you guys have ever had?
Definitely, it has to be the dream about the fucking lady in red in the forest. I'm never gonna forget that dream.
Oh, that's a classic. Good one.
Well,
I got some.
she was scary because she was like just floating there in a freaking red sort of riding hood. Her face was kind of disfigured, and she was just floating in the forest, and there was like TVs with spirals on them.
Is that the one that the drone got the video of that gal in the woods, ever so slightly?
I was wondering
I've
if
had
it might
multiple dreams
be
about
the
UFOs.
same lady that Chris Bledsoe was talking about, because I have
You
heard
are a
that
UFO.
the lady can present herself in dreams, and the collective can as well. The collective, because they're high dimensionals, they have the ability to influence dreams. Like they can.
100%.
In fact, I almost wonder if whenever people have like sex dreams, if that's them trying to do their like semen extraction thing that they do.
That's called being horny.
That's a good thought.
Well, yeah, it is the body being horny, but it could be the ETs.
They're
The
influencing
ETs
them,
want
right?
our cum.
They do.
E.T. booty.
You're right. They might be influencing that person.
So Taylor, what's your craziest dream? I'm guessing it has to do with the Nordics taking you aboard their ship.
Does it have to do with cum?
Oh, are you asking me? Okay, so
Yeah,
I
Taylor.
can pull them up because I actually wrote them down.
Hey, we got a dream journal. Let's go.
Right, I was impressed too.
It's good to write it down. Write it when you wake up.
I got a couple doozers.
Okay, 1 second.
It
Okay,
reminds
okay, I
me
found it.
of something, but I'll wait till you're finished, Taylor.
Okay. Okay, I got it written down. For the new people that just joined, I'm reading one of my dreams that I wrote down about a UFO. This is pretty strange. Okay, okay, so I was walking with someone in Colorado with my mom's side of the family, and we had a horse, and we were outside, and these UFO things that were flying in the sky that were shaped like a torpedo. Like individually, they were kind of shaped like a torpedo that you throw into the ground. And the combined shape of all these torpedoes was the same as the individual shape of the smaller torpedoes. So it's like a big UFO torpedo made of little bitty shaped torpedoes. And my family was wondering whether we should get in them. And I said, if we get in them, we're not going to get back out. And so we didn't get in them. And that's the last thing I remember.
No probing, no like anything. Damn,
What?
I was expecting like hold on a second. That's your craziest dream?
No, I do have another dream about a UFO I wrote down though. It was weird. It was like a UFO was flying overhead, and I don't know. I have it written down. But I don't have that. All of my dreams are just such random stuff that make no sense. They're not like crazy per se. Like, what is your definition of crazy?
You have dreams mostly about things that you don't understand, Taylor, or
Nothing like really. Well, actually, yeah. I've had it like I can tell you my oldest dream, like that I had in kindergarten. Like my mom was pushing me on a stroller, and like there was some big pile of mud. Like we were pushed. She was pushing me in the playground in my kindergarten, and there was a big pile of mud because they're actually doing construction right there. And there was like the mud was kind of rumbling, and it was kind of like this big pile, like maybe 4 or 5 feet tall. And I could hear these beings like talking in it, like that sound like they had a deep voice. They're like monsters, literally. So it was like these two like monster beings talk to one another, and I knew they were there. And like I was in the stroller, just kind of looking at them, scared. My mom didn't even know what's going on, and I didn't really say anything, but I was just like scared. But yeah, that's my first dream that I remember.
some of my childhood dreams I thought that were dreams, Taylor, were spirits, you know. And I thought, wow, I keep on seeing this old, dead person in this dream, and then I finally, as I got older, I realized it was my grandfather coming to me.
Yeah, I don't really have many fun dreams like that. Well, I don't know, it's been a while since I've had a good dream, but mostly it's just me like waking up to like strangling somebody, or like I just wake up like out like in the street, or I'll wake up in the closet. I'll just wake up, wherever, or like I'll wake up like attacking somebody, attacking myself. It's just unpleasant.
I shared it up in the nest. There's this phenomenon that occurs where people around the world have all dreamt of this man, and he's simply referred to as this man on a poster that says "Ever dream this man?" And it's
Oh, I know
this
that
weird.
guy.
Yeah, everyone does. It's the weirdest fucking thing. And people say that they've like all had this same dream where this man was
It's
there.
Chevy Chase, isn't it?
A little Taylor, a little change of the subject, Santa's coming early. I got an email today that my rifle's back in stock. So next time a UFO comes over my house, I'm going to be shooting it with a 45-70.
Oh yeah.
uh,
Fuck yeah.
yeah, the only problem is, it's not a threaded barrel, so I can't put a suppressor on it.
Oh, that's right. I mean, when these UFOs, right? They're us from the future. Would you still want to shoot them?
Yeah,
What if it was you?
it didn't turn out too well for me last time, so I'm not sure.
Like, what if it was you coming back from the future? But I mean, you didn't know that. But if okay, hold on. Assuming that you need like the
Kind of
person,
like a Lupus situation where
yeah,
they
exactly.
where they go and they meet themselves. Well, they don't know it's them at first, but then they say something like the future version of themselves says something that only they would recognize.
My son gets pissed at me when I tell him about, people come. There's a video of us. I think it's in Russia or Poland, that there's a truck driving by, and this guy taps this man that's I think maybe working on newspapers or something. He taps the guy on the shoulder. He turns and looks, and there's a truck driving by, and part of the gate on the truck swings by, and the guy moves out of the way, and it would have wiped him out and killed him. And he turns to thank the guy for tapping him on the shoulder, and the guy gone. He's a time slipper. He's slipping through time. Slips through time, changes a little stamp in time, and just to save this person. Maybe this guy was his great grandfather or somebody, maybe it's nobody in his life, but he came over and saved this man's life by tapping him on the shoulder and went back into time. And when I've seen a Bigfoot in Shasta, I've seen it as a heat signature, and I seen it, and we're following this Bigfoot, and all of a sudden it shrank, it got smaller, 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 it disappeared. All of a sudden we saw the light disappear in the sky, and I said, "See, that Bigfoot is interdimensional. That thing just the heat signature. It went from a physical form to an interdimensional form, and it went into inner space. Into and it's like I can't prove it. Of course, we don't have instruments to prove these things, but I saw it with my physical eyes. Native Americans, they walk barefooted. They have long hair. They had senses for these things, and it's like I know for a fact.
I'm Native American. I wonder if I can sense those things.
If you open yourself up to it, you put your phone down, all these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my phone in my hand then. I don't want to experience them. You know what? Why is that? Why do you think that's so scary for me? I wonder about that. Like, why are some people so keen to like meet the phenomena, like Lacey or whoever, right? They're keen to do it, but I have zero interest in it. You know, what do you think is the difference?
I think I think people are just like numb to. I'm not sure, Logan. I think we've become desensitized.
No, it's not. What I'm talking about is like I don't want to meet these things. Like I've had my experience, right? And I stopped meditating because I didn't want to experience it again, right? So I'm purposely avoid it. I purposely don't look up at the night sky, or I don't look up for the most part. I don't want any involvement. I don't want to get anywhere near those things. So what makes me me, and what makes someone else like Lacey, that someone that wants to meet it? You know what I mean? Or you, or whatever.
I mean, I saw the Greys indirectly in a dream, and they were kind of there just chilling with people. I also found something interesting, actually. Apparently, there's a dude in 2021, and I've seen nobody who's able to debunk this. Um, and he was posting, saying he was in the year 2027, and he was posting all these videos continuing to prove people wrong, where he would go into like public places during daytime and nobody was there. It's the strangest thing. He went into like zoos, the animals were gone. He went into stadiums. He woke up in a hospital. It reminds me actually of like 28 Days Later, where that guy wakes up in a hospital bed and then he steps outside and nobody's there. And he's like the last person on Earth. Like, that would be wild being in that position. Waking up and like nobody's there, like everyone's gone.
Yeah, I've been there
There's an
many many times.
Avengers movie. His daughter takes a shot with the arrow, and he turns around and his family's gone. He's all calling out for them, and they've
Oh
disappeared.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. They opened the movie with that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's like how it's like a different timestamp. It's like you just completely they just disappear. And think about all of us, how much family means to us, and if they were just snatched away from us, what would we do? to get them back in our lives. Any one of us would do. I would do anything to have my son back, and just think all of our whole family, have our family just snatched away from us in a blink of an eye. And it's like, oh, what would you do? What would you give up? What would you sacrifice? What would you pay? To have them back in our life again. Would
I mean,
go
that's
risk.
effectively what the rapture is, right?
Yes.
It's when there's like no humans, or a select amount of humans stay, but like most of them are selected and taken away to the rapture.
I
Bro,
mean, the
there's an like.
Fantastic,
Sorry,
the
I was just saying,
Fantastic
Randy.
Four.
There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for like somebody I love, right? I'd put a bullet in someone's head in a second for somebody I love.
Yeah, same.
Oh, most definitely. My daughter's boyfriend, I've already told him what I would do if he did anything to harm her.
Sorry, I'm just outside walking my dog. Fuck, my hands are tied. Yeah. Oh, it's cold out here. It's like 1 a.m. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'd go to the end of the earth, man, for somebody I love, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I've woken up, like I said earlier, like waking up and you're like where is everybody? Like when you wake up in a closet, you're like, where the fuck am I? It takes a minute to like kind of get your like wits about you to like, where the fuck am I? How do I get? What am I doing now? Or what stuff like that. Like one time I woke up like in the middle of like I was in the middle of the street in Australia, and it's like it's like a center divider, right? They have like those planners or whatever that are like in the middle of the street, like so the cars are going each separate ways, right? And they have the middle thing or whatever. I woke up in that. I was in the planner, and I think it was the cops that woke me up actually, and they gave me a ride home. It was nice of them though.
Well, it's like the farmer that tries to go to another planet to find a place for us to survive because corn crops are dying. And then he realizes, he sees his daughter and he screams at her, "Don't let me leave! Don't let me go! Don't let me go!" And he realizes it was all a mistake. And he realizes that he comes back and his daughter's old and he's only aged a little bit. It's like, oh, that movie makes me cry every time. It's like he's only aged maybe 7 years, but every minute on the new planet is 7 years, and it's like, oh, he comes back to see his daughter die. It's like that movie just breaks my heart. I'm crying right now thinking about it. It's like, oh my God. It's like, he thought he was going to save the world and future generations. Instead, it was all a big lie. And he comes back and sees his daughter on his deathbed, and to a family that doesn't even know him. So he gets back in his spaceship and leaves again. It's like, it's just such a heart wrenching movie.
Sometimes like the universe has like plans for you, and it sucks. Anyway, hey Taylor, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, my phone's
What's
kind of
like,
cutting out there.
is there like any evidence that you've seen for like the evidence of like an intelligent creator?
Of course. I mean, everywhere is evidence. Like the DNA
Scientific evidence?
code. Yeah, the DNA code's a positive case for intelligent design because never have we seen an intelligent code come about by accident, like that has informational hierarchy and integrated systems encoded into it. So that's something that like is a positive case for intelligent design. And like we don't see those things like these codes like this come about, an accident.
Logan, look at beautiful people. There's 9 of us in this beautiful space, and all of us come with it with positive, beautiful, loving, attitudes towards each other. How can that not be, what you're talking about?
I mean, think about a computer code. It's really complex. Do you think that that could just come about with a random number generator? And it has to have the machinery to translate the code at the same time. So that's even more crazy because not only did the code have to come about, but a translator to the code had to come about. Like, these molecular machines that actually translate the code and can actually inscribe it and encode it. Like, that is amazing. The machinery, like DNA polymerase. I can actually post a GIF of it. It is so cool to watch.
Uh, I'm glad you say that, Taylor, because even in my silly little golf game, when I make a good shot, I know it's just a little silly. I said, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. God is great." And more good things happen in that game. And my son, he laughs at me. I says, "No, I always, give thanks, and say out loud, and I say it proudly, and I think more of us should do that."
I agree, yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Like us, like the whole DNA thing. That's that could be like proof of a creator or whatever, right? But that doesn't prove like a god creator, right? It could just be like another alien species creator, right?
But the alien species must have DNA, and where did it come from?
Must they have DNA?
Um, well, what type of genetic information or information do they hold? What type of aliens are you talking about? Ones that evolved?
All of them. Any. I'm sure they kind of are all kinds of them.
Well, carbon-based life form is the most applicable, and we don't know of any other genetic code. We've actually found like DNA, which is very crazy, on these samples with the aliens. They're like, oh, we don't identify as DNA, but still, that's DNA. That means that they have the same machinery as we do, and that points to a common creator of the process and the design of whatever we are. Like, isn't it weird how all the aliens are also like bipedal and they have like posable thumbs and things like that? Like things that we have, 2 eyes, a mouth. Like that's very strange, isn't it? Like biologists were
Strange.
really kind of shocked
How
to
come?
see that they look just like us, because normally if they were to evolve like completely separate from us on a different planet, then they should look somewhat different. But they look like, compared to everything, they look pretty similar.
What does that
Is
tell you
our
then?
That says like a common designer.
is human DNA the only DNA that folds, Taylor?
Yeah, I don't know, like it does fold and like save room. Um, but like it kind of wraps in these coils to like kind of organize the DNA in the cell. And like whenever it's methylated, it'll actually loosen up that coil, and that part of the DNA will be like transcribed. So yeah, that's how it works. But I don't know about the alien DNA, if it would be. I'm sure it would. It seems like very similar to ours, so
Because
maybe.
it kind of wraps, right? Because ours kind of like your fingers, it kind of wraps, right? It kind of how it folds.
Yeah, it folds around these histone proteins, and like it just kind of wraps around it. It's like a circle of wrapped DNA, and then methylation, and then acetylation can occur. So methylation will make sure that it gets transcribed, and acetylation will do the opposite of methylation, kind of coil it back.
Amazing. Just amazing. Thank you, Taylor, for what you're doing.
Do scientists ever think that it's so weird that they look so much like us? And like the argument I always hear is that they can't be real then, because then they wouldn't look like us. But I never hear the part of the argument where it's like, well, hold on a second. Because I think the assumption is that they're separate from us, or unrelated. They're unrelated to us somehow. But why don't people ever think that they created us and we came from them, and that's why we look similar, right?
Well, then if they created us, then they would have DNA, which we have seen that they have, and so but still, that DNA, that life form had to evolve as well. In the cell, their life, their DNA, all had to evolve, and that's just pushing back the problem.
Yeah.
That,
There's nothing wrong with that. Let it evolve. So it
Well,
had to evolve.
we don't know how life got started at all. Things like DNA coming about don't, like I said, these codes and things like that for higher life intelligences, and these codes which have integrated, information and informational hierarchy and circuits encoded into it, do not just actually come about just by accident. So it just really pushes back the problem to say, oh well, it must have evolved elsewhere and then they created us. That is literally just you can go on for that forever. It didn't originally solve the problem. How we don't know how any life got started.
Amazing stuff. That's why we harvested Ryan's stem cells from the umbilical cord. It's just amazing, just amazing.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I think my mic was open. What did you say? You harvested the stem cells?
Yeah, because my mom had cancer, so we were hoping that would be able to, because those were building, Taylor knows, these are building blocks. They can multiply and multiply. When you have stem cells, the T cells, these are the building blocks of life. So, the dream was that these things would maybe someday could grow organs like a liver, a heart, a lung, these type of organs for transplants. This would be the perfect scenario. But we harvested his, so maybe that my mom could be cured. But unfortunately, her disease was not, her cancer was not a blood cancer, but so it's frozen in Arizona. So it costs me money every year to keep those. But Taylor understands that the T cells, they're amazing. Um, that's what she works with in her lab, right, Taylor?
I don't work with T cells, but T cells are white blood cells, and they'll actually go and find and kill other foreign objects or foreign living organisms like bacteria and things like that. It's really fun to watch them, chase them around and kill them.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
at the top, I did post a DNA helicase and polymerase. You can just look at the machinery there. It's absolutely incredible. Needed to replicate DNA. Just take a look at it. It's like a GIF.
T cells, Logan, they seek out and destroy. There's mission, soldiers on a mission to take out the enemy.
Like the T-1000?
Right? In infants, they thought that they could maybe put T cells in the infant, and maybe it would attack and like a tumor or something and destroy it. And maybe it will be. They'll get there someday, but our government is not putting enough money. We're sending too much money towards war and not towards saving lives.
Oh my God, I was outside earlier, and I think you said my name, and it kind of like startled me, and I forgot I had this glass cup in my pocket, and I'm wearing like a leather jacket, and it's had in my right pocket, and as I was crossing the street just now, like you said my name, and I kind of jumped a little bit. I don't, but you might have not even said my name, but it sounded like you did, and I accidentally knocked over the cup out of my pocket without realizing it. But all I heard was like this loud, giant, like explosion, like on the ground out of nowhere, with my glass just exploding on the ground. Scared the shit out of me. It was good times.
Hey, Logan, should I ask a question?
No, no questions allowed. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
You go ahead.
No, not surprised. Did you say you're native? Like Native
Say that
American?
again.
Did you say you're Native American?
Oh yeah. I mean, I
Really?
don't know. I mean, it's in my blood. My parents are
Oh,
Mexican.
oh, okay. Parents are Indian. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. No, I'd mean to poke or pry or even ask. I'm Métis. I've got I've got well, actually, my grandma she didn't know where she came from. So, but up in Canada, it's probably I'm not sure which tribe, but I have a Métis status. Like I'm a Métis Nation of BC, British Columbia, BC. So, but I have Indian family, you know, natives. So,
I know some that are very sensitive, to this what you're saying right here, and
right.
they do not want to be called Native Americans.
Mm.
It's like, okay, they're indigenous. Okay, they were here before it was called America. Okay,
Oh
so
yeah,
so don't give them a title of calling them Americans. Okay,
yeah. Well,
um,
I
uh,
don't know about America.
it's like Wounded Knee. These people
Yeah,
were here before this land was called America. These
yeah,
people are indigenous. They're natives, and so some of them get
yeah.
offended.
That's me. I'm native.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
part native. Yeah. So
so,
but
so,
it's funny with the words, right?
yeah. Because some get offended when you say, "Oh,
Yeah,
Native America," and they don't want to be called. They don't even want
yeah.
to be called Native either, and
Right.
they go, "Oh, we're indigenous," to
Oh,
this area. It's just like a plant that is grown in this area. To be called, "Oh, this is an indigenous America native plant."
yeah,
No, we don't call it that. We call it indigenous, right? Well,
yeah.
it
I
was
know.
the same thing we don't call it an
Yeah.
Indian. Oh,
I
it's like that's
Well, that was a
improper.
coined term. I usually go by tribes. I know that the like the Hopis down there, they do artwork like with sort of a Egyptian kind of theme to it. That's one thing I noticed. They like to do incorporate that in their artwork. It's pretty wild. Yeah,
Because I know some Cherokee, and they do not like that term being used. And the people at the Wounded Knee, they have a sign up. We are not natives and we are not Americans. We're here
yeah,
before both of those.
right. Well, no, I just somebody mentioned it, so I just was asking a question. Actually, the way
No, I wasn't attacking you.
Yeah,
I was,
the way it works up here is we're all just people. We're all just humans. So each person is an entity. You're a human. Each person is a human. So it's just this sort of social sort of categorization of all these different people. But everyone's all human. It's just that we happen to live in this sort of classification of society where everything's got to have something attached to it. I don't know the right nomenclature. I just call people humans. But
I just call my brothers and sisters. It's like
yeah.
I saw the commercial on TV and I thought, oh wow, that's beautiful. It was they were making they had some nice music, and they had created this video themselves, and it was telling their story, and it was talking about Wounded Knee. And this is Wounded Knee is really a tragedy about male trying to go through this area, and they ended up slaughtering a whole bunch of them.
Wow.
And it was terrible, like over 100 indigenous people from that area because the mail had to pass through, and so they finally said, okay, well, we're just going to take them all out and kill them all. And so they have a bunch of missing people, and it's really a sad story. And so when I try to share about my son, why did they have to be so sensitive and something? I said, son, these people. It's like, why do you have to be so insensitive about this topic, man? These people, they have generations have been slaughtered over and over by white man. It's like, come on. And it's just like, okay, so I started talking about this, and it just kind of upset me. I said, well, so I asked my friends, what do you want to be? What we want to be called, indigenous, or just your brother or your sister, but we don't have to have a title. And it's just
Yeah,
like, okay.
I was going down a different avenue of being a spirit walker, so when I have dreams, yeah, they're pretty good, because I have that sort of, inherent spiritual nature to me. I don't really conform to any other ideals other than, just nature. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, my grandma, she came from a school. She doesn't know where she came from. So up in Canada, it's pretty brutal. But I don't talk about it much. I've seen it my whole life. I don't really talk about it. It's so bad. But yeah. But yeah,
I respect
for the
everyone.
people that
I
are
love.
alive, and we're doing fine here. But yeah, I like spirit walking. That's what I do.
And where are you at?
I'm up in Canada. Yeah,
On the east side or the
west
west
side.
side?
I'm west side Canada.
Because you said because I had I'm not sure the proper pronunciation, a hoopa in a friend of mine that I worked on a drilling rig. We did some Bigfoot researching together. They were right there on the Oregon border. We grew some good cannabis up there.
Yeah, there's up here in Canada. I don't want to. I'm not taking the space for anything. But no, up in Canada, they got Sasquatches. They're kind of spooky, but they got them apparently.
12-foot tall up there.
Hey Logan, are you walking your dog?
No, I'm just feeding him.
Have you do you ever go walk around like outside, like in California? Just like walk down the road, not just like your neighborhood. Do you ever just walk around them?
Hey guys, is Logan there?
Yeah.
Logan, bro, do you sleep? What's going on?
Yeah, I do. What's up?
At what time? I always see you hosting spaces. It's so weird.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
yeah, I
what
mean,
he's a G. He's the space king.
no, I'm
It's
not.
like
But
you're always here.
yeah, I mean, I am, and I'm not. At the same time.
I asked them to open this one in particular, so you can blame me.
It's fine.
Like if you notice, there's like a lot of like dead air and like a lot of quiet, long pauses, right? I'm not necessarily always paying attention. Like I don't know, a lot of hosts are like hosts and like leading the room and like organizing shit and got shit to talk about. Like I don't. I'm just kind of like here like to hang out with you guys, and you guys can talk about whatever. And, like I'll be here, maybe not, maybe you know. You know what I mean? Like I'm not necessarily here, hosting the room. So
All right, that's cool.
I mean, I could very well be asleep. I probably will be asleep very soon, but I'll still be here hosting though.
I can help co-host if you need a co-host.
Sure.
Again, so the space doesn't shut down.
I could help. I could help fill the space if there's
Go for it.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
Catch you later, Major Jin. I thought Major Jin had something to like something urgent. I was like, oh, I wonder what he
I
has to
know,
say.
right? I thought he was going to come say something like crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's new to me. I waited till I waited to go second for co-host because I got a crummy phone and it might drop. So, but that's cool.
No
I've never
worries.
done that before. That's thanks.
Yeah, you're not under like any kind of like obligation or
Yeah,
responsibilities.
well,
But if you see someone like
yeah.
trying to come up, maybe just help them come up.
Okay, yeah. Miss Morpho, she's got more seniority over me because I'm kind of new. So, but yeah, this my phone dies sometimes. It's weird.
I'm standing in for Olivia Dunham.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's can you imagine? I don't know. I always thought I don't know. It's just weird, weird fantasies. Like with Olivia Dunham, like if you were like one of those fringe crooks, would and if Olivia Dunham was involved, would you sort of delay the like if you were escaping, right? And you know maybe you knew she was going to catch you with her team, her fringe team. Would you kind of delay it and sort of let her make contact with you, then wrestle a bit with her? Because you're you're going to get locked up, so you sort of slow down a bit so she catches up, and then you sort of wrestle a bit and get a little bit of Olivia Dunham, essence on your clothing. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always wanted to be like her, doing detective stuff, solving
Me too.
strange cases. It was like it really was like in some ways it was the Twilight Zone of the modern era. Or X-Files rather.
Yeah, the X. Oh yeah, yeah. They
Because like that's
investigated
what
some.
she did. Like she went around investigating stuff.
Yeah, they were heavy. They should do more. I don't know why they don't.
I didn't watch any of the X Files when they were originally airing. I don't think. I mean, well, actually, I mean, I definitely did uh, catch like a little piece here
One
and
of
there or
them
whatever.
was banned, right? One of the episodes of the X-Files was banned because it had like
The Little
it had
Gunman,
no. There was an X-Files episode about an
9/11.
incestuous family.
What? No.
Yeah,
Oh, that one. Yeah.
The band
But
what?
hold on, I forget. Did it actually air or did it never air? It had to
I
air, right?
no, it had like you can watch it on Disney Plus now,
What?
or I can. Um, like because we don't have Hulu, we have Star or whatever, and through Star we get stuff that would usually be on Hulu, and it's on there. Including the episodes, the last episodes they did before I think 9/11 happened, and also like the show stopped for a while. I'll never understand how writers will predict stuff though. That stuff's wild. Like the
That's
one
'cause it's
that's
a secret organization, and they literally plan everything, so they're totally in on the know.
the
Important
one
what you.
that still gets me, that still fucks me up thinking about it because it was so weirdly timed, is when they decided to kill off Brian in Family Guy, and then that same week, Paul Walker dies, who played Brian in Fast and Furious. and he died in a car accident, like suspicious circumstances surrounding a car accident.
Some people believe that these people don't actually die. Some celebrities, like there's some theories that Michael Jackson, like I saw a picture of him the other day, and they're like, what was he? It was like
Some of them, yeah,
the chief director of arts or something like that for another country. I don't know. Anyway, like the cultural thing, and it was like, oh, this is Michael Jackson now. Like I don't know, that's crazy, but I don't necessarily believe that. But yeah.
I think it could happen if they got somebody who could be like an imposter to, or just say, "Oh, something happened." Because if they were getting like maybe threatened or harassed or couldn't live that way anymore, maybe they just changed their name and came up with a story and just started a new life. You never know. I hope so.
that
You
reminds
never
me of
know.
one of the famous conspiracy theories where with the Beatles, how they rumored that Paul McCartney actually died in a
Yeah,
car accident,
I remember that.
and they put subliminal messages in the backmasking of a bunch of their records where they would say like Paul is dead, and it was so bizarre.
Yeah, and they replaced him with somebody.
Yeah, someone that looked like him, the theory was that it was someone that looked like him that won like a lookalike contest or something. They said the same thing about Avril Lavigne as well.
Well, she was out of commission when she got um, Lyme disease, but I never heard about that with Avril.
Yeah, one of the spooky recent ones is Matthew Perry, the guy who passed away who played Chandler in Friends, because his name in that show was Chandler. And there's a woman who is supposed to be like a handler um, called Rachel Chandler, and I've looked her up actually. Her social media accounts actually still exist on social media on things, and there's photos floating around on the internet of her at a bunch of celebrity gatherings with very well-known celebrities just like chilling there. And supposedly she was like a handler for a bunch of these celebrities. Hey, Twisted.
You say handler. You mean like a fluffer or like an agent or like what do you mean here?
Yeah, like an agent, designed to like keep them in control. Like,
Oh, you mean like handler?
yeah, like a proper like handler. Kind of like that time. I think Barbara Walters from 2020 or whatever interviewed Britney Spears, and something happened. Something was said in the interview, and she just burst into tears out of nowhere. It was really bizarre, like a complete emotional shift. Or there was like a complete switch in her personality or something. Like that's a theory, right? Is that they create like alters in these people
Yeah,
that they can access
personality
through
and
certain phrases.
Manchurian shit, MK Ultra, etc.
Yeah, basically.
Uh, Avril Lavigne had fucking Lyme disease. That's fucked up.
You know where that came from, right?
Wood ticks.
Yeah. Thanks,
Yeah,
DARPA.
they're nasty wood ticks.
It came from a government facility called Plum Island,
Yeah, it did.
and basically they were doing research on a bunch of different diseases, but they didn't consider that flies and things like that that carry diseases would leave the island, and these
Birds,
ticks and
dude.
things like that.
Birds. The fucking ticks
Yeah,
got
birds as
birds. The
well.
birds fucking could leave the island. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Fucked up. Motherfucker. These fuckers. They do this shit.
They didn't think of the birds.
Coincidentally, chickens love ticks, and they're good at eating ticks. So if you just have free range fucking chickens, they take down your tick fucking problems. Fleas too. I probably have fucking Lyme disease. I had a fucking nasty
That's
fucking
awesome.
tick on me.
I hate ticks. I've never been bitten by a tick. I'm so thankful.
Yeah, be careful. I did. It was bad. It was bad. It was
Did
fucking
you get
nested
sick?
in me. Well, fucking now it's fucked up.
Where'd you get bit?
On my fucking like chest. Motherfucker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fucking target too. Sucks. Whatever.
I think that they released a bunch of ticks at Plum Island, like Miss just said. That's the government. And I heard that they're doing the same with mosquitoes now, but who knows?
Oh, that's fucked up too. I don't like that. It ain't the first time with those. Well, this is a while back. They did this. It was Monsanto then released it. They like sterilized them or some shit because they only have like sex once or something.
You cut out, but we learned about that at school actually. How they were doing that to try to minimize the mosquito population. But yeah, they were saying that they're gonna basically be sterile and they're gonna release them and they're gonna mate, and then they're not gonna be able to have babies or something like that. I just am sketched about them doing that now. Because if they evolve like they say happens, then they could evolve to something else. I don't know. But lately, I've been seeing really big mosquitoes, like strange.
Mayflies.
No, they're not the big ones that eat the mosquitoes. They're like really big mosquitoes. I don't know. It's hard to. I've seen mosquitoes my whole life, so I know what they normally look. They look different now.
They're
They do.
zebras. They're like fucking black and white
Yes,
striped motherfuckers, and they're
yes.
like beefy. They're
I know
like
what you're talking
beefcakes. Like they've been going to the gym.
Dude, they look so different. Now they have like this lighter color to them. They used to be like dark gray. Now there's some of them where their wings are like see-through and they look like really light
Yeah,
brown.
they're
And they
fucking
look different
making
than they've
them
always looked for who knows how long, like decades. Like they've
millions.
always looked that way since since at least like 20 years, since I've remembered them. But I don't know. Now they've just changed. I don't know what they're doing.
That's fucking Bill Gates doing it and shit. I don't know. I think we should like not do that. I got a question. Everybody's talking about the climate change and cow farts and SUVs and stuff. How come nobody's talking about the freaking all the nuclear tests, detonations they did in the ionosphere? Think maybe that had anything? Was that bad? Maybe.
That's crazy when they do that.
Yeah, they started in like the fucking 60s or some shit, or maybe 50s.
Is that
I
how they
think it
found
started in
out?
the 50s, and it was like over 60 fucking tests, like straight up
Golly.
nuclear detonations at fucking high altitude, and yeah, serious shit. Yeah, it's all documented
Is that
too.
how they found out how EMPs like
A little
work?
bit,
Okay, they did it. Okay, cool. That's crazy.
yeah, but
And it's funny how they all take their plane to go on a climate change like
yeah, yeah, none of
symposium.
that was
Like
mentioned. Yeah,
all these planes you're flying, don't you think they're anyway?
no, 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 no. See, you practice what I preach, right? Not what they do.
I was like I want a Tesla. I was trying to get one
Uh-huh.
until I found out like that they can be hacked. Like I believe that they can be hacked, and on that
Potentially.
movie, like that, you know, that popular movie that's out now, Leave the
Uh-uh.
World Behind. They have all
Uh-uh.
these Teslas going in the same location, even brand new ones, like programmed to go, and like they're just like stopping up the road and everything. It was crazy.
Well, if you can successfully hack into one, you get one for free.
I mean, Elon Musk could hack into them.
Maybe. But what I hear though, there's a fucking bounty for that. If you can hack in to a Tesla and fire it up, you get one.
Did you guys ever hear anything about the llama and the llama's autoimmune system? It has a T cell that goes in and attacks the COVID virus because it's so small. It's small enough that it can zoom right in on the extended stem that comes off the coronal ball and attacks it right there. You know, that sequence of genetics, it's the key that attaches to the human cell. Anyhow,
With the llama?
the llama animal has this autonomic T cell that it's small enough. It's like a little, I don't know what's the word for it. It's like a little attack. It's better at attacking, and so it's already, like it's genetically designed to handle the coronavirus. I'm thinking, wow, where's that lab has been some places I haven't, so that's weird. I know I saw this TV show. It's always on my mind because there's those History Channel guides, those ancient alien guys. They went over to some Hawaiian island, somewhere over there, I don't know where, but they saw these statues that were carved, and there's something like depicting an alien and a llama. And I thought, oh, and I think they even joked how the llama was their little pets. So I'm thinking if aliens are around and they got those viruses on them, and it's okay with the llama, because he can survive through, so the descendants of all the llamas, since, whenever aliens are around before, they could still, they could still kick it, right? So I was thinking maybe that's what happened is, maybe over in China they shot down a UFO and, found some alien and it had some stupid cold virus, maybe.
You mean SARS?
No, that COVID thing?
Well, SARS was like COVID 2 because it's
Maybe,
COVID 19, not COVID 1.
maybe it's similar. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure, actually. Yeah, it is.
It's weird the llamas. It doesn't bother them.
Really?
I
What
actually
about any
thought
other
really,
animals? Any other animals?
I don't know. I know it can spread. It's weird, but it's mutating. Actually,
And
well, the way I see it, because okay, originally I thought it came from a bat, and then bats would infest their herd of cattle, the call, and it would infect it with its own version of its symbiotic virus. So
how
the
did it?
virus
Was
the
it through
virus
the
is
drinking water, or did it actually bite it, or like what?
no. I'm just saying, like a
Do you
plausible
know?
explanation. This plausible explanation is that bats, in some places, maybe wherever they got them, have a
Huh.
particular virus that is okay to live in the bat, but when they bite the cow and feed off it, they also leave like a little bit of their self-defense mechanisms. So any other animals that go to feed off the cow, say, I don't mean to knock the cow, but any other animals, they would maybe get sick because these are animals that are used in the call of a bat that leaves a marker. So, but in that case, for this virus, it would have to sort of autonomically live in the host, like the call, and so that bat only, its type, could feed off of only that type of herd, and any other animals would get sick, so they avoid it in nature. But then that sort of tended to me to think about some kind of genetic structure where if you then were infected with that virus, well, that virus now has to kind of formulate a new host or a new host and a new call. So every time the virus attacks somebody, it has to, and it's regenerating and mutating. It's going to remutate a virus that's compatible with the new host. So it's got to make it's got to make a new herd sick. And so as it progresses through the whole world, it's either going to auto up or auto down in mutation based on the cellular and genetic structure of people. So you get multitudes of strains. So there's thousands of strains because each time this thing enters and mutates, it has to reassemble and use the existing genetics to sort of repopulate itself without killing the herd. It will genetically downsize itself. It'll try to maintain some of the herd. But if everybody gets sick, there's going to be multitudes of strains. But I just figured that it started from a bat, and then it got out of hand.
I'm pretty sure it came from the Wuhan fucking laboratory.
Yeah, they could have been investigating it, but God only knows if people were tampering with genetics. I mean, it's a whole other deal. But that was just one theory that I had. It's a simple nature thing, and this virus has already been there. It was just that we haven't encountered it.
Why was it called COVID-19 then, and not COVID-1?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what they were up to. I don't know the nomenclature.
It's weird to me, I don't know. COVID-19, not COVID-1.
That was just my thought. Why it automatically mutates on its own is because that's inherently the genetics. Yeah, like So, but yeah, it's just so like I don't know. Just the genetics of the thing itself might be okay for the bat and its a herd of cows. Because it's just there's some stability there. But if you enter in new genetic material, like a person or an animal, then that virus that's okay with the bat, it might now have to revert and try to, have the new genetics entered, have it compatible. So it might have to now mutate. So so if you have just cows and humans, well, now the virus has to mutate to allow humans to be accepted into this call that's used by the virus to maintain this structure for the bat. So it's just an autonomic system of self-defense to maintain control over the herd. So, but it makes people sick. That was just some stupid idea that I had. It's just some self-defense system of a bat species that got out of control.
They could have originally they extracted it weird. And then used that and modified it.
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean,
weaponized
it. Well, I know there's
unfortunately, there are fucking serious laboratories and shit that are dedicated to weaponizing fucking this shit, and that's terrifying.
Maybe so. Yeah,
terrifying. I don't like that.
Well,
like there's no benefit towards it. It's not like benefiting humanity. It's fucking it up. They're trying to like cure things. It's different. I don't know. Did you know? Do you know what the largest purchaser and user of chicken eggs? Do you know who that is in the world? What they're used for?
No. Oh, vaccine?
It's alarming. Yeah, it's alarming. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know that thing from what I read about over in Wuhan. That whatever they were studying, it got leaked out because of the level 4 containment alarm system failed to operate properly. So I'm sure they were working on stuff to investigate. God only knows. But
wasn't there the year leading up to like the big pandemic, right? Wasn't there like a Wuhan scientist or something that was like here in the States, and then like
Yeah,
Like
there was some.
move material from like a fucking like remember this? This is like
Well, I
in the
know there was
headline.
some. There was a scientist that was warning of something, and then took off and came to the States, and maybe talked to the officials there. I'm not
Yeah,
sure though.
something, yeah, it was
That's
something with the university lab and like some weird stuff. And then God, I just remember like I was really like paying attention to all this stuff, right? Like
it's
and
you know
hearing
what.
about how resilient the damn shit was, that it could fucking survive for like more than 72 hours, going on to like 5 days on non-porous fucking dry surface. What the fuck?
I feel really bad for China, and for during that time and now. It's still they're still really triggered over it, and the strains that they had was pretty bad. So
How do you mean? How do you mean
I don't.
triggered over it?
Well, if there's any breakouts, the people go into
Uh,
quarantine. So they're
oh
out.
yeah, yeah,
Like I know
yeah.
here, if someone's sick, it's like, oh
Australia's
well.
bad too.
It is, it's weird here where I live. It's like if you get sick, it's like, oh well, you don't have a family doctor, so you can maybe go to the walk-in clinic, or you can go to the hospital. After that, you're kind of on your own. So, but yeah, no, well, I know myself during the pandemic stage that the Chinese had it really bad. It's almost like they had a worse strain. So they took some really bad hits there, and now they don't want anything to deal with it, but it's still spreading. So they go into this kind of quarantine mode where if you're sick, then yeah, you might have to go into quarantine. It's a shitty way to live, kind of control. Yeah, gone are the days of the super carriers.
What's a super carrier? What's that?
Oh, or in China, if somebody was making more than 8 people sick, they called it a super carrier because their immune system was not affected by it, but they still carried the virus and made other people sick. So actually, those are the people they should have been, getting blood serums from to support the others. But I don't know.
I was surprised, honestly, when I got COVID that it was not as bad as it could have been. Because,
Yeah,
like, I've had pneumonia twice when I was a kid, and it was not fun. And thankfully, because I took, like, cold and flu tablets, I also made sure I drank loads of electrolytes. Like, that really helped me. Um, like, I made sure I was doing that regularly, and that seemed to, yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
yeah.
That seemed to fix it.
I caught it a few times. I caught it once or twice even before they officially announced it. I got it in the eye and then inhaled it. Then I got spittle. And then another strain, I got COVID toes. Yeah, but no cytokine storm. The cytokine storm. That's what they should be looking into. I don't know why Fauci doesn't jump on that. We're going to help everybody around the world. We're going to figure out if you have cytokine storm. Because the
Supposedly,
virus,
the next one to look out for is going to be a thing called Virus X or something.
the white lung.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's
Yeah,
strange.
yeah. There's a new strain or something floating around. It's spreading where I guess the X-ray gives a white lung. It's a dry cough, like pneumonia, or yeah, pneumonia, dry cough with infection, white lung,
We gotta watch out for herpes XL.
trippy X. But yeah, I was wondering about that llama. If you could somehow, if you pet your llama, does that mean it rubs off on you? You can have better T cells. It's weird. I watched this video about T cells killing a foreign element. It comes in and it zapped it 4 times. It was a cancer cell. The T cell came in and it had it under a microscope. The T cell came in and went zap. And then the thing moved and it would zap again. I'm like, what? And then zapped it. And the cancer cell shrunk. And then the T cell kind of went zap again. And just kind of basically killed the cell with, electrochemical sparks. It's weird. That's how I was thinking the genetic structure, all the unknown chain length is storage for the body to reassemble and build T cells for anything that comes along, based on history and an attack. Like a list of stuff. I'll say this medically, the weirdest one is if you have bacterial resistance and you go to the hospital for a walk-in for antibiotics or infection, the antibiotics that they give you might not have any ability to reduce infection at all. It's actually detrimental to your autoimmune system. So some, if you got a cold or flu or bacterial infection, the antibiotics won't do anything. So you have to have it tested and have it cultured in the lab at the hospital or wherever to test for certain strains, because not all antibiotics attack. It can kill some strains, so they have to look for these certain strains. They have to do a culture test to find out which antibiotics will kill the bacteria to stop the infection. It's not a catch-all for your one antibiotic thing. Throw that out there.
Oh yeah, it's 11:11 for me.
What's with all this fucking forced drama, rivalry, fucking like roving UFO fucking gang business about?
Oh, the Twitter gang?
I guess so, yeah.
I've heard some of it, but I don't know much about it. And I guess I don't really get involved enough, but I've heard about it. Yeah, there's like roaming gangs of Twitter terrorists that are attacking, and
Mm-hmm.
It's bizarre. Like
It is. Yeah.
where's the fun in that? I hate to say it, I'm actually, it's absurd in some ways because there's so much other shit going on in the world. I come to Twitter to get away from the war stories. You come here and do stupid shit. Have fun.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, instead of
perverts. It is not normal. This is perverted. Do you know what a
Who the fuck is that?
perverted means? Perverts. Pervert. Pervert.
That's a
That's
recording.
lovely.
He's triggering me. He's making me mad, that fucking guy.
It comes to
You know that guy?
That fucking
Butter
triggered me.
Monkey.
Fucking triggered me.
Where's that guy, Butter Monkey?
I was in a thing
He's
with
got
with
butter.
I was in a thing with Kumar recently, actually, and it was so funny. He was saying all kinds of weird stuff, and I'm just like, because he was going on about how I'm like into anal. He was saying some weird things about my father and shit.
Oh my god.
And I'm just like, is he normally like this when I'm not around? Like, why is he so obsessed with anal?
Oh my god.
I know. I heard he does rim jobs. Like he eats ass.
My
But he
goat
was
does
ashamed
not.
of it.
Don't talk about my goat like that. My goat, Kumar, is not like that. Don't be talking about my goat.
I personally, I think he's I think Kumar's a fucking he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
my
He totally
that's
is.
Yeah,
That's
fucking
my goal.
presumptuous too. He like presumes things and just fucking like I don't know. Like I gave him a chance like out of respect, but like he don't got no respect, man.
Yeah, he made some girl cry. That's weird. And her dog died too.
Oh, Moneypenny, yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
just so
really
like
sad.
why? He's not
I felt
professional,
for
though
her.
he
No,
might
he's not,
report.
and he doesn't
He,
think it's real life. He doesn't think that this is real life. He thinks it's make believe land. You can do whatever you want because it's the
Yeah.
magic internet. No, no,
Well,
no,
and
no, no.
yeah, and how do you know
that's
Miss Moneypenny?
Lily's exactly the same. She's
A
like,
little bit.
oh, it's Fantasyland
Yeah,
and
but
things like that. And
I think
what
they're a
about
little neurotic, maybe.
if Miss Moneypenny she worked
a
for the
little.
Saudis? You know, the Saudis. She's a journalist. She might have worked for the Saudis, and so Moneypenny is getting slammed by some fella who looks for
Moneypenny
employer or
worked for
something
like
for
the
Saudi.
BBC or
I don't.
something at
Anyways,
one
I
point.
I don't know. I don't want to get into it, but whatever. Yeah, BBC. She might report on
Oh,
Saudis
I
now.
do, because I just left there when I came here because he fucking said, I don't know, I fucking rolled in like some fucking dude was up there and like he was talking some shit. So then I came up and I was like, hey, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
And then then he said I was sympathizing for the guy and I'm like funny. But then I don't know. Then it got in. He's like, do you eat pussy? And I was like, yeah, I eat pussy. And then it went on some fucking rant about how that's what makes men bisexual or something. I don't know. And then I fucking said, "Hey, do you eat ass?" And then he fucking called
A
me an
lot of
asshole.
them. It's actually quite interesting. Both him and Lily are
Mm.
voluntary incels. You know that, right? They
Mm.
both don't want kids.
Well, there's a difference between, um, you know, not wanting kids and not having the ability to have sexual relations.
No, they definitely don't want kids. Lily said herself she's anti-natal, I believe,
Uh huh. Well,
which is weird.
that's one of two things. That's either like been indoctrinated into her psyche, unfortunately, or she's just saying that to indoctrinate it into other people's psyches.
It's
They
that must be a weird conversation for her and her parents
you know
to
what they
be.
need? They need a battle space. Like if people want to
Battle
do battle,
space.
yeah, they
Yeah.
should have a separate battle space 1, 2, 3. But leave these spaces alone because
We do like
I've actually
Alpha, Bravo, and like,
yeah
yeah.
like I've
Yeah,
actually
I agree.
I heard someone fell asleep on spaces and they're snoring. It was
Oh yeah, that
bizarre.
happens.
Yeah, but then I've never heard someone come on and be crying like, oh my God, like just
Oh, I
poor
have.
poor
I
woman.
see
She's just
Amy down there, by the way.
she was in tears. So they need to
Well,
have a
what did
battle
he do? Did he like
space
lay into her or some shit?
somewhere. I don't know what they said nasty things to her. Hurt her
He just
feelings
wouldn't
really
stop.
bad.
Personal
Yeah.
attacks, and then
Yeah,
just
she
kept
told
going.
him
Yeah.
he was like
Oh,
saying
just
stuff about like her dad raping her and stuff.
Jesus Christ.
yeah, that's what she said. Something like that. She said that. I'm like, what? That's
Like
no.
out of fucking pocket, or like was it
Uh,
fucking crazy, dude?
He
What the
said
fuck?
some things to Angela as well. He said some really horrible things to
Well,
her.
here's the
He was
thing
trying
about
to
he. I
say,
don't think he is a he, to be honest.
like, he sort of said that, like, it was her fault that she got, like, sexually abused or some shit. It was horrible. Horrible.
that's
Yeah,
bad
Stuff
energy
you would
there.
that was
never
around
say
the
to a
fucking.
person.
That was around the kangaroo court we had. But yeah, it's fucked up. Just like when I remember, I laid into fucking uh, Lily or him. No, I was laying into. I don't remember who I was laying into about you when they brought up uh, your fucking, whatever you want to fucking call
Yeah, they try
your
to
thing. It was
have it
irrelevant
go.
though. It wasn't relevant to to bring that out. Like it didn't make any sense. So they were being bigoted and fucking
Isn't
assholes. You know what I
isn't
mean?
Yeah.
Isn't Moneypenny like a retired BBC reporter?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Yeah, so
She's
she's probably been
fabulous.
all over the UK and in Cambridge and then the Queen.
Has anyone
Probably,
seen that?
She's
Or is that
probably
just
also fucking like
Money
like
Penny's one
really
of the
battle
real
hardened.
ones.
yeah,
She's
she's
like battle
probably
hardened and like a fucking and can take shit, resilient. So it must have
she.
really been some fucked up shit to make her do that. It's fucking
Yeah,
it's sad.
Yeah.
she's probably interviewed and knows personally people from Saudi Arabia and Kuwaiti, and also the United Emirates, UAE, because there's people that come over there to the UK to live from the UAE, and so there's a good relationship there. So she probably rubs shoulders with a lot of bigwigs. I would never say nothing against her because holy cow, if I was her, I'd just call one of the prince buddies over in Saudi Arabia and say, get him, sick him, you know. I shouldn't say that, but you could kind of say, well, look, we don't want to do business with you because you're sort of bad mouthing these young ladies who are sort of sweet, honest, journalists. I don't know.
Journalists, like good journalists, are rare these days. Like I went to school and I learned journalism right before the big kind of crash happened where like we lost a bunch of really good journalists because of like COVID and everything.
I know there's a lot of good people over there, but I also know that whole area just terrifies me. It just spooks the hell out of me. Like it's too dangerous, But there is a lot of good shit going on over there, So there's good relationships. It's just not from the West, but yeah. Anyways,
I got a friend in Saudi Arabia.
yeah. I've got who my favorite person is? Prince Alwaleed. But you know what? It's just he's so far out of my reach. In every way. But he's the coolest person, Prince Alwaleed. Kind of admire him
Really?
from a business standpoint. But
What's he do?
But yeah, I don't. But I don't know about the whole Middle East. They're so busy fighting. I'm out. I don't. What does Prince Ali do? He's part of the royal family, and he's a wicked investor, and he created himself an empire, and kind of coexist with his entrepreneurial, colleagues. So he builds a lot of stuff. He's an investor. He helps his people too. I've watched videos where Prince Al Walid bin Talal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. He'll go out in the desert and then thousands of people line up, and then he'll give them money and stuff, help them with their house or a car, or something like that. Yeah, kind of help them with money. So he helps all the people that way. And he likes hawks, so that's cool.
Hawks are cool. We have bald eagles in my area.
Yeah.
They're pretty crazy cool. They're big.
Oh yeah, Prince Al Walid. He used to own part of Twitter, a percentage of Twitter. Prince Al Walid.
Tucker Carlson says he's open to the flat Earth theory.
Yay, flat Earth.
Well, I mean, there's fucking portions of Earth that is flat, But I mean, like, I don't get it. I mean, like, this is the whole thing was a meme, dude. Like, I can't believe how successfully big they actually made this shit.
Hey,
Like, it was a fucking joke.
hey, Miss Morpho.
Look at MH370.
Somebody's requested to join, but last time I tried to help them join, I messed it up. I think. Can you jump on that, Miss Morpho?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh
I got it.
yay,
I got
yay!
got
Because
it.
I'm useless, right? sort of a newbie.
Do you know how to do it, Robit?
Yeah, I know now. I'm intellectually more superiorly advanced, having attained that.
Probably should have asked.
Yeah, because I've moved beyond opening cans with a rock.
What do you use now?
Neanderthal ways.
Stick and a rock.
But yeah, I was thinking, honestly, I watch these videos that they discovered some crashed alien ship on the moon, but it actually had occupants and it looked like women with a
What?
wider set eyes. And they actually had these
What?
gold implants that went in through their eyes and somewhere in the forward of their head, because they also had some kind. I'm not sure what it was. So, but they were frozen, and they've been frozen there for a while. So, I was just thinking, if the good old MIB boys have got some good, craft recovery, reverse engineering going, they shouldn't disclose it. They should use it to go get more crashed ships that are out there on the moon and maybe Mars, and just keep that all a big secret. But yeah, no, I've seen a video of where there's some UFO that crashed on the moon, and one of the occupants, or a couple of them, at least one, it looked sort of like a woman with the facial features, but the eyes were more set wider apart, and she had gold implants that were sort of somewhere close by her eye. I don't know. Maybe it's fake, but she looked like she's frozen a bit. Like you get that frosty, because there's no air there. So if you freeze, you just stay that way, I think. But yeah, I don't know. On the moon? Anyways, yeah, they just they can go use their UFOs to get other crashed UFOs from other because there's more. I'm sure there's more than one alien species with their own unique design of UFOs, not just one. So yeah, who knows? That'd be cool if they had a Saturday afternoon show where they put on all their UFO crash UFO.
Hey, Robert, um, have you ever tried? Actually, never mind. Hold on. God damn. Uh, sorry. Hold
Uh,
Nope, never tried that.
Tried what?
Okay, so you know Kumar, right? Oh, I don't know how much you love Kumar personally. Oh, by the way, Twisted Sister, what's wrong with your voice? You don't sound like your usual self.
I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't. I
Mm.
don't know
Oh,
Kumar. I would avoid
I
him.
heard some black angry guy earlier.
I would avoid him because he sounds like he's really mean to and I don't know. I just know from other spaces or from others, so just avoid it. Like if other spaces I'll go
No,
in and if they're
I know Kumar. It's all good. I mean, I told Kumar one time I was gonna what did I say? I said some like really like gay shit to him, just to like flip him the fuck out, you know? And yeah,
oh
he like obviously kicked me out or whatever.
that yeah
I like to fuck with him.
What'd you say?
I don't know, it's something like really gay, like I don't know, just imagine something like really gay, something. That's something like that. I don't remember what it was specifically. It was like I love like you know doing these insert gay activity. I love doing that thing or whatever. I don't want to say it because yeah, but
Were you being truthful?
no, I was fucking with Kumar.
yeah.
Oh, so you don't actually like that gay
I don't
activity?
I don't know that myself. I don't know the guy, but just from the
Are
way
you asking because you'd like to go
That's,
offer it?
um, I was just curious what it was. You know.
He's really easy to set off, Kumar.
yeah
Like all I have to do is exist, and he
How dare you?
turns into this raging monster. Same with Lily.
yeah.
So there's an account called the Lid Lounge, and I think that I'm kind of hold on. I'm hearing it in my ear. Fuck. But I don't think that's like is actually tied to like either like Reptile or Kumar, because it only posts stuff that's kind of like embarrassing for them. So like I don't think it's them, but it could be. I mean it'd be even more hilarious if it were. But it doesn't have that many followers. It only has like 300 followers. So there's no. It's been around since January. There's no way it can be like legit. I don't think.
Yeah,
Okay, here's one.
myself, even though I mentioned it, I'll just bring it up and close it. But yeah, no, I just that Moneypenny had mentioned this fella Kumar, and I thought, what the heck? So I looked it up, So his profile seems professional, and I just kind
He has a few
yeah, but
accounts.
I was just wondering
Yeah.
what could Moneypenny say that would get that much of a backlash to say those nasty things like, oh my God.
Well, she must not know Kumar.
Like, yeah, it's
She must
just
be, I don't
different,
know, somewhat new.
different countries and different, different
She is
ways, right?
someone new to the community. Like, she's been helping with Mello and the whole like cables thing, the Cablegate thing that Mello's doing, and everyone else. And she's kind of hired everyone in the server who's interested to be like independent freelance journalists and investigate the Cablegate scenario.
Yeah. Well, I know.
Just for anything that might, like any cable transmissions that might mention like UFOs or something, because there's a lot of them. Like they go back to like the 70s to, they go from like the 70s till now. I think like she's only looked at like about 4 of them so far, and there's heaps. Because Cablegate was like, it was the stuff that came out when there was the big WikiLeaks scandal with Julian Assange.
Yeah.
The guy who created WikiLeaks, basically.
Well, technically, the world governments created, that, but he orchestrated it and put it into, one place.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Still in prison. Duh. That guy.
Half your life you're gonna pervert like a fucking degenerate fucking mouse or a rat or a cat or a fuck, and all of a sudden you start living like a human being. How is it possible? You fucked yourself up. Like, how is it even possible? You start getting like start fucking people like fucking they like to fuck like dog as well. They like to fucking eat the pussy, become pussies as well, act like faggots after that. So they're eating pussies, fucking in dog style. They're fucking enjoying the cowgirl ride and fucking that shit that is happening out there. It's like, what is that? So again, cows, dogs, cats, pussies, it's already happening out there, So it's like, it's very animalistic. It's not even like, the usage of tongue is more than the use of anything else is, right? Men with men and women with women, and then of all these all together, 3 or 4 people can also have fun sometimes if you can keep it as people just say it like, yeah, okay, all right. I mean,
Good Lord.
do not forget to share this. If you like whatever the fuck you're doing in here,
Oh my God.
do not forget to share the space
Oh my God.
with your mighty followers. You worked really hard to get those followers. Enlighten them with Kumar spaces.
Oh my
It's
God.
very simple. At the bottom right side, you'll see the purple chat icon. Hit it, smash it, punch it, lick it, suck it, fuck it, and retweet the space. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you like whatever the fuck we are doing in here, do not forget to share the space with your mighty, mighty followers.
Oh my God.
This accent sounds so funny, doesn't it?
Oh my God. You're talking about my goat Tika. Don't be talking about my goat Tika doing like those things. That's my goat. My goat.
In the space I came from where he was there, he kept on repeating it over and over again. He'd say a bunch of shit and then he'd go, Do you get it? Do you get it?
Aren't you listening? Don't you get it? That's my goat.
Fucking-
Do you get it?
Don't get my goat. You got it? Don't you get it, my goat? Don't get my goat. Tika.
I think he needs fucking taken down. Fucking notch.
Really? Why?
You mean really? What? Really? Why?
Yeah.
Really? Because he's fucking toxic as fuck.
Yeah, but people support him still. You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, the
He
people want to.
fucking personally disrespects me and then my friends, so fuck him.
Sure, but I mean, you can't like.
Like I said, he needs
Can't
taken
take him
down a
down.
fucking notch or two. He fucking thinks
Both
he's on
him and
fucking
Lily need to be taken
level
down a
10, but he's
notch.
really a fucking level like 4.5, maybe. You know? Fucking guy.
Next time, if there's an opportunity that presents itself, I really need to record Lily during one of her rants. Because she goes on these rants just like Kumar does. Like, where
Very
she...
similar, huh?
Yeah, very similar. Like, really resentful, really hateful. And it's just like, where is all this resentment and hatred coming from? Like, who hurt you? Are you okay? Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, Lily does have some, issues that probably exacerbate that from time to time, But we all got our fucking issues. We all got our
Yeah,
fucking...
we all have our issues, but if you decide to let it turn you into an asshole, that is a choice. You know, you don't have to let it make you... You don't have to let it make you bitter, you know?
Yeah, the get a pass or not thing, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it gives you a pass, no.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
It doesn't give you a pass.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and when she was talking about disabled people and things like that, she was actually talking about me. Because I called her out for her ableism. She didn't like it.
Hey, does Prince Alwaleed still own part of Twitter, or did Mr. Elon Musk he owns the whole thing, 100%? Because I know
He doesn't.
Prince Al.
He had multiple investors to achieve the purchase.
Yeah,
It's still not. It's still a private company, so yeah, probably.
maybe. You never know.
Oh my god, that fucking hurt. You say this Prince guy owns a fucking X?
Oh look, he's here.
Where?
We spoke of the devil and he appeared.
Ooh. I don't know why I did spooky ghost.
Kumar, we were just playing a clip from you, Kumar. Oh man, it was hilarious. Hold on, it's right here. We can still play it again.
Yeah, let's play
Oh
that.
my god.
No, shut up, Zobit.
You worked really
Dude,
hard
that sounded
those
just like him.
In them with Kumar spaces. It's very simple. At the bottom right, you'll see the purple chat icon. Hit it, knock it, smash it, lick it, suck it, fuck it, and retweet. Space. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You know, playing that back, I think that is Kumar, isn't it? That's not an AI voice, right?
I don't know.
I'm not so sure now, actually. It does sound real though. I don't know. Those AI voices are so good these days. I don't know.
It sounded really, like beta, kind of, It wasn't
Can you
alpha.
play it
That's for
again?
sure.
It
Yeah,
might have
play
been
that
like
again.
my audio's like it glitches sometimes. I have to like restart my computer. I don't know why it does that. Like the audio will cut out like that. It's kind of annoying, but I'll do that right now. Hold on. Oh yeah, Kumar. By the way, I was gonna ask. This account that I came across is called the Lizard Lounge. I was trying to figure out if that's like associated with you and Reptile, or if that's like some kind of account that's like not one that you like or whatever. It's just like a parody or something. It only has like 300 followers and it's been around since January. I would think that like if it was associated with you guys for real, it'd have like a way more, So it seems like a fake account or something. I guess we should all go back to sucking dick now.
That
Is
bit,
anybody interested in purchasing a chicken egg from 1883?
you could take that audio of him saying "lick it, suck it, fuck it," put that into like a dubstep song with like a mean drop, and it would be amazing.
Yeah. Could you play it again? It was cutting out.
No, that's the problem. I need to restart my computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, my voice changes sometimes. It's weird. I live in an international country. It's I kind of trip out.
So fuck does that mean? An international country? What I mean, fucking aren't
Well,
all of them international?
yeah. Well, up here in Canada, everybody's from everywhere. So you pick up all these accents, and you start to learn their languages and stuff, and then next thing you know, you got weird accents. So it sticks. It's weird.
I like accents.
Yeah, it's like
I've
really
had
like
that with
language.
accents. Like I
you learn
picked up
just
a lot of different accents from different people.
like I
Like
speak broken English.
like
Yeah,
I
I
remember
speak bad
I
English
had
and broken English and English.
I had a teacher who was South African. His name was Mr. Joel, and I used to impersonate him because the South Africans, they have this weird slant in the way that they talk, and it's very bizarre.
Yeah.
But I like it. I think the South African accent is kind of interesting.
You're nailing it pretty good there. I heard that.
Up here where I live, there's up here where I live
I
in
really like the
Canada.
Scottish accent as well. I think that's great.
Scots.
Hey, hold on,
Scots are great. They're
before we
great.
go any further, let's address something here. Like that thing. I don't know if you guys notice it in other spaces. You must. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Maybe it's just like a host thing that notices it. But when you mention somebody in a space, right? How often is it that person just pops in shortly after you just we're talking about them, right? Like
Yeah.
it's constant, right? And I don't know. For some reason I haven't been keeping a tally on it. And so today I figured I'm gonna start keeping a fucking tally from now on. Every time that fucking happens, right? So
It's like magic.
right. So I was talking about Kimball earlier, and actually, was it me? I don't know. We were talking about Kimball, and like within like a minute or two, he like just pops in as is he in here now? Oh no, he's not. He just pops in, right? I was like, oh, there's one right there. I'll tell you that one. And then here we are talking about Kumar. I don't think I've ever talked about Kumar in my space, but here's fucking Kumar, right? Within like a couple of minutes of us talking about Kumar, this fucking guy is right here.
Karma.
I just chalk it up to coincidence, right? But if it didn't happen every fucking day, like at least a couple times, I would just chalk it up to coincidence.
It's because he's monitoring every single space constantly, and as soon as he hears, he's like.
Up here in Canada, there's people who speak Hindi or Urdu or okay, I'm trying to think now. There's a bunch of different languages that they speak. Hindi, Urdu, Baswadi.
Baswadi. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what happened earlier? I was recording.
Mostly Hindi.
I was jamming like on my guitar, right? Just recording, doing that, and I don't know. I was a good way into like the recording of it, and then Taylor gave me a call during like the during that, and I don't know, Taylor. Yeah, just don't feel bad about it, but like it's it totally erased the whole video I had made. I was so fucking like gutted. Like no, I don't know how. That's just annoying. But I was just thinking about it. But
What happened?
I thought like the video like maybe got backed up somewhere, but I just realized like there's no backup of it. It's okay. It's not like I can't just record another one. It's like whatever. But yeah. I was just recording a video that just got erased. It's no biggie. It wasn't like a special or anything.
Who fucked it up?
Me? I forgot to pause
You
it.
fucked it up yourself.
Yeah, I forgot to pause the video before I took a call.
Oh shit! Was the call worth it? Was it a good call?
Well, we're here now because of it. So you tell me.
Oh, you tell me. It's a good call. It was a good call. I got a chopstick in my hand.
Oh yeah, we were talking earlier about like intelligent design and like Taylor was talking about like DNA, right? About how that's like proof of like intelligent design or whatever. And I was like, well, that's sure, but that doesn't prove God. It could just prove some other alien created us, right? But then it's the problem of who created them, who created them, or whatever. To like a million people back or whatever. There's got to be who's the source of all creation or whatever, right? So I don't know that answer obviously, but what other like evidence besides the whole DNA thing of intelligent design do you think exists in our world that's it's been scientifically shown or proven or whatever, besides DNA stuff?
You mean other forms of genetics, like other DNA? You mean?
Yeah, maybe genes
or intelligence,
proteins. I don't know. Fucking. I mean, like all of the fucking, like countless coincidences and all that stuff. Like it's all too convenient. A little too convenient, if you ask me. I don't know.
Yeah. Like who Deep Prasad is? He's like this Indian. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not Indian. He kind of has that look, like he might be from that area or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, he's like this like quantum computer like genius. He's like runs like a massive like. He's like, I don't know. He's kind of like Tony Stark, kind of like an Indian Tony Stark. And I hope he's Indian. But anyway, he had like a really strange encounter with aliens in his bedroom, right? Have you heard that story?
No.
No.
Go ahead. Please.
No.
No way, you're joking.
I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about.
What?
I'm
Okay.
interested. I want to hear about it.
Well, okay, hold on. I have a clip of him talking about it for like a couple minutes. He like some aliens, like he was in bed, right? And some aliens came down into his bedroom, and it took this whole thing like took place over like 20-30 minutes, this whole like event. And they like showed him like a bunch of I don't know how to like even talk about it. Let's see if I can find it real quick. But they showed him like a bunch of symbols, and they were like
telepathically, or like they were like
like
projecting.
literally like projecting it like onto his bed in front of him for like 20 minutes. They were like it's like a mixture of like Japanese and like cuneiform or something, and like he didn't recognize any of like the lettering, but George Knapp, but he did recognize 3 letters that kept popping up. They were the letters DNA, and which shows that somehow DNA was relevant in this situation. Here it is. I found it right away. Perfect.
Reaches out and grabs you by the throat. Tell me about the experience.
Basically, so this is 9 in the morning, and I'm in my room, just like sitting against my headboard and sending email on my laptop, and I put down my laptop for just a second to pick up my phone. And as soon as I do that, I get this like it's like I knew exactly what next. That's
okay. You see how like the audio kind of like keeps stopping like that, all weirdly and annoyingly. Is that like too much, or you want me to fix it? It's gonna take like a minute for me to fix it.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
some weird. One of the weirdest parts about this is that I felt like I knew that I'm through an experience, and I'm even going to call it an abduction because that's the best word that my brain can come up. This all came to me within half a second or maybe milliseconds, and then that I couldn't even move, and I started freaking out. That's never happened to me before. While being consciously awake, and suddenly you just can't do anything. It was terrifying. I scanned the room just with my eyes for like I did about 2, and then by the time I get to my third scan, I see this shimmering object. It's a white outline with like these big black eyes. And initially, I thought like, this can't be real. Suddenly, it became completely solid, completely materialized, and I see this being. It's about 3 to 4 feet tall. Its head, like probably the head alone was about a foot. Very like robotic looking. The whole thing that it was wearing was like one uniform Snow White spacesuit. Like it was very pure white with like this gold stigma in the middle that was constantly changing color.
Nah, I'm not. Nah, I'm gonna have to just fix it. Hold on. I'll just restart my thing real quick. This is way too annoying, and like it's cutting out like some like key bits of like interesting information we have to like hear. Hey, actually, Randy, you've had like a prayer like what was your experience like? Like you never went aboard the craft, did you? Didn't you just shoot the UFO and it shot you back?
Exactly. Just here and then there, and then back. I don't remember transportating.
What did it look like? I forget.
It was round. Both times, I'd say around 50 to 60 feet around.
How far?
I would say inside of 100 feet.
Damn.
Yeah, it's just the first time got really close. I thought it was a helicopter for sure, because my dad's friend was a crop duster, and he flew a helicopter, and I thought for sure I was being rescued.
Rescued from what?
Yeah, were you in need of rescue?
Yeah. Well, yeah. My asshole brother. We went hiking. I was just 7 years old, and he took off running back to the campsite, and he ditched me, and I didn't know how to get back to my campsite. So I kept on taking paths and got lost, and so I was hanging by this rock. Well, I was actually by a tree because it was really cold. And then when I saw this light, I said, "Oh man, maybe this is rescuers." So I got on this rock and I started waving my arms, thinking this was a clear spot for the helicopter to potentially land to rescue me. And then this thing got brighter and brighter and closer. And then there's like that buzzing sound. It's like, I don't know, this is a helicopter, what it was, you know? And the next thing I know, I'm 3 days later along the highway that I needed to cross. And this older couple picked me up, and they take me to a sheriff's department, and they've been looking for me for 3 days. And I'm like, what? I thought this was like 5 minutes. And it's like, oh, wow, I had no idea. And my dad's friend had taken me camping. And so when the sheriff took me to the campsite, he beat my ass. And my dad was round too.
So the sheriff and your dad beat your ass?
You know, the sheriff took me to my
Because you
dad's.
got abducted by aliens?
Well, because my dad thought it was all a lie, you know, that it was like a
Was it?
demon, or, you know, because we're Catholic. So anything that was attacking me was like, okay, I'm a sinner, and it had to be like demonic or something. So he took me to church and to have confession. So I had to say, you know, 5 Our Fathers and 5 Hail Marys to forgive me for my sins, because I saw, you know, I was lying. You know, I didn't see any aliens or come up with this crazy story, and I was not ever allowed to speak of this ever again.
But you had missing time.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that it was. It was all me being lost. That's all he thought. I was just lost, and it was my mistake. And I came up with this crazy story to make it sound like it wasn't, my mistake, and it was all my fault. Even though my brother ran off and left me, it was all my fault. It's been all my fault all my life. My brother was, I put him on a pedestal, and I was always knocked down.
Well, how long did you think you were gone?
I thought I didn't realize I was, abducted at the time. I thought, I spent the night, and then when I got on the road, I was just confusing how I got to the road, and it's like I didn't know if I had fell and hit my head or how I got about there, and only to when I did progressive hypnosis did I understand the whole story. But that was
How?
actually,
What kind of distance was that, like, to the road from where you were? Like, what distance are we talking?
probably at least a half a mile.
Half a mile.
Yeah.
Half a mile. That's
for
like
for a 7-year-old, that's like a.
Oh, like through the woods and like trails and shit?
Oh yeah, this was like near Lake Tahoe. This was like at 7,000 feet elevation.
Why do they always dump people in the road?
Yeah, it's weird. If you look at that missing that 401, that show, the Sierra Mountains, Lake Tahoe, Yosemite, this is hot spots of that missing, people. So I was lucky I got brought back.
Yeah, that's true, man. You're one of the lucky ones. I'm trying to think, how long do you think it takes to walk half a mile? Like 10, 15 minutes maybe?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Depends on terrain. It really depends on terrain.
I was gonna say, because remember that I was telling you earlier that I woke up and
6 blocks, by the way. 6 standard, like, city blocks. So 12 blocks is a mile.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I hadn't thought about that.
I think I got in the wrong path, and then I lost all my sense of direction after that. The tall trees, you can't see the sun or anything like that, so you have no nothing to get coordinates from.
Oh yeah, that one time I was out in I was like lost in like I was out there picking grapes, and I woke up in like the what do you call it, like the fields, I guess, or whatever. You can't like see over like the grape crops or whatever, and so like when it's dark, like you just have to keep walking like straight or back and forth. Like you don't know which directions. Like you're like, which one's like the closest way out of here, but you don't know. You can only go one direction, right? You can't see over it, so you don't know where to go. So it's kind of a shitty situation to be in that situation. Actually, in the forest at nighttime, can you see like your hand in front of your face?
Yeah, I can see.
Depends on the moon.
I can see it because stars. The sky is very clear, not like being in a cave.
Yeah, but there's trees, right? You can't really. It blocks out the.
Yeah, look
the light.
straight up. Yeah, look straight up. You can see.
How you gonna fucking walk with you looking straight up?
And I know. For a 7-year-old, I was terrified.
Yeah, I bet. I remember one time I walked to McDonald's when I was like 7, and that was like a pretty big mission for a 7-year-old. But yeah. Back to the video.
Yes.
Like the universe reaches out and grabs you by the throat. Tell me about the experience.
Basically, so this is 9:40 in the morning, and I'm in my.
Oh, for anyone that wasn't here when I started the video initially, this is Deep Prasad. George Knapp talking to Deep Prasad, who's Deep Prasad's that guy that works with like the world's quantum computers and all that stuff. He like owns the business. He's like the Indian Tony Stark, whatever.
My room, just like sitting against my headboard and sending emails on my laptop. And I put down my laptop for just a second to pick up my phone. And as soon as I do that, I get this like, it's like I knew exactly what would happen next. That's the weirdest part. One of the weirdest parts about this is that I felt like I knew that I'm about to go through an experience, and I'm even going to call it an abduction because that's the best word that my brain can come up with. This all came to me within half a second or maybe milliseconds. And then I realized that I couldn't even move, and I started freaking out. That's never happened to me before, like while being consciously awake and suddenly you just can't do anything. It was terrifying. I scanned the room just with my eyes for like I did about 2 scans, and then by the time I get to my 3rd scan, I see this shimmering object. It's like it's a white outline with like these big black eyes. And initially, like I thought like this can't be real. Suddenly, it became completely solid, completely materialized, and I see this being. It's about 3 to 4 feet tall. Its head is massive. Like probably the head alone was about a foot. Very like robotic looking. The whole thing that it was wearing was like one uniform Snow White spacesuit. Like it was very pure white with like this golden insignia in the middle that was constantly changing colors. Sorry, not changing colors, changing symbols. And so that was weird in itself. And suddenly 2 other beings materialized the same exact way right next to it. And I figured, all right, if I look away, these things are gonna be gone. Like I'm dreaming this or something. And I looked around and I like looked back, and now they're just walking around my room like they own the room. And I was terrified. I was like terrified and fascinated because I was like, holy crap, these things are real. So I moved my neck a little bit, just by about an inch, and I feel extremely nauseous when I did that. So like I was fighting like the paralysis, you can say. And as I did this, like their craft sort of materializes through my room. So like through my roof. So my roof disappears, and I can see their craft sort of submerge through the roof. And I was like, that's not possible. That it definitely made it seem like either my room was a fake image or that was like a fake.
Right here, where he's saying it made it seem like it was a fake image, like what I feel like is it probably was a fake image, right? Like he's like, this is like a fake world. Like what he's experiencing right now is like him like in some like hospital bed, like in the reality, and like they're trying to like keep him in this reality somehow or something, right?
Image being overlaid across my eyes. Then I put my neck down a little bit more, and suddenly my entire room is gone, and all I could see is that I'm inside the entire craft now. And I felt super sick to my stomach, like very uneasy. So I went back, put my head back down, and back, like my room is back up again, and I only see my room and these 3 beings. And now they're projecting these hieroglyphics. It was sentences and paragraphs, and it would be like, imagine if I had like subtitles floating in front of me. They were like dark red symbols. It was like I describe it as a mix of Egyptian and Japanese, and they were just flipping from the bottom up really, really fast. Just flip, 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 paragraph, sentence, and it's hovering right in front of my wall, like above one of their heads. That there was only one English symbol that was shown about 3 to 4 times. Everything else was these hieroglyphs.
And what was it?
DNA in capital letters. I was studying their movements. I was studying like exactly what was going on and trying to like do my best to remember these symbols. But the fact that DNA in capital letters was shown, that really stuck with me. It means that they find it relevant.
Was there any communication other than the symbols? Was there any mental communication or verbal?
So I heard like verbal voices when I'd moved my head completely and I could only see the ship, and it sounded like they were telling me to like relax or calm down. And it was like it was multiple voices, but it was a female one that told me that like it's okay. Yeah,
that was him in the real reality. The nurse at his bed trying to keep him down.
Other than that, there was no other way of communication that I can say happened.
How long do you think the experience lasted, and how did it end?
It felt in total about 20 to 30 minutes. There was one part of where where I'm standing, I thought the experience ended, and I'm just standing in front of my fridge, just looking at it, and I can feel gravity, and I can physically feel like I'm, there, and then suddenly it just stops, and I'm back in my own body, like back lying in the bed, and seeing them as they're flipping these holograms. I was like, holy crap, I thought this was over. How do they do that? So how it ended was the last couple minutes, this being like, it jumps up on top of my bed, and it, like, I feel extreme euphoria come across, like an extreme bliss. The word that came to my mind was oneness. I don't know, I was in a state of just being, where it felt like I describe it as the universe being sentient, like it was acknowledging my existence, and it felt like I was remembering this, that like I always knew this somehow, and I always knew that I would come to this day, that this experience would happen, and I would realize this. It was just such a strange, alien feeling.
Yeah, he knew that one day he would realize that, oh yeah, I signed up for this reality. I'm not actually here. That was it.
What would you say that's a download, Logan?
A download? What do you mean? Like, what was he getting a download right there, or like as in he
Well,
didn't
yeah,
just have like a?
the images that he said that his DNA images that he was seeing. Do you think
Nothing
that
that
was a
really happened.
download, or does it really happen? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think most of the time, okay, like when my motorcycle accident happened, you go in shock, so you don't, your body is in a protection mode, so you're not really remembering things that happened at that moment because your body's trying to protect your mind because the emotional trauma you were going through. So when some event like this has happening, I don't think your mind and emotions and mental state is in a good state to be remembering, taking a note of, okay, these details I'm going to take note of and remember for a later date. For myself, I'm going by, I think I've been abducted like 10 times. I don't remember things in that detail, and I'm a pretty highly intelligent person, and I just don't remember, any type of language or images like this. Not saying it can't be. That's why I say it's probably a download. Which is not any less real than physical.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have thought like Mistress or hey, what's up, Ulrich? Twister, or anybody? Like, you guys didn't have any thoughts about that? Like, I thought it was super
Hey,
interesting.
Yeah, that
what's
story was crazy.
what's up, guys? I was honestly just trying to creep and
That was
lurk in the
awesome.
background, be a little wallflower. I heard something about DNA, right? Somebody saw some DNA symbols.
Yeah,
Can
it
you
was just
talk
the
about
letters DNA, just the letters.
you saw the letters DNA, and do you remember like in what context?
Yeah, it was like a fucking alien encounter that this guy fucking had
I
in
mean,
his
Because
room.
DNA codes are very complex to write down.
I mean, I think they're easy to write down. They're hard to decode, right? So, like, generally, I agree with you. I think DNA is fascinating. I
Yeah, how
honestly, I
about
need to be.
the storage of data via DNA?
Who said that?
I did.
Yeah, you were asking like, what about the storage of data in DNA? I want to post a paper because don't want Taylor and I to get a divorce. This is actually something where we can agree on. And I also can't have another trip to the couples therapist. I think DNA is fascinating. It's one of the best arguments against Neo-Darwinian evolution, right? There's something else happening here. It's in especially human DNA. There's a lot of indications towards some sort of an engineer. So just want to post it in the pill. I'm gonna mute myself. Just give me like 1 or 2 minutes. But I think my view is that the function of DNA, it's not that much of an argument, but it has huge implications that we're looking at a Turing machine that has solved major computer science problems like P equals NP. That I think DNA has multiple codes, multiple languages in there. So I think more interesting than storing a lot of data in DNA is understanding the code of DNA. Because even though we've cracked the code for proteins, I think we have largely no idea for the true source code of DNA. In other words, like, what is telling the computer how the programming language works, right? Like, computers can use different programming languages, but they still need programming to understand, like, you're using JavaScript. Here's how JavaScript, compiles in a machine code. That part is the hardest part to decode. And the implications of us decoding that is unimaginable intelligence, essentially infinite longevity, right? Like, we solve either one of those problems. Like, we give ourselves like 100x, 1000x intelligence, we'll easily solve longevity. We solve longevity, we'll have more time to solve the other problem. So I think DNA is where we should be applying all of our AI applications to. I care a lot about DNA.
I appreciate your self-control.
So do you feel that well, I'll just say it like bluntly, that you can access the stored data and or knowledge that's been stored on your personal DNA through your ancestral line? Then seems feasible, right? Or possible.
I wouldn't dismiss it, right? I really don't resonate a lot with these upload your consciousness to.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Silicon.
That's not what I'm
you're saying like our like past lives, collective unconscious. Is that in DNA?
Hold on a second. Twisted Sister, like, or you can't have your mics open at the same time because we're getting like gnarly feedback when you have your mic open, Twisted. Actually, yeah.
Well, he was asking me a direct question, so but yeah.
For sure, but I don't know how to let's reset you, man. I think maybe that'll fix it. It's really bad, right?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, thanks for telling us.
Have you ever gone camping before? And like, you have like that stick that stirs the coals and keeps the fire nice and hot. Are you that kind of guy?
Well, I have gone camping before, but I'd be lying to you if I said I was that kind of guy. But I know what you mean.
Yeah. Like go and come. You pop in a bunch of spaces and stir the pot and then like get it all riled up and then leave and then go to another space and do the same thing.
Yeah.
No,
personally,
I'm not saying you do that, but there are those that do that.
Of course, there are those that do that. Yeah, I think those are time wasters, but it's not unmanageable, but it is draining. Yeah.
Hey, all right.
Well, I had something to say about the DNA. What's cool about DNA is you got like a start codons that whenever it's going to you're deciphering the DNA and you have a start codon for the protein that gets expressed. It's sort of like your void main in a object-oriented programming. That's where it looks to start the the sequence decoding, but you also got all your epigenetic factors. You got certain caps on certain segments of the DNA that doesn't allow the program to even start unless like a cap's removed. Like you can do that with steroids, certain hormones, and so you get all these feedback loops into that biological system computer. And that's what's really, really interesting whenever you take biochemistry. It's not just, okay, well, you got this segment of code, but you've also got to say, well, is this code able to be expressed? And whenever you start looking at the full complexity of those feedback loops throughout the body system and the secondary messengers, it's really a cool process.
Yeah, and to just tack onto that so that people can easily understand this, right? The coding protons, right? And we really, this is just an abuse of the word. So we've got to stop calling the rest of DNA, the 98%. We've got to stop calling it non-coding DNA, right? That's fucking bullshit. It's a lie. We used to call it junk DNA, then we called it non-coding DNA. We should call it like the most important part of DNA that we've been lying about. That's what we should be calling it. The codons you mentioned, just so people understand this, because even if you don't know anything about DNA, you can explain it pretty easily, right? There's about 21, 22 amino acids, but pretty much everything can be built with 20 amino acids, all of the proteins. Now, DNA is I think it's called a quaternary base system, a four base number system. All that means is like, computer code is based on a binary system, zeros and ones. All that means is you're taking 2 to a certain power to express any number. And with DNA, you're expressing your information in, what is it? Yeah, you're expressing 4 to a power.
I thought it
So
was 3. You had
no,
3 different.
no. So you're going to get
Code.
into an interesting part. So when it comes to proteins, it's actually it's definitely a codon set of 3 base pairs, but that's specific to proteins. I'm talking about the entire thing of DNA. You have 4 different letters, right? Of course there's weird sort of pseudo letters that can be swapped out in RNA, but in general you have 4 letters that store all of this information. But it's so interesting that it's kind of like over engineered. The question is, why would you choose a base 4 system, a base 4 number system? Now, the advantage is you can definitely store more information concentrated, but why, if it's only about proteins, when all of the proteins just need roughly 20 to 22 amino acids, a system where, so any combination of 3 letters, so we have 4 different letters, but they're 3 digits long. And so we have 64 combinations that store these 20 to 22 amino acids. So you have 64 slots of information, but you only need 22. A lot of it results in redundancy, meaning a few of them will code for the same amino acid. Like you mentioned, some are start codons, some are stop codons, right? That makes sense. You have a couple extra slots, you get one wrong, it's redundant. It might not be like, you'll luckily, hopefully still get the same amino acid. Your protein still builds, probably no issues in folding. So those advantages make sense. However, it's not doing 4 base pairs. Like you mentioned, it's doing 3. So DNA could have made a choice to have its 20 amino acids and taken, 4 to the power of 4 instead of 4 to the power of 3, right? 4 different letters, combinations to the power of 3 is 64. But it didn't make that choice. It decided to be very conservative in its storage for coding proteins. And it decided to be over-engineered to store way excess information for the other 98% of coding. Some of that coding, we know what it does. Some of it codes for RNA strands, right? What unzips DNA to build stuff like ribosomes. The really crazy part for me about DNA, or one of the crazy parts, is the ribosome. because the ribosome we're finding out is a little bit of like a renegade rebel. There are moments when the ribosome is like reading mRNA, the messenger RNA, and it's creating its tRNA, the translator RNA that might get turned into proteins later. And it's reading the code, and sometimes it's like, fuck it, I'm not following the code. I'm going to do what the fuck I want. And it can do things that will result in like base pair deletion in the translated one, or insertion, or just actually changing it. It inserts like a pseudouridine. And pseudouridine mimics uracil. It's basically the equivalent of the T and the 4 letters in RNA. It'll just like, it'll do it in real time in response to the environment. So like heat stress, caloric deprivation, it'll change the code for like the tRNA that it's translating to, that is probably building a protein, but it'll have real-time responsiveness. And if it has these same kind of behaviors for like the haploid cells, sperm cells, egg cells that it's creating, you have to throw the whole neo-Darwinian random evolution part out of the window, because it's actually teleological at that point. At that point, it's actually stretching for optimization, some sort of improvement in design. So that's one thing that's majorly fascinating, and I think the most important implications for computer science. If this thing is solving problems in a go through every combination in the lock manner in real time. In other words, if it's deciding on what genes or what change to the DNA to pass on, and it's not doing it in a random sense, and it's actually better than like a computer would be, like when it's exponentially inefficient when trying to crack a password, then that means that DNA has solved P equals NP, or DNA has at least approximated P equals NP, which is considered the most important computer science problem, and by many also the most important mathematics problem. Some consider it the last problem to solve. We solve P equals NP, assuming it equals NP, then we basically are already at the singularity. You're going to have AI that knows how to teach itself better code. That's when we really can sort of sit back. And if we looked at DNA and really understood its software, which we do not understand except for like proteins and some other stuff, there's some parts we understand, but mostly we don't. If the problems in computer science that the computer science of DNA has already solved, so it's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, weren't they using, like, I remember when I was in college in the 90s, they were experimenting with DNA computers at the time. I mean, there you have the quantum ones, but yeah, they were using DNA computers or trying to figure out how to use DNA to solve certain problems.
Yeah, and I'm going to post this in the pill, and some of you can take a look at it. You don't need to read the whole paper, but if you can get through it, it's terrifying and it's mind-blowing. But I would just like skim through it and look at the pictures. The implications are insane. What this guy has found, Jean-Claude Perez, I mean, the fact that he didn't get a Nobel Prize for this, I think every scientist should reject the Nobel Prize until he gets a Nobel Prize for this. Just give me like a minute and I'll throw it in the comments.
So it's going to be like, like Pearl Jam and some of these other bands not want to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame until Kiss gets in there.
It's exactly like that. Yeah, just like 1,000 times more.
Well, thanks, bud. I mean, we're all fortunate to be here at this time, and we're all working on. We're here pulling the pieces together, connecting the dots, tying the strings, and showing.
Before my father died, I had a baby with him. and it will be raised in captivity. It'll be raised privately to be the greatest politician that has ever lived. My name is Meghan McCain, and I'm on a news show called The View. And Donald Trump, that fucking riverboat casino captain, is talking shit about my father again. My father was tortured for 100 years for this fucking country, and he came back and he started 7 wars because he's a gentleman. Fuck you, Trump. I'm going to wear my father's skin mask, and I'm going to primary Trump from the right. Come on The View, bitch. If you're that tough, come on The View. You want it, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? You want this shit? You want to fuck these tits, Trump? You want to fuck these tits? No, you don't. You want to suck cock. But I won't fuck you because the only person I'll fuck is Daddy. I'll fuck his corpse. I'll fuck Daddy's corpse.
That was moving. Thank you.
What do you think consciousness? What do you think the role is with this whole phenomenon is like?
Oh, wow!
Is I don't want to make it more complicated by asking the second part, but like, is everything one or is all not one? If that makes any sense to you.
Well, it's all connected, I think is fair to say. You know, there are principles in science now that are looking into things such as string theory, potentially, or holographic theory about our universe, and there are discussions going on right now within the scientific community of what human consciousness really is. And I don't mean sitting there in the lotus position meditating. I'm talking about the processes that occur within the human brain that signify. So you know what? I'm going to show you something, if you don't mind.
Story time.
I'm going to digress. So
yes, dude. It's crazy because I wrote out this whole thing, but I chose to like.
Anyone recognize that guy's voice? I don't know who that is. Not the deep one, but the other one that sounds kind of like me, maybe.
Make it simple. So if you need some time, I can read that.
If this square, okay, represent, I don't know if you can see it with the glare, hopefully.
Yeah,
this
we can
square
see
on
it.
this piece of paper
Yeah.
represents the human body, okay? And the human body has something inside the circle, which is called a brain. And that brain resides inside the body, and the brain is responsible for certain functions and biological functions that keep the body alive, keeps your heart rate going and your breathing. And your body, coincidentally, is also responsible for keeping the brain alive through circulatory processes and whatnot. So the brain needs the body, and the body needs the brain. And so the brain is responsible for thinking, the body is responsible for protecting and moving and sustaining. And that's what a lot of people consider life. But there's another element. There's another element to the human being, and possibly to all sentient life. And that is the notion of this triangle. And that triangle.
Dude, so what he did right there, he wrote a circle inside of a box inside of a triangle.
Is what some have referred to as the soul or the id or the chi or the spirit, right? It is something that does reside inside the body, but is not contained necessarily within inside the body. And is it possible that consciousness is part of that process, that spirit, that thing that is all encompassing of what a human being really is, the essence, if you will imagine distilling a human being down to its actual essence, and that is what you have left over once the carbon of the body is gone and you know whatnot, the organics, if you will. What's left behind? And that is the great mystery of the universe, because that it is possible to some degree. Some people have speculated that's maybe how people can remote view and psychic abilities and all these things that seem to be paranormal, when in reality may have a very perfectly rational explanation. It's just part of a hidden kingdom, but a hidden kingdom to which we're all connected. That's certainly, you know, something that is it's possible. It's hard to measure things that you can't see or feel or touch or taste, right? So how do you measure it? Well, you measure that in the value of love and expression and art, right? Things that are intangible but are expressions of the human spirit. Um, random acts of kindness, right? People who give more than they take. So again, I don't want to get too esoteric on you, but I think that human consciousness is something that we don't really understand very well. I think it is potentially something that is beyond the carbon units that we call a human being. Case in point, if I get in combat and I God forbid me or a buddy of mine loses a leg or an arm or both my legs, right? I'm still Lou, just minus a couple limbs. And if I have a traumatic brain injury caused by sustained in combat, or perhaps maybe I was born with unfortunately with a mental challenge, I'm still Lou. Just because I'm not necessarily be as smart as others, I'm still Lou. So that's not what defines who Lou is, or you, Ben, or you, Joe, or anybody in your audience. You're not defined by what you see in the mirror, and you're not defined necessarily even by what you think or how you think. There's something else that makes Ben, and Joe, and Lou, Lou. So the question is, what is that? What is that? This elusive property that we're looking for, this fourth element, if you will, of matter, and does it lie in the spiritual world? I mean, I've been privy to some pretty extraordinary things. I don't talk about them publicly, but I tend to be a fairly rational minded guy. I went to school and studied science and have degrees in that field and believe in the scientific method and process. But there are other elements out there that science can't explain yet. And I think it's okay. And I think we should be wary of just poo-pooing it and be like, nah, that doesn't exist. Well, okay, but there was a time that people didn't know electricity existed, right? You saw lightning in the sky and, oh, the gods are angry. You had no idea that it was electrons moving from cloud to cloud.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we kind of laugh about it, but that was, for a lot of people, that was real. And that was the gods are angry. I don't know about anything called electricity, but I know that the god's mad. So we're always learning around this journey of teaching each other and learning from each other, hopefully, and not trying to stifle each other's thoughts and dreams and hopes.
First of all, let me just say.
Well, I just want to say, I got to get off of here in a second. But I just want to say, look up the transducer theory of consciousness, because, we're almost like a mental radio. We're one big, like, digital logic circuit with, all these feedback systems. But in our brain, we're interacting with, certain energy waves that directed energy waves can fuck up the human consciousness, but we pick up things outside of our, like, that are not just normal touch, feel, or hearing, or from vision systems. There's other senses in the body that we do pick up things, and it's the transducer model of consciousness is probably more one of probably the more accurate models or ideas that have been put forth. And that was what you were just playing was, I think, from UFO Garage, when Lou Elizondo was on there, and he was drawing that what he was talking about. It resembles a lot of the alchemical ideas for the Philosopher's Stone, and how to refine the mind. So whenever you talk about the esoteric stuff, you can look at some of the symbols that were used a long time ago for what the mind, body, spirit connection is. Anyways, yeah, I gotta go, so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, Matthew, and if you're interested, take a look in the comments underneath. Taylor's video is amazing, actually, the DNA helicase and the polymerase thing. You'll see that paper, and that paper is just mind-blowing.
I've seen that interview with John Mazurowski. I think. Well, anyway, he says Kit Green and Gary Nolan are experimenting with making a drug based off of experiencer DNA to turn on and off psychic abilities. It's pretty interesting.
Wow, no, I haven't seen that one, but that's pretty nuts. I think they should just publish all the if they have the permission of the people, like not that they needed, they probably signed away their own rights, but it would be nice to get the permission and then publish everything that is correlated with psychic ability, you know. Canada, you wanted to say something just 3 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm okay. Is that Ulrich?
Or it's a psyop. I'm either, you know, I could have been abducted and I could be a reptilian, or it's the real me. We don't really know.
Maybe. No, I thought once I heard you say you were an engineer.
Yes, yes. I've been working on a coin forever, on a blockchain coin, but still more like wannabe engineer. But yeah.
You're electronics engineer?
No, software.
Oh, okay. Yeah, blockchain. Yeah, the blockchain is amazing stuff. Just from what I've seen, you know, there's a lot of stuff they can do with it.
It's a lot like DNA because Ethereum is like a computer and a storage at the same time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's bizarre that half of Australia isn't using cash anymore. They're not using like paper cash. They're using some kind of other monetary system.
I need to run and get ready for my morning, but I was wondering if anybody saw the Leave the World Behind and was upset by the abrupt ending. I was expecting some sort of, I don't know, alien invasion, pole shift, cataclysm, terrorism thing. Like, did anybody feel like the ending was kind of lazy?
I never saw it.
Sort of, I guess, yeah.
Some guy just commented. I thought he was commenting on the space, but he actually was commenting like in an old post from like December of last year. But like I posted in the top there, it's an alien body. It's a real alien body. I haven't seen this one before. I wonder if it's legit.
What the fuck? That thing looks like Groot.
Right.
That's weird. Whoa. But it's got the webbed feet, so it looks like, I guess it has amphibian DNA. Because the webbed feet is like a amphibian thing.
Yeah. I mean, the girl described them as like hooves, I guess, hoof-like, you know. But damn, that thing looks fucking realistic as fuck. Like the up close shot of it, looks genuine. And it looks like they said it did. It was just like sweating, covered in like oil or something. It smells really bad.
Yeah, that is weird.
That's interesting.
It does. It looks so oily and shiny.
I think we got a GPS with their hand up. I'm kind of curious to see what they have to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys from Europe. It was Logan who asked about the movie. I really liked it, actually, and I liked. I really liked it, and the end. I really like the fact that nobody's in charge. You know, because we all have this feeling that this country will do this and this if there is a global war again, you know. And But the fact is, all these people that they are in power now, they are in power because of this system. If this system collapses, nobody's in charge. They won't be able to be in charge. Just think about it. You know, I mean, the most scary thing is that nobody's in charge. I find it very interesting in this movie, you know?
I agree. That was great. That part was really great and really profound. I thought that was, yeah,
You know, because
really
the
well
people
said.
that they are in charge now, they're just because the system is the way it is. If it breaks, nobody will support them, no matter how rich they are, no matter their political views. Governments will not exist. I mean, who knows, you know? I mean, and I found it really,
I also
really good.
I found it interesting how they made a comment, you know, what if certain, like, leaders and things like that grouped together and joined the same team?
They are on the same team. I mean,
Yeah, some of them
guys,
are, yeah.
I'm from Europe, okay? You have states, so you all feel Americans. Great. We have countries, different countries. They said, oh, it's going to be EU. And what that means, you can travel around Europe without visa. Oh, good, we said. Then they said, we're going to have the same money. Okay. Now we act like one country. Okay, we have differences, but not the politicians between them. You know, if it's a scandal, now you don't only have your country involved. Your politicians don't steal from us, just from us. No, they're still international. You know, it's a scandal. It's among France, you know, Italy and Greece, let's say. The scandals are bigger, you know, they are together. They are all together. It's like businessmen and this is their circle, you know. I mean, I don't distinguish leaders in the countries, not in Europe anymore, you know. It's all fake.
I think it's really interesting hearing from people in Europe. I grew up in Germany for the first half of my life, and the perception that you hear in spaces is that the people don't take their own government seriously, or that they're not really like being smart about things. And the movie, the movie you can interpret in two ways, right? You can absolutely say, I mean, the movie does a great job of showing how quickly society can unravel when communication breaks down. But the movie also suggests that there is a much greater power in charge that's not the government, that there's absolutely another force in charge, right? The whole talk about the black guy who's in security, where he says, you know, the easiest way to take a country down is to do it in these 3 steps, and then the people basically help you in taking the country down for you. And so the movie can also suggest that there is absolutely another agent that's more in control than the government. You can sort of interpret it in both ways, and I actually think that's more terrifying.
That's actually something I've noticed as well, like within the internet, right? Within UFO Twitter especially, is what is the point of doing a psyop in a modern day scenario when people will literally psyop themselves just to feel comfortable? Because it happens all the time. They will choose the blue pill over the red pill. They will choose the delusion, this sort of cave, I guess, over the outside of the cave, because the cave is comfortable and they never venture beyond their cave. They never venture beyond their own perspective of life.
Yeah, I mean, Mistress, I fully agree with you, except for the rationale, the very last part. I think it's intuitive to think people want to remain comfortable, but I think the reason people psyop themselves, and I actually think that's an intended symptom, an intended consequence. So I think there's no need to have necessarily active agents. I think this psyop that we perpetrate on ourselves is part of at least potentially part of the whole intention. I think the reason people do it is because of the opposite. They're fearful of being betrayed again. I think there's some sort of betrayal.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah,
You know what I
that's
mean?
a good point. Yeah.
Because it's irrational. They're overly worried. Like, I accept that I can get duped, and I do get duped, and I'm like, might click on a story and think it's legitimate, and I'm not traumatized by it because I only have strong opinions if I really research it. But if I'm like, oh, I'm guessing that's real, and I found out, oh no, it was fake, I got duped, I got psyoped, I'm like, all right, well, I didn't do my research, so I'm not that invested in it. But for the same issue, it seems for the other person, they absolutely care more about not being duped at all at any cost, and they won't research it because we all have this at least in our collective unconscious, there's this trauma of being lied to about something that's really ontologically meaningful, right? Like a major Santa Claus trauma. And if Santa Claus isn't real, is God not real? Like, did God betray us? Did our parents betray us? I think it's tied into this idea of we don't want to believe that if you look at the resistance that people have, you can sort of see how it's tied into they really don't want to believe that something that's really important to them betrayed them. Right? Like, don't you think that's what the ontological shock is about aliens? Like the really scientific people, if this thing is true, they were definitely betrayed by some sort of distorted scientific rationalism that denied psi abilities,
100%. Yeah.
right? Denied aliens. And the same thing for the religions, right? If aliens engineered us, then they were definitely betrayed by at least by some sort of distortion of their religious texts or their families' beliefs that they instilled in them. There's a deep fear of, if this is true, they've been hidden. If they've been here, then they've been sort of hidden for 6,000, 4,000 years. There's a lie, a betrayal that is unavoidably implicated that you can't ignore.
Yeah, totally true. I
Say,
think
with
Robert's got
these,
his hand up.
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, yeah. I was going to ask GPS if you're from Greece, and then
Yeah.
and then, yeah, and then what do you think of Pandora's box? You know, I mean, I was going to ask about Medusa,
Guys, I mean,
her
tell
statues,
me,
but the Pandora's box. What's with that? You know, I mean, I
man,
get Spain.
I'm listening to you and really,
Yeah.
really,
So
I
so
found
is
back to
Spain.
my,
Spain is listening too, but go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, it was like, when you talk about this, our mythology, the Greek mythology is like, okay, 12 gods, and they're like aliens. I mean, if you see the history of these 12 gods of Olympus, it's like they don't eat. We know their habits. They were drinking something like a juice that kept them, strong. They didn't get married outside of their circle, except Zeus. Zeus was very, he was mating with everything. And then you have hybrids, and we have hybrids in our mythology. It became mythology in the modern years. Before, it was our history. People
Yeah.
believed in this.
And Achilles. Achilles. He was he one of the 12? Achilles, because Zeus was the top.
No. It's 12. It's like they have a special knowledge for everything. You had a special god for everything. It's like a company, let's say. You have Apollon was for the sea, Zeus was the top of everything, Athena was for the literature and wisdom, Dimitra was for the nature. You know, it was like a government with ministers. I don't know how you want to
Who was Pandora?
It's full circle. It's coming to an end.
You know Pandora?
I think
Pandora was a gift. Pandora's box was a gift from one god. Okay, when gods made with people, you have semi-gods. One of those semi-gods was one of the gods, Zeus, gave him a box that was Pandora box, but he told him, this is knowledge, but you should not open it. If you open it, 3 bad things will happen, and it did happen, you know. I mean, one of those things had to do about the earth and the nature. It was like the poles reversed, you know. I mean, it has things like this, you know, and but after all, it was knowledge, you know, in Pandora's box. And then wars become, it was a fire. Yeah.
Big fire. Is that what happened to Medusa? What fire? Big fire? You know, is that what happened to Medusa? She did something against the gods in the temple, and then they changed her to Medusa with the head of
man, you have it all. It's I can't explain to you, because we start learning these things when we're young kids, and the history. It's like, have you ever played an RPG game?
I love role-playing games. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you have the players, and then you have the NPCs, and we learn the NPCs like from the age of 5 until we're 25. We keep learning this history. It's like we know a whole town of people that they did this and this and this. It's not just the gods. It's the interaction with people. I can't explain to you. It's too many things, you know, just highlights, you know. And you are a little bit confused with who is who and what they do. But it's like a history, I don't know, of a town. It's like...
They're not the Nephilim, though. You know, when those gods, those gods, 12 of them, when they mix.
They had 12. They had 12 gods, and but Greek people also admire a 13th god. We call it the unknown god. They have a place for the unknown god. There were 12, but actually they have a place as a statue for 13, and that was the unknown god, the one that they didn't know. And on that thing, Christianity came in Greece, and then they said, we are the 13th god. This is how they became Christians. He says, I'm a god. They already believe 12 gods. They have a place for the unknown god, and they become Christians, you know?
Yeah.
And on every Asian temple, almost, we built a church. And by the law now, you cannot unbuild a church. You cannot pull it down. And all the Asian temples with all the secrets, it's underneath the Christian church, you know?
Wow. Hey, what do you think of... Go ahead. I was going to say, what do you think of Plato's cave? The allegory of Plato's cave?
The Plato's cave. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like spaces.
That's what I was referring to earlier, Plato's cave.
Yeah, Plato's cave.
They learned the 2-dimension, and they never thought that there was a 3rd dimension, you know? They were seeing all the shade, only the shadows, that there are 2 dimensions, you know? I mean,
yeah,
that was it.
If I go outside or I watch the news, I'm horrified. So I tend to go back into Plato's cave, and then just look at the shadows on the wall of the TV, making like these little shadows, and then I interpret it that way.
Well, man, you know, it's a scary world, but you know, it was scarier before. You know, Middle Ages and everything. No, man, now it's just, you know, the information. Like 30 years ago, you didn't have the internet, you didn't know what was going on, but people were dying all the time. Wars were going on, you know, but we were informed. Now
Yeah.
we know, but
And now
I
you got
can't.
the EU, and Spain is deciding that everyone gets to be spied upon now, just because
Oh,
they're
when Cyprus, my country, was in favor of
spy.
this, and we found out like 4 days ago, and we become like protesting about this thing, and then my country vote no, but still passes. And you know what? All the governments are spying the journalists. It's okay, we know that. But the fact is, you cannot take to a court illegal observations. You understand? Now that it's legal, everything that they observe on you, they spy on you, they can use it in a court. So imagine you have an information, okay, that it's about the pharmaceutical, they're gonna harm people. You work there, you find out. What's your first action? You're gonna find somebody to help you. Okay, we are a community about UFOs that they support each other. But there are people out there that they don't belong in communities. They're just people that they work, they go home, you know, they're not in conspiracy theories, aliens, whatever, except their job, you know. But they found out about this thing. If he wants to give this information, he will approach a journalist. This is the mainstream people. So you lose all these people now. These people cannot give the information they want to give out, you know. And the journalists, they can't cover their sources. It's amazing. And then they spy on journalists. Define journalism. If you write a blog, are you a journalism? If you have a YouTube channel and you inform people about stuff, are you journalism? I mean, are you a journalist? They can spy you. I mean, there is no definition of journalist. Nowadays with the media, everybody can be, you know, journalist. How can I explain this? You understand what I mean?
Yeah, you're going to make money. Then you're a paid journalist. Otherwise, it's just hearsay. Something like that.
GPS. Yeah, I think you're saying that this new law allows for governments to spy on journalists, and because there's no definition, it makes it really broad. All of a sudden, the government, where the EU used to be very privacy focused for citizens, now all of a sudden, the citizens' privacy is being sacrificed so that the government can spy on them. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, man. Thank you. Yes, this. Because nowadays we all write in a blog. We all have a chat room and we make investigation about things we like. They can call you a journalist for that because you investigate things or you make a research on something. You know, there's no definition of the journalist. They don't say what journalist is. Is the man who gets paid by a media, by a company. He can be freelancer. He can be a journalist as a hobby.
Hey,
Can you spy on them as well?
have you ever heard of? Hey, what's the word on the street over there? Has anyone ever said below Rome? Do you know if in the catacombs if they have like the Ark of the Covenant or
Can you repeat,
the Holy
please?
Grail?
The Holy Grail, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard anybody tell stories about ancient relics that they have, like kind of, kept away in secret, like the Ark of the Covenant or the Holy Grail, or let's see what else.
In Greece, you mean?
No, in Rome, in the archives. No.
I don't understand you. Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Well, here's another example. Do you know of any museums or archives that contain relics from the ancient Egypt or Babylon times or Olympic times. You know, like any
No, but we have things in Greece. We have a museum for the inventions that the Greeks people have. Do you know Kythera and the mechanic? We haven't found yet what it does. It's like computers, man.
Yeah,
There are things that we have technology in our museum that we don't know what it does. We haven't found yet. And then now with AI, you know, because before they tried to make that thing work on computer simulations, but I hope now with AI we find exactly what these things do. You know, it's like computers.
GPS, what's your feeling in terms of Greece or Europe in general regarding the phenomenon, regarding UFOs? I hear different things. I hear like even Germans who come on to UFOX, they mostly say that pretty much everybody in Germany is in denial that there's any kind of phenomenon, you know. Are you guys, do you hear people?
No, it depends. Listen, Europe is not one thing. Every country have their beliefs. As a Greek, we are okay with everything, you know, we are open-minded. Even that you said that there is something else that works independently from the material body and in our DNA. And yes, we have word for this thing. It's psyche. We have so many things, so many words to express this, you know. It's not just a physical body, it's another layer. So of course we believe in these things. And I think most Israelis, they do believe in aliens. Most of them, they believe that Jesus Christ was an alien. If you speak to people from Israel,
Yeah.
this is what they believe. Honestly, it's their main
It's
belief.
just so funny that it's so funny how certain things are just not controversial if you just go one country over in Europe. You know what I mean? That's I'm not laughing at the idea. I'm laughing that it's here. It's really controversial if you say, you know, maybe the evolution story isn't exactly the way we're told in school, and that's like a big thing, you know. But in Greece, you're saying if they found out, look, these UFOs are real, and there's some kind of life in them, they wouldn't like lose their mind. You're saying they'd be like, yeah, we kind of knew that.
No. And it's like, you know, math is 1 + 1 is equal 2. Okay, in philosophy, in Greek, you can't have a conversation with your friends. You show white and they want to persuade you that it's black. This is a philosophical talk, you know? So in this way, everything is open, you know, all the possibilities are here. You know, it's the land of philosophers. You show them white, and if you ask 10 people in the street, what color is this wall? Okay, 2 they will say white, and the others will say it's white, but is it? Is it really white? Can be blue, and you don't see it. You know, they have this mentality. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
they will
understand.
accept it. I think Spain too. Yeah, I think yeah. The most conservative for me is like French, British. They're very conservative. Not Irish, because in their culture they have, it's the fairyland, you know. They have all these fairies and all these things that they believe in, you know. I mean, so they will be more ready to accept things.
Yeah, that's interesting. In Germany,
We
like,
don't have the technology, guys, in Europe. You know, we don't believe that we are in the center of everything. We expect from you to find out, because you're a bigger community. You're 360 millions, right? And you have the technology and everything. You know, unfortunately, we don't have the same community in Europe.
yeah, that's interesting. In Germany, I think the more educated you are, the less likely you are to accept that there's some paranormal event happening across the world, you know. Of course, there's some really educated people who do, but the more educated you are, the more you're going to feel the pressure to keep it to yourself. So I think that's really interesting that it's very different in Greece. Well, you guys, I got to run. I think we're UFO UFO Twitter. I think we're going to make disclosure happen. I think it's all up to us, and we might be close. I think it could happen today. I think it could happen 3 months from now. But I think it's us going to do it. I think it's going to be somebody fucking around, maybe with AI, building a spaceship, or modifying DNA, or an EEG, a brain machine interface headset, making connection to an alien and landing the UFO on their lawn in their home. Uh, but if I had to place bets, I think we're going to make disclosure happen, and the rest of the media is going to be like, "We missed the UFO." So that's where I stand on this, and yeah, I hope you guys all have a good day.
See you. I'm I'm thinking about the Jade Emperor.
Thank you, Seattle. Thank you so much to the Citizens Truth Alliance and the 9/11 Visibility Project and everybody else who contributed, who endorsed. I've heard Seattle Thunder mentioned as an endorser. Everybody who had anything to do with this, I want to say thank you very much. I know I and my good friend, my agent publicist, Ken Levine, who made this book happen. He got the publisher, got the deal. Ken, by the way, is the former news director at KCBS Channel 2, the CBS owned and operated TV station in Los Angeles. So we do get defections from time to time. But there's a lot of great people that have put a lot of work into this tonight. And I was listening, I think, to Mike Start when Mike was beginning, and he talked about saving the world. And since November the 2nd, we all know what happened on November the 2nd. What has become clear to me, especially how many people have read the essay on my site called Snap Out of It that had to do with, okay, that's most of you. I would hope that a lot of you, for those of you who have read Crossing the Rubicon or are reading it, or for those of you who are subscribers to From the Wilderness, what I'm going to show you tonight will mean a lot more to you than to the people who are new to this. That doesn't mean that the people who are new to this aren't going to walk away needing a stiff drink, a joint, or a Valium. First of all, let me just say thank you, Seattle. Thank you so much to the Citizens Truth Alliance and the 9/11 Visibility Project and everybody else who contributed, who endorsed. I've heard Seattle Thunder mentioned as an endorser. Everybody who had anything to do with this, I want to say thank you very much. I know I and my good friend, my agent publicist, Ken Levine, who made this book happen. He got the publisher, got the deal. Ken, by the way, is the former news director at KCBS Channel 2, the CBS owned and operated TV station in Los Angeles. So we do get defections from time to time. But there's a lot of great people that have put a lot of work into this tonight. And I was listening, I think, to Mike Start when Mike was beginning, and he talked about saving the world. And since November the 2nd, we all know what happened on November the 2nd. What has become clear to me, especially how many people have read the essay on my site called Snap Out of It that had to do with, okay, that's most of you. I would hope that a lot of you, for those of you who have read Crossing the Rubicon or are reading it, or for those of you who are subscribers to From the Wilderness, what I'm going to show you tonight will mean a lot more to you than to the people who are new to this. That doesn't mean that the people who are new to this aren't going to walk away needing a stiff drink, a joint, or a Valium. You know, or whatever makes you feel better. But we will have a lot to talk about. But for me, the issue is no longer about saving the world. The world doesn't want to be saved. Get it? I'm here to save you. I'm here to save anyone who will partake of the information that I and the incredible writers at From the Wilderness, and how many people have read From the Wilderness or looked at my website? God bless you. Well, you're all familiar then with the Jamie Hecks, the Stan Goffs, the Dale Allen Pfeiffers, the Michael Caines, the wonderful, wonderful men and women who tell it like it is and who bring incredible skill to that. But this is no longer about saving the world. This is no longer about having a lefty progressive feel-good party and rally and where we can clap and cheer and throw some money at something and go home and think we've done something. I don't know about you, but I spent 27 years of my life trying to change the world, and I've been an abject failure. How well have you done? Okay? That is not to put down on any of us. It is to acknowledge the simple facts of the world that we're living in, and that it is a fundamentally different world, and there is no going back to Kansas with Toto again. Now, in as much as I've written this huge book, Crossing the Rubicon, most people think it's a book just about 9/11. If you've read it, you know it's not. It goes way back before the beginning of 9/11 and lays foundations, and it goes well after 9/11, because what I have tried to construct for you is a map, a landscape, a political, economic, energy landscape of the world in which we live, so that you can help, so that you can use that. If you read it and use it and study it, and incorporate new data into that map to ascertain and divine and map out the terrain upon which you stand. Because the world's about to change in a big way. If we're to look at 9/11, 9/11's like an elephant that's already run over us and it's moving away. Now more than 3 years old, 3.5 years old. Now, what's more important, an elephant that's running away from you or several angry elephants that are running right at you? Which is more important to focus your attention on? So we're going to talk about 9/11, because in talking about 9/11, we're going to talk about how it was perpetrated. Because if you understand the how and the mechanisms by which government, press, the economy, the banking system, the world political landscape were manipulated to produce a 9/11, you will have a clue as to how all of those factors can be manipulated again to produce events that are yet to come, some of which we don't know what they are yet. But it's important to understand how clear-cut the case is, because then we understand that there's an old saying that insanity is repeating the same action over and over again, expecting different results. Make sense? So, you know, let's get past some of these things like, well, I'll write a letter to my congressman, or I'll write the TV station, or I'll stage a protest, or put a bumper sticker on my car. Well, that's to try to change the world. We're here to try to change ourselves and each other. You know, when you're in how many people have taken a commercial airplane flight? Okay, everybody, right? What's the stewardess say when the oxygen mask comes down? Put your own mask on first, because you can't help somebody else if you can't breathe. So what I'm here to do tonight is to help you breathe better in the face of what's coming. Then you can help somebody else, and it will probably be your neighbor, people close to you, physically close to you. We must, I think at this point, my decision, my knowledge, my belief after almost 30 years of this is that I'm not trying to save my country anymore. My country doesn't exist anymore. But let's go over a little bit of Crossing the Rubicon. Michael Caine, who's a brilliant young writer, he's 28 years old, 29 years old in New York City. Wonderful guy. He's really into hip hop, and he kind of came along to From the Wilderness, and he confronted some generals at the last hearing of the 9/11 Truth Commission. Because Crossing the Rubicon, 600 pages, you know, he said, you know, maybe I can condense this case that Rupert makes against Vice President Cheney down to just some bullet points, and he did. He did a very good job of it. And we just, we'll have this up on the website here in a couple of days. By the way, whenever I do a presentation, I was up till 11 o'clock last night making the fresh slides for this with the freshest possible information. So there's very little here that's canned. This is like up to the minute news. Crossing the Rubicon. In any homicide investigation, and not only did I work narcotics as an investigator with LAPD, I also worked homicide for a short period of time on loan, and I went through their training. In order to establish a murder conviction or homicide conviction, you have to establish means, motive, and opportunity. 3 elements of the crime. Any lawyers in the room tonight? You're brave. I actually saw 2 or 3 hands go up. There's another one up there. Lawyers coming out of the closet. Sounds like a Jackson Browne song. Okay. Means. Dick Cheney and the Secret Service. Right up here. Dick Cheney was the acting commander-in-chief on 9/11, calling the shots via the Secret Service. George Bush was reading about pet goats. George Bush was out of the loop. Where did Cheney go? He was rushed right down to the PEOC, the bunker underneath the White House, Presidential Emergency Operations Center, where the Secret Service had, we have established in Crossing the Rubicon, completely redundant command, control, and communication system with actually better technology in some cases, and we're about to break some major stories showing and proving that my speculation that Vice President Cheney was using modified PROMIS software to override the FAA systems, we're about to break a huge story on that. So the Secret Service has the legal authority to take supreme command over all agencies in the U.S. in times of a national emergency on U.S. soil, even the Air Force. Every agency is subordinate to the Secret Service in what are called national special security events. You can look it up on the web. Secret Service has the highest technological communication systems of any agency, as it should. On 9/11, the Secret Service had the technology to see the FAA radar screens. I found quotes saying that the Secret Service was watching every hijacked plane, all 22 of them at one time, what they thought were 22 of them at one time, on the screens, seeing in real time exactly what the air traffic controllers were seeing. Secret Service was in the decision-making loop as early as 8:15. We placed them in New York City at WTC 7. We placed them in the FAA headquarters at that time, no later than 8:45. Everything was in place on 9/11 for the Commander-in-Chief to have full supreme control of the Air Force and all the military via the Secret Service systems and the legal mandate. Bush was doing his thing about goats. And one of the funniest lines that I got to write in this book, it took me a long time to research, but a year and a half of nonstop backbreaking work to write this book. And there were only a few times where I really got to sit back and just laugh. Remember the story on 9/11, how the first plane, Flight 11, hit the World Trade Center, the North Tower, you know, and then the call came in and the second plane had been hijacked. And the story was that the Secret Service agents came rushing in and grabbed Cheney and carried him down to the bunker. Well, the way I pieced everything together was, you got President Bush reading about a pet goat in a grade school, and his staff there already know about the hijackings. Now, somebody's about to put the president on the spot to take command. Now, God knows if George W. Bush had actually taken command on 9/11, we might all be nuclear toast today for his ability to handle things. But my vision came to me as I pieced this together that Dick Cheney got up out of his chair in the White House and ran to the PEOC so that he could assume hands-on control before anybody else could get there. So Bush, they stalled Bush. There was actually a couple of Secret Service agents. Ari Fleischer held up a sign and said, "Don't leave yet." Other Secret Service agents held the president in the school. That's why, because sitting on that stage, he could not take command of anything. He was reading to children. The cameras were on him. He had a perfect excuse, the perfect alibi for not being in command, and that's exactly where Dick Cheney wanted him. Dick Cheney was the acting commander-in-chief, and the Secret Service was the supreme command. Here's the motive for the crime: peak oil. In about 100 years, mankind has used roughly half of all the oil that nature placed on this planet. That simple. We'll talk more about that in detail. We have clearly established in crossing the Rubicon with documentary records, not only from the Vice President's Energy Task Force, but from a number of other sources, they're all laid out in the book, that there was clear knowledge that this crisis was coming a long time before 9/11. I know that Dick Cheney knew. That's also established in the book, and of course he came from Halliburton. Once the midpoint is crossed, and all oil production always follows a peak, a bell curve, and once you hit the peak, you come down, and as you're coming down the peak, no matter how much money you throw at the problem, no matter how many more wells you drill, you will never be able to produce more oil than you were at the peak. And we are now probably at peak plus or minus 1 year, maybe 2 years at the most. I'm going to close with that because that's kind of the scariest part. Almost everything in modern society is reliant upon oil. All plastic is made of oil. There are 10 calories of hydrocarbon energy in every calorie of food that you eat. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. When a farmer plants a field, he drives a hydrocarbon-powered vehicle to till the soil. Then he comes back along with a hydrocarbon-powered vehicle to plant the seed. Then he has to pump water, irrigation, and how does the electricity get generated? Natural gas or oil or coal. Then he comes along and sprays it with fertilizers. All commercial fertilizers are made from natural gas, the source of ammonia. Then he sprays it with pesticides. All commercial pesticides are made from oil. Then he comes along in a hydrocarbon-powered vehicle again and harvests it, puts it in another hydrocarbon-powered vehicle, drives it to a food processing plant that runs on electricity and throws more chemicals in it, wraps it in plastic, which is oil, throws it into another hydrocarbon-powered vehicle, which drives it to your supermarket, where you walk in, pull out a piece of plastic, also oil, and pay for it. Hydrocarbon energy is diminishing. We eat oil and natural gas. 4 days after becoming vice president, 4 days, Dick Cheney convened his National Energy Policy Development Group, NEPDG, which I believe contains the deepest, darkest secrets of 9/11. And he's refused to release the documents. It became a Supreme Court case. And the Supreme Court, well, the Supreme Court, you know, how many people believe that we have a Supreme Court? We have a Republican court, of course, upheld a grossly unconstitutional action because that group was funded by taxpayer dollars that involved private corporations having access to, in secret, to a government-sponsored entity. That's blatantly unconstitutional. Suits were filed. A couple of documents came out. We'll talk about that in a minute. Dick Cheney knew about peak oil as early as 1999. And 9/11 made possible what Dick Cheney called the war that will not end in our lifetimes. I'll never forget watching him say that on television. We are chasing the last remaining hydrocarbon energy reserves around the planet. And this is something I said it from the wilderness 3+ years ago. And it was a map that we laid out 3+ years ago, and the world is following the map. Now, whether you believe or not that the world is running out of oil, if you are reasonably sane and off your medication, you will have to believe that the world is acting as if peak oil were real. Yes? Yes. Opportunity, means, motive, and opportunity. The war games. We broke these down, and this was, and I have to pay homage to researcher Barbara Honegger, who kept asking me to look at the war games. She didn't quite get how they all work together, but she kept hammering me, and she gave me some great information. And finally, I sat down and locked myself in a room for about 2.5, 3 days with the raw data on the war games, and I saw the picture. And I saw what happened on 9/11. In May of 2001, Dick Cheney was placed directly in charge of managing the seamless integration of all training exercises throughout the federal government and military agencies by a presidential directive from the White House. The morning of 9/11 began with a series of what we put in the book of four confirmed hijack drills involving NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and the FAA. And one was Vigilant Guardian, which was a hijack drill. We confirmed through press stories that that drill involved the insertion of false radar blips on radar screens in the Northeast Air Defense Sector. Then another one was Northern Vigilance, scheduled sometime before 9/11, which had moved large numbers of fighter aircraft out of the Northeast Air Defense Sector to Canada and Alaska, anticipating an over-the-pole Soviet attack. Now, for those of us who were my age, I'm 53, we remember the duck and cover drills in high school when the Russians were going to come over the pole and attack. Those are drills from the 60s, the 70s. That drill was scheduled simultaneously with Vigilant Guardian. We also discovered Northern Vigilance, which I have confirmed since the book was published. Somebody read the book and dug up some non-classified documents confirming that more fighters had been moved to Iceland on 9/11, and so they were unavailable to respond. And the bottom line is that when the hijackings, in quotes, occurred on September the 11th, the FAA controllers were looking at their radar screens, and we have on-the-record statements from Jane Garvey of the FAA, among others, that we got 11 possible hijackings, and I confirmed at the time that there were no more than 8 fighters. Now, fighters always fly together. So you've got 11 possible, but one other statement said 22 possible hijackings. That was accounting for some of the false radar injects. Then Richard Clarke comes out with his book, Against All Enemies, this last year. And boy, he left more clues in that book than any detective would ever want to be happy with. But he quoted then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the acting chairman, General Richard Myers, who was now the chairman, as saying, we're in the middle of another exercise called Vigilant Warrior. And I was able to obtain, because of all the 9/11 books that are out there, and there are some good ones out there, I express a lot of confidence in David Ray Griffin's work, and also especially in Paul Thompson's wonderful 9/11 timeline. Paul Thompson has done some amazing work, and those are two books that belong in your 9/11 library for sure. But we dug and we looked, but I'm the only guy that has gone out and actually knocked on doors. I mean, I was a detective. And I've done original investigative research. And part of me wanted to do my 9/11 research like Andy Sipowicz from NYPD Blue, you know, where I could throw people around a little bit, you know, and kind of rough them up. But you can't do that with generals and, you know, appointed. So I played Columbo. You know, you got... Now, wait a minute. You got 4 or 5 different exercises going and 22 possible hijack. What idiot scheduled all of these things to happen all on September the 11th? And nobody would tell me. I got as high as a deputy secretary of defense for public affairs. And nobody would tell me. And then I found the paper trail, and it was Dick Cheney, who was running them all on 9/11. So, but the problem is Dick Cheney is not in jail. And if I keep this up, I may soon be. Okay? Will you come visit me if they... Okay, all right. All right. So I got a hold of this Major Don Arias. Really wonderful, a nice guy. My father was Air Force. My mother had been cryptanalyst for Secretary of State Cordell Hull during the Second World War at the Army Security Agency, which was the forerunner of the NSA. My father left the Air Force, went to work for Martin Marietta on Titan 3C, which was the booster for all of CIA's field spy satellites. Everybody in my family had a clearance. I used to come home from school and say, "What's for dinner?" And Mom would say, "I can't tell you." But I get along good with Air Force people because I was an Air Force brat. So I'm yakking, and I make good friends with this Major Don Arias, who is the public affairs officer at Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida, which is where the first scramble orders were issued on 9/11. And he was working that day. And he finally sent me an email after I'm asking him those questions and made friends. And he actually confirmed that the live fly exercise, all of the code-named exercises have meanings in the military. They have books by who can use vigilant, who can use warrior, and what the combination of words mean. And he sent me back a written confirmation that the exercise mentioned by General Myers was a live fly hijack drill. Now, what that means for you lay people out there is that an Air Force officer from NORAD confirmed to me that NORAD was flying airplanes that were posing as hijacked airliners on September the 11th. You haven't heard anything about that, have you? No, you ought to read the book. It's a good book. An interesting thing about Don Arias. Don Arias has a brother who worked at the World Trade Center. And as I'm piecing together forensically the timelines, as I'm piecing together, and my God, it was mind-breaking work. Ken saw me many times unshaven and disheveled and with kind of the mad scientist look. It occurred to me, and it became very clear, that everybody in the system knew that Flight 175, the second plane to hit the World Trade Center, had been hijacked, and nobody warned the people in the South Tower. And then I found one press account that Don Arias had actually left his post that day to call his brother in the World Trade Center and told him to get out because nobody else was warning anybody. And that was Major Arias's motive for sending me the confirmation. It's a very telling and it's a very heart-rending chapter to read the callousness with which Rudy Giuliani, Dick Cheney, General Ralph Eberhart, General Richard Myers, all of the National Military Command Center staff, and everybody in the PEOC sat there and let the people in the South Tower die because they knew the second plane was coming. And I proved that they knew it was coming, and they just let him die. Now, Whoever was coordinating the Air Force war games was under the management direction of Dick Cheney, who was also in charge of another terror drill being set up on the west side of New York. It was a bioterror drill called Tripod 2 being set up on Pier 29 on Manhattan's Lower West Side. And FEMA was already there. And if you read the paper trail that was putting Dick Cheney in charge of all the war game planning back in May, he was coordinating all training, not just in the military, because the FBI, Department of Justice, Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control, et cetera, are not military. So all of that was placed under the aegis or under the umbrella of FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Administration. And FEMA was setting up a complete command post on the morning of September the 11th, just by coincidence, another war game. And that command post was used, as a matter of fact, by one of my several key persons of interest in the attacks of 9/11, Jerome Hauer, who is a bioterror expert connected with about every evil pharmaceutical company you can possibly imagine. But everything led back to one man and one man only, Dick Cheney, in the basement of the White House. Now, there's two separate command centers in the White House. You have the Situation Room upstairs, which is the place from where Richard Clark, Norm Mineta, when he was traveling, but all the government officials were officially doing his work. But there's some interesting quotes in Richard Clark's book, and this is another one that made me laugh, that where Clark keeps saying, you know, I can't figure out why the vice president keeps hanging up on me. Gee. This is a case that I, as a detective, would take to a district attorney tomorrow. I would take Crossing the Rubicon, drop it in the lap of the DA, and I say, I want a filing for murder, premeditated, first degree, multiple counts with special circumstances. Now, we talked briefly about the Energy Task Force, NEPDG. Everybody started fighting their secrecy way back long before 9/11. Way back before the first plane hit. Congressman Henry Waxman of California fought very hard. The Sierra Club fought very hard. Judicial Watch fought very hard. Lawsuits were filed. 7 pages of documents finally leaked, just 7, from the NEPDG. And among them was a list of every oil company and every bit of ownership in all the oil fields in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and the Emirates. That's one of the things that we're listing. Basically what they were talking about was, where is all the oil in the world and who do we have to deal with, bribe, kill, or make friends, or blackmail to get it? Now, as you put the maps that came out of NEPDG together, this is a map I constructed from their maps because I had to do a cut and paste overlay, but this is the oil fields they were looking at. Now, I want you to understand something. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is 60% of all the recoverable oil on planet Earth. 60%. If you overlay that into the state of Texas, you see roughly the size of the area. Now, where have we deployed since 9/11? Well, gee, we deployed all around here. We put troops up here in Georgia. We've occupied Iraq. We've got Turkey's part of NATO. We're heavily involved in Israel. Yeah, we've got troops now in Yemen and Djibouti. The British control Oman. We have surrounded 60% of all the oil on the planet. It's consistent with the motive, is it not? And that 60% is going to become very important when you understand that, we'll come to this later on, oil discoveries have been in progressive decline since 1962. There's no more oil to find. I will prove that to you before the night's over, or very little oil left to find. So if that's all there is, that's what you got to get. And whoever gets it eats, and whoever doesn't get it dies, which is going to make Iran all the more critical, which is part of that herd of charging elephants that are descending upon us. Let's go back to May 2001, a critical month, when the NEPDG report was released. America in the year 2001 faces the most serious energy shortage since the oil embargoes of the 1970s. Estimates indicate that over the next 20 years, U.S. oil consumption will increase by 33%, natural gas by well over 50%, and demand for electricity by 45%. U.S. energy consumption is expected to increase by about 32% by 2020. Between 2000 and 2020, U.S. natural gas demand is projected by the Energy Information Administration to increase by more than 50%. Yet we produce 39% less oil today than we did in 1970. 1970 was the year that the United States oil production peaked. We have been in irreversible decline since 1970 within the United States, leaving us ever more reliant on foreign suppliers. On our present course, America 20 years from now will import nearly 2 of every 3 barrels of oil, a condition of increased dependency on foreign powers that, quote unquote, do not always have America's best interests at heart. My response to that is, why the hell should they? These are the war game exercises. Again, part of this, I would encourage you to get the book and read it so that you can understand what happened on 9/11, because you will look ahead for future announcements of war games or anything like war games, and you will look for possible connections or possible patterns developing similar to that. And I want to stress that since the book has been published, I've confirmed 2 more separate war games, all of which were scheduled on September the 11th. I'm going to skip through some of this. This is all, I mean, does anybody doubt that Condoleezza Rice was lying when she said we had no idea that anybody would use a plane to crash as a weapon into a building? Okay. I mean, there were drills for it. The World Trade Center was even set aside as a target. We've confirmed a number of lies. We've confirmed numerous lies and inconsistencies in the Keene Commission report. This is the quote from Richard Clarke's book, where he says here, not a pretty picture, Dick. Dick Myers, himself a fighter pilot, knew that the days when we had scores of fighters on strip alert had ended with the Cold War. We're in the middle of Vigilant Warrior, a NORAD exercise, and that's the one where I got the email from Don Arias confirming later that that was a live fly drill. Here's the excerpt from the email that I received from Major Arias. Excerpt of email. NORAD instruction 33-7, nicknames. It's all mil-speak. A combination of 2 separate unclassified words which is assigned an unclassified meaning. A nickname is used exclusively to designate a drill or exercise. Exercise terms are used to prevent confusion between exercise directives and actual operations. There's supposed to be a firewall between drills and operation. On 9/11, that firewall did not exist. It was deliberately dismantled by Dick Cheney. Vigilant or amalgam means it is a headquarters NORAD-sponsored exercise. Guardian means it is a multi-command CPX command post exercise, which means there's no live fly. It's all a tabletop exercise. So on 9/11, NORAD was conducting a NORAD-wide multi-command command post exercise with no live fly. Other exercise terms include Warrior, JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Headquarters NORAD-sponsored field training exercise, live fly. I have that in writing, along with all the email headers showing that that came to me from a United States Air Force officer. That's written confirmation. Now we come to the wonderful 9/11 Commission. How many of you think that the 9/11 Commission did a good job? Hey, we just went through, Michael Caine did this again, and this was the original submissions to the 9/11 Commission from all the evidence, from all the witnesses who had testified for them about the timing of specific events on September the 11th. This is what their final report was, and what that means is that after they'd taken all the testimony, they went into chambers and wrote their report and came out with this whole new list of times, and nobody had ever submitted those times. It's like the judge going into chambers in the middle of a trial, having looked at the evidence from the defense and the prosecution, and the judge walks out with a whole new set of evidence that nobody had walked into court with. And you know what the military said? Gee, thanks, we're glad you straightened us out. We have to get past any illusions here. And what did they say about war games? The only mention of any war game was in a footnote, the 9/11 report. Footnote 116 on 9/11, NORAD was scheduled, and they lied. They said Vigilant Guardian. Vigilant Guardian was the hijack exercise. It was Northern Vigilance, which was the Soviet drill. So they're trying to confuse you again by lying. I have the original records. showing what the drills were. So they lied even in a footnote to the report. Now, many skeptics out there, excuse me, many people out there who love to attack us conspiracy theorists. I don't deal in conspiracy theory, I deal in conspiracy fact. Say that it's impossible to have a conspiracy of this size with thousands of people knowing and somebody would have taught. And my answer is, you bozos, you buy it the line every time, don't you? How many people have ever heard of the Manhattan Project? Manhattan Project, you know, the first atom bomb? Well, there were tens of thousands of people involved in that, and that secret didn't leak until the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, did it? How many people have heard of the F-117A stealth fighter? Gee, that was a secret for a long time. Thousands of people involved in that. That didn't leak until they finally announced it. Of course, they crashed a few and all that stuff, but people didn't really know what it was. And it's all dealt with, and I come from that milieu. I was raised in that milieu, and I worked, you know, the CIA tried to recruit me because of my family background when I was a cop. But I mean, I grew up knowing about compartment. I had a Q clearance because I lived in the same house with my parents. I'm serious, because my dad might have left his briefcase open. You deal with that by compartmentalization. A guy mining some uranium ore in Tennessee wouldn't have any idea that he was doing it for an atom bomb. A guy mixing epoxy resin wouldn't have any idea that it was to create a radar-proof paint or adhesive to go on the outside of a stealth fighter. And what you do need are certain key people in key locations who do know at least most of or a significant part of in a secret compartmentalized intelligence, SCI, that's an official term, operation. And I found several, but this is my favorite of all the ones in 9/11. Dave Frasca, who was head of the Radical Fundamentalist Unit, he stepped on 5 separate investigations, each one of which could have prevented the attacks. 5. He stepped on, there was an investigation of 2 of bin Laden's relatives in early 2001. The White House issued an order which he then put out to the field saying, stop investigating these 2 brothers of Osama bin Laden who were living in Falls Church, Virginia, right next to CIA headquarters. That's a clue. That's a clue. Chicago agent Robert Wright, heartbreaking press conference where he cried and apologized to the people he had penetrated Al-Qaeda financing. Dave Frasca took away his computers, sent him down to the basement where water pipes were dripping on his desk. You should have heard of the Phoenix memo circulated by Kenneth Williams that was suppressed about all the guys taking flight training. And by the way, we'll deal with the hijackers briefly when I tell you that, 7 of them are still alive, according to BBC and ABC and Newsday and, major press sources. I believe the planes were flown by remote control. And I believe that at least 5 to 7 of them, we know that 5 had received training at U.S. military facilities. That came from Newsweek magazine. And so some of them, I think, were government agents who were still alive. And the others were cannon fodder. The others, they call them the muscle guys. I think they all died on the airplanes that were being flown. Interesting now, we just had Donald Rumsfeld leak, slip of the tongue, that Flight 93 was shot down. Well, I proved that 93 was shot down. I think what happened was the passengers broke into the cockpit and found out there was nobody there. Now, what are you going to do then? You got to kill everybody on board, because how are you going to explain that? The Phoenix memo was sat on by Dave Frasca. Then Colleen Rowley, Time Magazine's Woman of the Year in 2003, remember her? See, she was the one in Minneapolis who was, saying, how come that the FBI headquarters they're suppressing our investigation. They won't let us into this computer. We know what's in here. Do we have to wait for Osama bin Laden to crash a plane into the World Trade Center? I mean, and yet she had Zacarias Moussaoui in custody. And Dave Frasca completely destroyed that investigation. Then we have Carnivore intercepts of email, which is an email intercept program, very sophisticated technology, also tied to Promise Software, where they can intercept all your emails. and they do it with some really great word recognition technology and so forth, but they had a warrant. And this FBI agent walks in on this big warrant where they have all this take. That's the intelligence term. It's the raw data is the take. And he saw that in the midst of these tens of thousands of emails, or 5,000 emails about Al-Qaeda and terrorist suspects and people wanting to blow up the U.S., there was an email from some Mary Johnson in Denver, Colorado. And according to the official story, the FBI agent was so upset that this innocent civilian had had her privacy violated that he destroyed all 5,000 emails. Now, look, I know a little bit about the FBI. First of all, the FBI never destroys anything. And the FBI was already into Zacarias Moussaoi's computer. They knew what was there, and they knew, you know, because the FBI only needs a warrant to get evidence into court. But the FBI has been doing black bag jobs since J. Edgar Hoover bought his first dress, you know. Kenny just wrinkled his brow over that one. So, you know, the FBI could give a hoot about somebody's civil liberties. But Dave Frasca was in charge of that too. Now, what happened to Dave Frasca after 9/11? He got promoted. Okay. Remember that first elephant with the 9/11 across its butt? That's 9/11. It's over. We all took our best shot. I took my best shot. Now, my book is still out there, but when I say I took my best shot, I mean that in terms of maybe having somebody in government come to senses, a trial, an indictment, an impeachment. Of course, I don't believe anything like that. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now, there's other elephants coming at us now in the wake of 9/11. But if you read Crossing the Rubicon, you get how these guys work and how they think. I started the first part of the book with detailed emphasis on what? Economics. Did I not? How many people here read the book? Because you've got to understand how money works. Unless and until you change the way money works, you will change nothing. And of course, it may be too late for that anyway. If you were to take a dollar bill out of your wallet and hold it in your hand, and a little glass of crude oil in the other hand. Now, what does the dollar bill represent? If you distill it down, it represents the ability to do something, right? To do work. To buy gasoline for your car, to drive your car, to buy a house, to take an airplane ticket, to buy food, to whatever. It represents oil is the ability to do work. Money has no value without oil. Von Clausewitz, who said, talked about the fog of war, said that politics is war is a continuation of politics by other means. If he was right about that, then politics is a continuation of economics by other means. And economics is a continuation of energy by other means. You keep looking for the root of the root of the root. We come back to oil. All oil production always follows a bell curve. This is one field. And, let's say, back Giant, the movie Giant with Montgomery Clift. Was it Montgomery Clift? And Elizabeth Taylor and whoever. James Dean. Okay, so they drill a well, and the guys are getting showered in the oil and we're rich. Well, that's what happens when you drill this first well. It's all under pressure. Now, reservoirs are not like a glass because it's sedimentary rock and it's source rock, and sometimes it's more porous and less porous, and there's all kinds of geologic factors that come into play. But the pressure goes down, but you drill more wells and your production goes up, and eventually the level goes down and you pass this peak and you come down. And that applies whether it's an oil field, the oil in one country, or the oil on planet Earth. The model is the same. Oil discoveries peaked in 1962. We now use 4.2 something barrels of oil for every new barrel of oil that is found, and that the gap is getting bigger every year. In 2003, there was not a single discovery of a mega field. Now, mega field sounds big, doesn't it, right? Mega, big, right? Like Schwarzenegger, mega field. 500 million barrels in a mega field, right? The world uses 1 billion barrels of oil every 11.5 days. In 2003, we didn't find a single field with 500 million barrels. That's a clue. Oil discoveries are way off. So there was a great prophetic scientist by the name of M. King Hubbert who predicted way back in the 50s that the peak of U.S. oil production would come in 1950. They damn near burned him at the stake. I know, I've been close to that a couple of times. And you know what, he was right. So he used the same model to predict a world oil peak somewhere between 2000 and 2010, 2012, based upon consumption. Now, these are creaming curves here, which show actual use. This was the predicted model curve, which shows a peak just shortly after here. But you can see that the creaming curves are all skewed this way. This is hydrocarbon production. This is world population. This is hydrocarbon production per capita. And hydrocarbon production per capita actually peaked on planet Earth in 1979. But notice what happens here, which is what all the ecologists, like my dear friend Richard Heinberg, and all the great writers who have talked about peak oil calls overshoot, where the population and the demand overshoot the ability to produce and sustain the population. This is the model that is applying to world events right now. From the Wilderness, my newsletter has been active on peak oil since right after 9/11. I have an incredible science editor, Dale Allen Pfeiffer, who was a geologist, who has done some of the most amazing prophetic writing. He has been right so far ahead of the curve. I mean, and I'll show you some examples later on. But finally, on October 1 of last year, when I say we did it, I don't mean from the Wilderness, because there are a great many people who were there on peak oil before I was. Colin Campbell, Richard Duncan, Walter Youngquist from Eugene, Oregon, Kenneth DeFays, many other people active in many, many groups around the world. But we did it because on October 1st, the G7 group of nations issued a joint statement saying we have no idea how much oil is really left. And we need to find out. Now that was after Shell had downgraded its reserves 3 times in 1 year. Now, let me talk briefly about reserves before we move on. Oil companies trade their stock on Wall Street. They raise money that way. If I'm BP Amoco and I discover a field with 600 million barrels of oil, and I announce that all in 1 year, I have to pay taxes on 600 million barrels of oil all in 1 year. Do I want to do that? No. So I say I found 100 million barrels this year, 100 million barrels this year, 100 million barrels this year, and that gives the false illusion from an accounting standpoint that more oil is being discovered in old fields. It's pure accounting hodgepodge. It's hocus pocus. Secondly, the more oil that I state, there are many different levels of reserves. There's proven reserves, there's estimated reserves, ultimately recoverable reserves, all of which are accounting terms. And we even found that Dale Pfeiffer was digging through a report from the Energy Information Administration about reserves that it says are in the ground. And there was a little footnote. You got to read the footnote sometimes. It's a pain in the ass, but it really pays off. Because the footnote said the Energy Information Administration adjusts estimated reserves based upon anticipated demand. What? Huh? Anybody see this last June? All right, let me plant a thought in your mind before we go on here. I get asked this question more often than any other question. And what it reflects to me is not so much ignorance as the fact that you, like me, like every victim out here who has been conditioned by television and radio and National Public Radio and, you know, all of this mind control that's out there, we have been conditioned not to think critically. And probably the single most important question I'm asked, the single most frequent question I'm asked is, hey, Mike, now you can fill in the blank anything you want to. What if the aliens come tomorrow with this whole great new technology? We'll be saved. Okay. Or what about hydrogen? Hydrogen is an insult, a chimera of the most evil kind. Okay, what about zero-point energy? Been demonstrated in the laboratory. Now, so let's assume that tomorrow there's a brand new technology. Will that brand new technology work in your 1996 Toyota Tercel? No. There are 700 million internal combustion powered vehicles on planet Earth. Each one of those vehicles, according to a couple studies we found, takes on the average between 12 and 15% of all the oil it will ever use in its lifetime just to make. Ah, who had it? All right, I love you. Would you like a cigarette? You read this article here, you've got to make 700 million new vehicles, and that article alone tells you there are 7 gallons of oil in every tire. Now, how are you going to get the minerals out of the ground, build the new factories? That's all hydrocarbon energy. You got to transport them, you got to melt them, you got to generate electricity, move them down, you got to make the paints out of oil, you got to wire the vehicles, that's plastic, you got to... Do you understand that it's a no-win solution? Professor David Goodstein of the California Institute of Technology wrote a great book. Says very clearly it takes 30 years to change an energy infrastructure. 30 years? We haven't even dealt with the infrastructure issues. Some of the mainstream stories that have acknowledged peak oil, ABC News. This just came out from MIT just 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Major oil headlines in the last year: National Geographic, BBC, Interpress News Agency, Moscow Times, Jane's Defense Weekly, Jane's Intelligence Review, one of the most respected publications on the planet. Foreign Policy in Focus, ABC News, the Sunday Times, that's of London. The Economist, I use them a lot, BBC, US News, Asia Time, Foreign Affairs, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Associated Press, Radio Free Europe, that's the CIA, folks. The Korea Times, Knight Ridder newspaper, CNN, okay? It's coming out, all right? Peak oil is real. It cannot be denied. Although the mainstream media does a wonderful job of like mentioning it, but saying, don't worry about it. We're handling it. That's what scares the shit out of me. They're handling it. This just came, there's a friend of mine, Adam Porter, who is a British guy, writes now for Al Jazeera. He used to be a big writer in England, and I wrote when he published a magazine there called Zero. And I wrote for him when he was there. Now he writes for Al Jazeera because he can get the truth out of Al Jazeera. The Al Jazeera English website's actually a damn good site. So he wrote this. Now, here's just a little clue as to what they're hiding. And this is what From the Wilderness does, is that, yeah, the mainstream media lies, but they have to tell the truth because there are actually people who make decisions who read them, and they know kind of where to look and how to read it. Look at this down here. This is Britain. He's writing about Britain. High fuel costs spell winter tragedy. British government. In the UK, up to 52,000 pensioners died during a cold winter. They are classified as excess deaths. That's because Great Britain is running out of energy. The North Sea is in complete decline. There's very little natural gas. 50,000 people may freeze to death in Great Britain this winter because there's no energy, not enough. And it's going to happen here. How many people heat their homes with natural gas? Well, it's like you don't want to admit it. It's like, how many people are gay? I'll get more hands raised than I would. How many people heat with that? Okay, how many people here think, oh no, I don't heat with natural gas, I heat with electricity, that's different. Hey, where do you think the electricity comes from? They burn that. Okay, some of it's hydro, but for most of the country, it's natural gas or coal. Here's an interesting quote. And this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is how I might present to you absolute proof that peak oil is real. Quote, if the actions rather than the words of the oil business's major players provide the best gauge of how they see the future, then ponder the following. Crude oil prices have doubled since 2001, but oil companies have increased their budgets for exploring new oil fields by only a small fraction. Likewise, U.S. refineries are working close to capacity, yet no new refinery has been constructed since 1976. And oil tankers are fully booked, but outdated ships are being decommissioned faster than new ones are being built. Is that logical? It is logical only if you understand that the oil companies know that there's no more oil to find and they'll never get a return on investment if they keep building new ships and new refineries that are never going to get paid for. Does that make sense? Here's really scary. ACOR, right here. The American Council on Renewable Energy just had a meeting, this is December 14th, in Washington, and basically what the thrust of this story was, if one actionable priority could be distilled from the chorus of support expressed for renewables, that's wind, solar, all the warm, fuzzy, progressive stuff we like, which I like, which is great. Problems with it, we'll get there in a minute. Of the American Council on Renewable Energy, it's that the time has come to shift the nation's priorities from an era of research and development to one of major deployment. Now, wait a minute. I grew up and my father was doing work for Martin Marietta on the Titan 3C and other kind of super top secret projects. R&D was the big word. Deployment meant you put it in the field now. And what this whole article says is that renewables have not been anywhere close to perfected, refined, the technology doesn't exist, the infrastructure doesn't exist to make them replace oil. But what the story says is, if you don't put whatever you got in the field now, we're done anyway. That's very scary. And you know who one of the big guys in this whole operation is? Guy by the name of James Woolsey. I think he's mentioned here on this page. You know who James Woolsey was? Bill Clinton's first director of Central Intelligence. This is riddled with intelligence people. And what they said was basically, stop trying to make your solar better, stop trying to make your windmills better, stop trying to just get it out now. Woolsey is really scary because he's really involved in something I read about in Discover magazine called thermal depolymerization. And you read the story, it is a non-scientific story because they don't talk about something called net energy, how much energy you have to put into something versus how much you get out. But Woolsey was really behind this thermal depolymerization, which is some kind of a machine where you can throw in animal waste, animals, and come out with oil. And this article actually said in Discover magazine, which is Disney, that if you throw in a 175-pound man, you'll come out with 30 liters of high-quality oil. And James Woolsey is behind this. Soylent oil. I mean, give me a break.
What if we all have this inner force but is dormant in 99% of the population? In rare cases, that force awakens in a very small percentage of individuals and suddenly their reality changes. What if something is happening right now that will simultaneously start awakening this force in humanity? What if there is a reason why people are feeling weird recently?
There is a sense of urgency because, people said, well, why now? Well, because it's not on our time scale, not on our timeline. It's not up to us. They're here, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. They're here.
Number one, it's not what you think it is. It's not coming from other planets. The evidence doesn't suggest that.
Interdimensional.
Yes.
One of the things that we noticed in these individuals, and this is sort of a side study, which I'm working on with a group at Harvard, is we noticed that an area of the brain, the caudate putamen, in many of these individuals was overdeveloped. And that's a whole other story, but basically we figured out that this is an area where intuition happens, and a lot of these individuals who we had were, let's call them high functioning. You don't get to be a pilot of a expensive craft without being reasonably smart and having intuition. And so just a side benefit of studying this allowed us to come up with a medical understanding of where cognition is happening in the brain. And we're following up with that in a mainstream science way with a neurophysiology group at Harvard.
Professor Gary Nolan indicates that the experiencers of the UAP phenomenon for which he had access to their brain scans exhibit overdeveloped features in the caudate and putamen areas of the brain. He emphasized that those areas of the brain are where intuition occurs. Their research leads them to believe that experiencers are able to interact with or encounter the phenomenon because of this development. But what caused that change in the brain? First, let's visit the South Atlantic anomaly. The South Atlantic anomaly is near Earth region where Earth's magnetic field is weakest relative to an idealized Earth-centered dipole field. This anomaly has been observed to be increasing in intensity recently. There are many anomalies, UAP sightings, cryptid creatures, and chupacabras witnessed in South America and the Amazon forest. One of the most famous and terrifying cases is the Colares incident in Brazil, which I have a video about, and the recent incidents in Peru. But how is this anomaly related to the brain changes that Gary Nolan was talking about? From this study, we can see the direct connection of extremely low power frequency that leads to increased melatonin levels in the brain. And from this study, we can see that the pineal gland's hormone melatonin appears to have an influence on the caudate putamen, specifically on the spontaneous neuronal activity in the brain region. It can affect the activity of neurons in the caudate putamen, and perhaps this is what's causing the overdevelopment in the brains of the experiencers. So people living in certain regions where there is a magnetic anomaly can develop this feature and have spontaneous glimpses of the phenomenon. This study discusses how magnetic fields, both permanent and oscillating, can influence genes and DNA, and from this study we can see how similar species can inherit gene variations based on the magnetic field. So perhaps one can inherit these changes in the caudate and putamen from their ancestors who lived in those areas with magnetic anomalies for generations. Even if they don't live anymore in those anomalous places, they may still inherit that trait. This would also explain the phenomenon in places like the Skinwalker Ranch. In my opinion, if you live long enough in areas with magnetic anomalies, you'll start experiencing glimpses of the phenomenon. Those areas can be large like the South Atlantic anomaly or small like a village or even a ranch. But what do these people see, and can we all experience the same thing?
We don't see light which is beyond UV and beyond infrared. We hear only a limited scale of vibrations, like for instance, we hear anywhere from 52 to 20,000 maximum. Mm-hmm. In other words, all our senses are limited. So with these limited senses, we naturally are seeing through a very narrow kind of tube or very narrow slit in the total reality there is. Mm-hmm. Now, as you're evolving, what happens is that that slit opens up more and more and more. So you see more and more of that reality, and we assume that we see different realities. They're not very different realities, but rather a very extended, broad view of one very large reality.
If this square, okay, represent, I don't know if you can see it with the glare, hopefully.
Yeah,
you can see this
we can
square
see
on
it.
this piece of paper,
Yeah.
represents the human body, okay? And the human body has something inside the circle, which is called a brain. And that brain resides inside the body, and the brain is responsible for certain functions and biological functions that keep the body alive, keeps your heart rate going and your breathing. And your body, coincidentally, is also responsible for keeping the brain alive through circulatory processes and whatnot. So the brain needs the body, and the body needs the brain. And so the brain is responsible for thinking, the body is responsible for protecting and moving and sustaining. And that's what a lot of people consider life. But there's another element There's another element to the human being and possibly to all sentient life. And that is the notion of this triangle. And that triangle is what some have referred to as the soul or the id or the chi or the spirit, right? It is something that does reside inside the body, but is not contained necessarily within inside the body. And is it possible that consciousness is part of that process, that spirit, that thing that is all encompassing of what a human being really is, the essence, if you will, imagine distilling a human being down to its actual essence, and that is what you have left over once the carbon of the body is gone and whatnot, the organics, if you will. What's left behind? And that is the great mystery of the universe, because that it is possible to some degree. Some people have speculated that's maybe how people can remote view and psychic abilities and all these things that seem to be paranormal, when in reality may have a very perfectly rational explanation. It's just part of a hidden kingdom, but a hidden kingdom to which we're all connected.
Everything you see is one band of frequencies. The highest frequency is light, unified mind. The lowest frequency would be blackness, absence of love, absence of whatever. Right. And physical matter is somewhere right in the middle, right? So you have the ability to tune up higher or tune down lower, and behavior and all these things and time, and it all fucking comes together. But what it means also is that your brain is what's called a transducer. You're an antenna.
So these are okay experiences. In the negative side, it may certainly open you up to astral planes where there are all sorts of dangerous entities, and you will get scared. You'll lose your sleep. You'll lose your mind.
To better understand what is happening, let's examine it from an evolutionary perspective. There may be natural forces at play that will cause a sudden leap in our evolution, which I will discuss later in the video.
Now, there is some backthrow. That is, there are some people here in this area, very few people who are still gorilla-like. That is hairy. They beat their chest when they see their neighbors and a few other things. And then we have other people who are here in this corner, very few of them, who are very highly developed, because we say that evolution is now pushing mankind in this direction, away from the gorilla types towards the very highly evolved people. At this point, we're here. What's going to happen maybe 1 million years from now, 500,000 years from now? This curve is going to shift. It's going to shift like this. That is, the bulk of the population will be very, very highly evolved. We have gone away altogether from the gorilla types, no more gorillas. And what we have here now is the average man, in evolutionary terms. The bulk of the population is extremely, very, very highly evolved. And the cutting edge of evolution here, these are very, very highly evolved people. We can't even imagine what kind of person that will be. He may not have a physical body. Of course, the habitat, so to speak, of this group here, well, you just go out and you find them. They're all over the place. The habitat of this group here, what do you think? What do you think you find these people here? Hey?
I suspect that you would find them in universities. You'd find the people who are very bright, people who are in the leading edge of professions. That kind of thing. I mean, it's an intellectual thing.
Well, I suggest that you find them in mental hospitals, in nut houses. And the reason for that is that these people, they live in a different reality, in a reality which is very changed, and few of them are adapted to live in this reality. So naturally, they can't function very well. So the only safe place, only good place for them would be the mental hospital, unless they can integrate their different view of reality with their daily lives. Now, if they can integrate it, then we have people like Newton, like Darwin, like Faraday. These are the so-called geniuses.
Some believe that evolution is guiding us towards understanding and being able to perceive the ultimate reality. But what if there is a trigger that could speed up that process? random individual triggers, global natural triggers, and purposely designed triggers by certain people with occult knowledge? And what if we are approaching a major trigger event?
I had an experience in London once that I still don't understand to this day. It was like, I don't know why this always happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's hilarious, but for a lot of people. And I woke up and my whole body was just pulsing with like some sort of electric fire, like nothing I'd ever felt before. And feel it, but hear it and feel it from the tip of my toes to my fingers, whole body. And right as I woke up, it wasn't even words. It was more like but it was clear. It was the words, "This is how you connect." And it went on for about 15 seconds. And then I just said, whatever, stop. This has got to stop. And it stopped. So I was clearly awake. I had control over it. But again, where did this voice come from? I mean, maybe it was a dream. The voice was a dream voice of some sort, but the feeling was not. I'd never had any feeling like that before. Interestingly, the next evening, it happened again at about the same time, but only a very fractional sense of it. So I came back and I asked Jacques, I said, what could that have been? And he said, well, maybe it was a Kundalini event or something like that. So I went and read about Kundalini, never heard of it before. It didn't seem to match any of that.
Before you were talking about the people who were the mutants, either being in the mental hospitals or being geniuses. Yeah. These are people who have expanded perception, and hence they can see a reality which ordinary people at this stage of evolution are not able to see.
Correct.
What is the nature of that reality which they're able to see?
Well, that is classified as a non-physical reality sometimes. We can take an example, say, let's take a simple example. A family sitting at dinner table and say there's a kid, maybe 15 years old, 16 years old, and he looks up and suddenly he says to his mother, "Hey, Ma, look at there's our dead grandmother is standing in the corner." Mother looks around and says, "No, there's no grandmother there." And she says, "Well, kiddo, there's something wrong with you. You need help.
You're crazy."
So you're crazy. So she takes him off to the friendly neighborhood psychiatrist, and same thing happens. The psychiatrist will ask him, "Well, kiddo, what do you see?" "Well, you'll see, don't you see, doctor, over there in the corner, don't you see this person standing there?" Well, the psychiatrist turns around, "No, there's no such thing." Well, and then psychiatrist says, "Oh, young fella, you're in troubles," and then he writes out a little prescription for a little Thorazine or electroshock or whatever, and pretty soon, in a matter of 2 weeks, kid is back in shape, very normal.
No longer sees
anything.
Yeah.
So the process has been reversed. This is called a psychotic episode or acute schizophrenic break or whatever it is.
And what you would say is that there's a good chance that kid is seen.
Very good chance that the kid has a spontaneous opening of his senses.
So that the evolution has been rushed up or hurried up?
Yeah. Now, this actually happens. There are techniques to do this. But the Eastern people, the yogis, have developed systems to do this, to push the nervous system rapidly. But it happens very often spontaneously without someone trying to do anything about it, and just happens.
If it happens unrestricted means out of the blue, it kind of happens. Sometimes once in a while there may be cases somebody have had an accident or something and suddenly that it gets triggered. It's not going to happen if a comfortable lifestyle is going on. That trigger may be through stress, through pain, through something like that, through intense spiritual practices, or if you are Arjuna in the battlefield, suddenly the realization comes to you that you are going to kill your relatives. You can't do that, so you are running away. So that's a stressful condition of the mind. Okay, so you have to get out of the normal zone. Normal comfort zone has to be lost. So sometimes it may happen in the case of just a sudden accident or something has happened in that state. it got triggered automatically once in a while. Okay, I'm not saying it's very common, but happens. So there it will be very difficult to integrate because you don't know what to do with it afterwards. It's very difficult. It's like suddenly portals may open up and suddenly you must start seeing things, etc. Most people will put you straight into a mental asylum. Doctors will put you into medicines. You will not know what to do. And on top of that, if your belief system does not support this, then you are even more screwed.
The energy is so powerful that there are cases when it has suddenly happened and the body and the mind is not able to cope with it and people become somewhat semi-crazy.
When you say crazy, what happens?
Suddenly there's a spurt of energy which they don't know how to place, how to control. They sort of behave in strange ways.
And maybe some people might consider them to be possessed. When
Yes, possible. Or mad. They're not actually mad. They're seeing things and hearing things and going with because something has happened in them.
So these simultaneous triggers can occur either due to stress or some other factor, which I will elaborate on later. When the inner force awakens, suddenly you can see a different reality around you, one that the majority still can perceive. But what if there is a certain way to awaken this dormant force? Remember, it can be very dangerous if you don't have a proper guidance.
And yogis of India, I think, are at the root of many of these. These stories. They're probably the most sophisticated, I would say, of the shamans who have explored consciousness. That in an almost scientific manner.
Now, this actually happens. There are techniques to do this, but the Eastern people, the yogis, have developed systems to do this, to push the nervous system rapidly. But it happens very often spontaneously without someone trying to do anything about it, and just happens.
The fundamental life force in the existence, we call it Kundalini. Now, within the system, within the human system, if you look at this as a kind of a life package, it's a piece of life. This piece of life is packed in a certain way with layers of this energy. One dimension of energy comes alive immediately because that is necessary for your survival process. The other dimensions of energy will not come alive unless you do something about it. Unless you're aware of it and activate it in a certain way, they do not come into existence. They remain dormant. The dormant energy is way bigger than the energy that is in use right now. If you activate this dimension of energy, other dimensions of life will open up. One thing is, are you ready for those dimensions? Kundalini Yoga in its essence is the most dangerous form of yoga. I'm saying dangerous because it's the most potent also. What is most potent is always the most dangerous, if improperly handled. Without expert guidance, constant guidance and observation, nobody should ever attempt it. Otherwise, Kundalini Yoga can transform the way you are within days. Suddenly you find you are a stranger in your own home within 2 days of practice, because it will change everything about you. So can we raise the Kundalini? Yes, we can. One way is to create a conducive atmosphere so that slowly it rises. The other way is to provoke it in such a way that it raises quickly. If it rises quickly, then everything changes dramatically. If it rises slowly over a period of time, changes will happen slowly. You will be capable of handling these changes over a period of time. But if it happens very quick, then you will not be able to handle the changes. Things will look like things are falling apart. There are 112 ways in which you can take this up. Out of these 114 chakras, there are 7 which we recognize as 7 dimensions. Out of this, 6 are within the body, 1 just outside the physical body. So if you employ these 112 methods, you will handle the 6th chakras. The 7th one you cannot handle. There are 112 ways in which you can attain to a chakra which we refer to as Agna. But from Agna to Sahasrar, there is no way. There is no way to do it. You just have to jump into an abyss. If you have to jump into an abyss, you should be insane. Or you should have enormous trust in somebody.
So there, once it opens up is good, but what do you do after that? And that is where you will need solid guidance, because otherwise there are more people who fall down with these kind of experiences than people who integrate them properly in their life. And after this little bit of the Kundalini movement, when it starts, your normal life is going for a toss. First of all, your perspective of everything is going to change.
This is a great point you've mentioned, sir. Basically, it's like a brain has filters, which filters out a lot of stuff, because if we were able to see that stuff, we would have lost our minds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's around us now as we speak.
Yes.
But your gross body consciously blocks it out because maybe your soul is not ready to experience those experiences.
Right.
Now, if you also begin to spiritually advance and you chase this process of making your Kundalini rise, those filters get removed from your brain.
Yes.
Creative energy is always depicted as feminine. So this Parashakti, after having done all its work, in the human being, where does it operate? First, it operates as sex. This energy creates another human being. It's a creative energy. Now, this energy, after having made a child, doesn't dissipate. It stays. Where does it stay? In the bottom of the spine, in the center called the Muladhara.
The lowest chakra.
Lowest center. Lowest not in the sense of low and high, but in the bottommost.
Physically.
Physically low. Yes. So it stays there. Now the yogi, what he does? He controls it and turns it around and makes it ascend the spine. When it ascends the spine, then the Kundalini or the Shakti, whatever you want to call Bhujangi, becomes a spiritually creative energy, just as it becomes a physically creative energy through sex.
So this inner force is known as Kundalini in esoteric Hindu teachings, while in esoteric Kabbalah teachings it's referred to as Merkaba. Merkaba mysticism focuses on exploring the inner workings of the divine and spiritual realms through meditation and practices. These techniques have been integral to secret societies since ancient times, including the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece.
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream.
There's just things happening. And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together. It's not our world.
None
That's
of this
the
is
key.
real?
Nope.
So you're just passing
We don't
through.
matter.
The Monroe Institute and the Gateway Experience share the same purpose, to awaken this inner energy through specific frequency and meditation. They even incorporate certain affirmations and the sound Om during the Gateway Experience. The Kozyrev mirror operates on a similar principle by constructing mirror or light-reflecting material walls to block the electromagnetic forces, allowing individuals to awaken their inner energy. The mystical prophet Nostradamus employed similar techniques while he was making his prophecies. Baba Vanga, the famous seer from the Balkans, experienced an awakening of her inner force due to stress after losing her eyesight during a tornado storm. I can make a part 2 about this topic, focusing more on the symbolism and the secret and ancient teachings, so let me know if you are interested. Now let's explore the event that might cause a global sudden awakening of this inner force or the real apocalypse. I've written many texts about the ancient catastrophic events and the ones foretold by our ancestors. In my opinion, it involves the magnetic pole shift, the increased solar activity, and the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field. We can delve into the details in another video, but here's my opinion on how that event will affect us mentally and physically. As Chen Thomas stated in his book The Adam and Eve Story, experiments with rats living in a lower magnetic field made them more aggressive and violent. Ancient texts predict that at the end of time people will become more aggressive and even wars will erupt. As I stated at the beginning of this video, the sun and the electromagnetic field have a huge impact on our nervous system. People will not be aware of what is happening as reality starts to change, so they will become confused and aggressive.
I have a feeling that now people seeing this happening, floods, sea levels are rising, icebergs are melting, cruelty in human beings in general is increasing. All kinds of things are happening. Of course, there is one side where spiritual, So I think the young person also has begun to think, because the future belongs to the young, begun to think that this is not everything, there must be something more to it.
Like spiritual.
Definitely. Because we in India are lucky because we have been exposed to it for so many years, which may not be the case with other people. So people have begun to think, is there something more than this? Is this all there is to? Are we going to die suddenly of an earthquake or something happening? How many people died in Turkey recently? Right? So all these disasters are a pointer towards saying, well, this is not everything. There is something more than this, which can never be created or destroyed.
Had your master told you that a difficult time will come?
Yes, he did.
And
many of the things he said are happening now. And that time I used to think that maybe some things will happen, some may not happen, but many things which he said are happening. Sea level rising, when he said that, I couldn't believe it at that time. He said the ice in Antarctica will melt. He said there will be earthquakes in the Himalayas. I said it is a sacred place. He said, yeah, but it is still a physical system. It can happen. He said the young people will also get interested in spiritual matters, and this is important to prevent disasters in future. He said they are the people going to take over next in this world, and it's good that they go with this understanding and background, which is why I also try to concentrate on the young. I go to satsangs. When I see more young people, I'm really happy.
Is this signed off as a difficult decade for humans?
Yes.
The 20s?
A very difficult decade for human, but once we cross this, we will come out better. It's a reformatory.
Purification.
And I felt certain things within my system. Then I inquired with a few people, what is happening? It's like, feels like this. Then they said the solar flares have kicked out. The next 6 years, they will be at a very high pitch, the kind of pitch that we have not seen in our lifetime at least. So now the solar activity, one way is in the Indian traditions and in scriptures and other things. I'm not an expert on this, but I know it has been said that when solar activity rises like that, there could be a lot of death, there could be disease, there could be wars, there could be psychological imbalances, there could be a lot of turmoil in human life and a lot of upheavals in animal life, every life on the planet, because it affects your nervous system, digestive system, pulmonary system, everything. There is an extra stimulus and all the energies that work upon this planet, the geomagnetic forces and nuclear radiations and the magnetic tail that is there behind the earth and the way moon relates to the planet and how it redirects these energies of the flares towards the earth, what it does, all these things will have some kind of stimulus. When extra stimulus happens, you can do things which you cannot do without the necessary power, isn't it? So right now, it's that kind of a situation. There is extra everything on the planet and it's going to rise in the next year or so. When this happens, we can either break our bones or we can rise. It's marvelous that everybody should rise.
As reality broadens and the senses change due to stress, the effect of the magnetic field and the radiation of the sun, they will start perceiving different creatures. These are ancient paintings found in Australia and America. Also in the Book of Revelation, at the end of time, giant locusts are emerging from the ground to torment the people. Only a small number of enlightened people will know what is happening, and after the catastrophic events in the Great Flash, humanity might start over, this time as a more evolved species with new senses. It's possible that evolution is triggered and happens suddenly due to extreme events like this study suggests. However, there are certain twists, and this means there are other more evolved beings than us, and some of them might be the Watchers, but this video is already too long. If it receives enough views and at least 2000 likes, I will provide further elaboration on my opinion about this reality. Please consider supporting me on Patreon, as is the only way for this channel to survive. Making these videos consumes a lot of my time, and recently the number of my Patreons has decreased. Also, if you are interested in this topic, please consider subscribing to my channel with notifications on. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video.
I first came across Edgar Fouché in 2004, or at least I thought it was 2004, but I later discovered I had come across him about 5 years earlier, in 1999, speaking in a UK documentary called Riddle of the Skies. Ed only appeared on the screen for a few minutes, and, partly because of the way the information was presented in this documentary, I hadn't really taken in the huge significance of what he was disclosing to the world at that time. Edgar Fouché was disclosing information regarding what he had seen in a number of secret projects or black programs. In the 1960s, having completed his high school education, Ed was drafted from college during the Vietnam conflict. Ed was selected for the US Air Force pararescue field and then, following an injury, retrained as an electronics and cryptographics specialist. His continually growing skills and knowledge in these and other areas led him to gain a top-secret crypto clearance. He then spent about 20 years in the US military and another decade working for defense contractors. Ed worked with many people across many levels of the military and gained many awards for the high standards of his work. His reputation meant that his skills were often sought after by people high up in his chain of command. As Ed will explain, all these factors led him in the mid to late 1970s to work for some short periods in top-secret facilities in the Nevada test site known as Area 51. This brought him into contact with some advanced digital technology which, as part of his work, he held in his hands. He also communicated with many people in or connected to the US military that he came to know and trust. Over time, they gave him their own accounts of incredible technologies and programs that they had witnessed or worked on. In the early 1990s, with the help of a few close friends, even though they knew that they would be putting themselves at risk of reprisals, the decision was made that they would disclose to the world what they knew, that the US government had been covering up the development of advanced, potentially world-changing technologies. Ed collected together many documents to back up what he was presenting. Some documents were extremely sensitive and therefore had names or dates blacked out or deleted. After years of careful research, interviewing, writing and preparation, Ed made his first public disclosures in 1998 at a number of presentations, including MUFON and the International UFO Congress events in the USA. Ed had also written down much of the information in the form of a book, also published in 1998, which was co-authored by well-known writer Brad Steiger. The book was called Alien Rapture, The Chosen, and it used Ed's life as a canvas on which was painted the information he was disclosing. Due to the legal advice he received, most of the characters and scenarios in the painting are presented as fictional, but essentially they are based on real people and true events. The only thing in his book that was fiction was the alien agenda. Over the next few hours and minutes, we will discuss all of these important and fascinating topics, and I will try to explain how and why I became happy and honoured to speak to Mr. Edgar Fouché. How's that?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. That was a nice introduction.
Yeah, well, I was just wanted to sort of really try and kind of go through chronologically, really, I suppose. So I worked out because I looked quite closely at what you'd sent, and you very kindly directed me to a copy of your book in PDF form. And we'll get onto that later. We're going to talk a lot about that. And, you've just told me recently that you've updated that, and expanded it from the original version. So I think people that have read the original version would probably want to have a look at the new version to find out, the new information that's in there. But I understand you were born in 1948, 22nd of February, Americus, Georgia. Is that correct? Or
Yes, I was born in Americus, Georgia. Actually, we lived in outside a little town called Ellaville, and I was born at the farm back then. Everybody was a midwife back then, but my birth certificate came from Americus.
Right. And I understand that you were born to fifth generation Americans, and your family, the family in the past has been actually involved with intelligence work. I wondered if you could tell us a bit more about that.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I saw a lot of documents, and my grandparents, the Fouchers, they spoke French. I knew a little growing up, but if you don't use it, you lose it. It was pretty normal life as a kid. We raised our own animals and crops, and we're pretty self-sufficient.
So did you have like a small holding, or were you farmers, or how would you describe it?
Well, it was a farm. It was about 1,000 acres. It's farmland. Most of the Fouchers were in and around Georgia. They, some of them were farmers, some of them were in different businesses. During World War II, I had 7 uncles, and I think every one of them was on one front or another, and several of them worked in intelligence, and they used to tell stories about Joseph Fouché because they had books that were in French that they'd read. Later in my life, I started doing some searches myself, but apparently one of my ancestors, Joseph Fouché, was the French foreign minister and also started the first organized intelligence organization under Napoleon. And half the French say he's a scoundrel because he survived both Napoleon and the king. And the other half think he's the most brilliant spy there ever was, sort of like James Jesus Angleton or something.
Wow.
So it was quite by accident I got involved in intelligence. My biological father, Ridge Fouché, was an industrialist, and he literally started new garment manufacturing plants that made everything from Arrow and Manhattan dress shirts to, during World War II, tents, caps, backpacks, everything the military needed. He was an alcoholic, very abusive, but he was a high-performing alcoholic.
Right.
He was brilliant, but he was also a mean bastard. When in the book, as in my life, we moved from Georgia to San Antonio, Texas.
How old were you?
I would have been starting the 2nd grade.
Right.
I started the 2nd grade in San Antonio, Texas. We lived for a short period of time with my grandparents, the Russells.
Yeah.
And then about the time I was 12 years old or 11, my mother and biological father got divorced. And a year later, my mother married Glenn Edward Little, probably the smartest man I've ever known in my life. He could do literally anything. He could repair electronics, repair any kind of automobile engine or transmission, or he could do carpentry. He could do roll and pleated seats and antique cars. He could cook anything. So, I mean, the guy was just a Renaissance man. He was well read, and he was my mentor and probably influenced my life more than anybody. My stepfather, Glenn, and then also my grandfather, Russell.
Because I understand
they had a great.
I understand your grandparents were quite religious, and you know they sort of that you were sort of put into that lifestyle. Is that correct, or is that?
Yes, my grandfather. He had a cousin or an uncle. I can't remember which. It was a general. And at one time, I think when he was a colonel, he was in charge of Randolph Air Force Base at the beginning of World War II. So my grandfather went to work as a machinist at Randolph Air Force Base, and I think retired around 62. And then he had always been a Nazarene lay preacher or part-time preacher, but after he retired, they built this. They expanded the little church next door to his house, which was the church parsonage. And then he became a full-time Nazarene preacher. He was very well studied. He could quote many quite old works, including Flavius Josephus and many other works or anything in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And it was, other than school and playing, everything was involved religion. I mean, almost every day of the week there would be prayer meetings or missionary meetings or fundraising, or of course Sunday, there'd be Sunday school and Sunday noon church, and then Sunday evening church, and then somewhere in the week there'd be choir practice. I mean, it was like our whole life was controlled by religious influence. I wouldn't call it indoctrination because, I believe what I was taught actually established my high moral values throughout my life.
Right. And I think the journey from, Georgia to San Antonio, where you had one of your early experiences, which was very unusual, wasn't it? We'll talk about that a bit later, but the place of San Antonio itself, like you've written in the book, to outsiders, the city was known as a tourist town, but the locals knew it as a military town in every sense of the word. The largest employer was Uncle Sam, and the majority of the retirees living in the area were military veterans and former civil service employees. So presumably then, when you went to San Antonio and you were there for a good few years, you're kind of growing up in that environment with those sorts of, people that were there. Is that a fair comment?
There were at least 5 military bases in San Antonio. Fort Sam Houston, Randolph Air Force Base, which is Air Force Military Personnel Center. It's a big base. It was also a cadet training base during World War II. There's Lackland Air Force Base, which most of the people in the Air Force, except during World War II, went through Lackland for basic training, security training. They even have a training center for people that work with military dogs. Next to Lackland Air Force Base is Security Hill, which is totally controlled by the National Security Agency. There's a Southern Command and another large security organization that's under the umbrella of the NSA. There's an Army camp. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but when I was 11 years old or second grade, there were probably 40% of San Antonio and Bexar County was Hispanic. Now it's more like 70%. But each of those bases also had civil service workers that worked for the government. So in addition to the military, you had the civil service workers that worked for the government or military. So the town has a massive amount of military and civil service retirees.
Right. And then I think, some of this has come from the book, so I know that some of the details, are based on your life, and not all are absolutely the same. But was it true then that you, I've got a date here from the book, 1971, that you'd moved to Kilgore, Texas, and you went to live with your aunt and uncle. Is that, how does that tie up with what was in you? What happened?
In the 7th grade, we moved to California for a couple of months, and then back down to McAllen, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. And then in the 8th grade, I ended up in Little Rock, Arkansas, and played football in the 8th and 9th grade at Westside Junior High School in Little Rock, which was located right next to the Capitol building. And then I started the 10th grade at North Little Rock High School. And then we moved to Gonzales, Louisiana for another new garment manufacturing plant, which is in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. At some point in the middle of the year, I literally ran away from southern Louisiana and went to East Texas to live with my stepfather and my mother in Longview, Texas. And then I enrolled at Longview High School. Played football, was president of Thespians, I was on the National Honor Society. I was involved in quite a few activities, including the debate team. So I've been a lifelong debater because I think of that influence.
And so is it the case then that in the book, the Uncle Glenn character is sort of roughly equivalent to your stepfather? Then is that correct, or?
Yes, the Glenn Whittle, I think named him as Glenn Little, Glenn Edward Little. I could talk to hours, but let me just restate the fact he's the most wonderful influence in my whole life on me. And my high school was actually perfect. I was involved in many, many different activities. I was very popular. I was happy. Like I said, my biological father was extremely abusive physically and mentally to my mother and my older brother and I. So to be in that kind of environment radically reshaped my life for the positive. And then after I graduated from high school, I started at Kilgore College, which is 10 miles away from Longview in the city of Kilgore. While I was in Kilgore College, I got a draft notice from the Army, and then which was kind of bizarre because back then they had a draft board and they had deferments, and I had 5 out of 6 deferments. For example, I was married, I had a kid on the way, I worked at night at RG Letourneau as a machinist making bombs for the Air Force, sole surviving son because my brother was disabled in the Army. I was basically had every deferment except I wasn't mentally or physically deficient.
Right.
So kids didn't get drafted. It was always us middle class or lower class people that got drafted by the draft boards. And then I basically, the Air Force recruiter was an elder at our Nazarene church there in Longview. And then there was the police chief, Gaddis, and they went to, they put their minds together and said, well, Eddie, I was like 6'5.5" at the time, very big, muscular, big boned. And they said, he's going to make too big a target. We need to get him in the Air Force. So basically, they snuck me in and got me recruited into the Air Force to keep me out of the Army. I had to make changes in the book because as I outlined it, there were certain things I wanted to explain about Joe Green, and even though there were things altered in the book that don't exactly parallel my life. And some of them actually have no relevance on my life, little pieces. And I wrote the book so that we could see the angst and the stressors and the problems Joe Green had because he had all these influences in his mind and didn't know really what they were, what was going on in his life. He felt like he was out of control, which doesn't necessarily parallel my real life.
You've seen the book titles out there. Needless to say, we have two of the foremost thinkers about things that are out of the box. George Knapp is a Nevada journalist who's been honored with the highest awards in broadcast journalism, including the Peabody Award, the DuPont Award, and the Edward R. Murrow Award, along with 27 regional Emmys for his investigative reporting, environmental reporting, and news writing. He is the weekend host of Coast to Coast AM, and tonight we're relying on him to be our guide through Colonel Alexander's vast experience. Colonel John Alexander, PhD, characterizes his career as evolving from hardcore mercenary to thanatologist. After retiring from the Army, he joined Los Alamos National Laboratory, developing the concept of non-lethal defense. He's traveled the world from the Amazon rainforests to Timbuktu, actually, as well as Rwanda, Afghanistan, and throughout Central America. We are so fortunate that tonight he's here in Edwards, Colorado, to enlighten us about the past, the present, and the future. As a related side note, if you haven't seen it yet, I highly encourage all of you to check out the TV show, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, and the subsequent Beyond the Skinwalker Ranch on the History Channel, in which both John and George make appearances. And in a shameless shout out for my sock drawer, I want to point out that I have a UAP abducting a cow here on my inner calf. I'm a fan of you both. It's an honor to have you here. Their collective credentials would take me all night. So without further ado, please welcome to the Vail Symposium, Colonel John Alexander and George Knapp.
I tell you what, John, let me set the stage for a second. John and I have known each other for 27 years now, and I think of myself as an old UFO fart who's been at this a long time. He's one of the few in the world who's been at it longer than I have. Our paths have intertwined a number of different times over the past 27 years. And, you know, for 76 years since the beginning of the modern UFO era, when you think about this topic, if you think about it at all, the dominant paradigm has always been these are spacecraft from other planets. They're ETs. Both John and I probably started in that spot a long time ago. Both of our opinions have shifted quite dramatically in the decades since. And tonight we thought we might tell you the factors that went into what changed our opinions, where it's headed, tell you some goofy stories about Skinwalker Ranch, and then sort of come full circle about the amazing events that are unfolding right now. I mean, normally in this UFO world, things happen at a pace that is like tectonic plates moving or glaciers, pretty slowly. But the last 5.5 years have been pretty remarkable. We've had 3 congressional hearings. They went 54 years without any of them, and then they had 3 of them in the last 3 years. Congress has authorized 3 different UFO programs, the UAP Task Force, something called AIMSOG, and something called ARROW. I promise we won't bury you with too many acronyms tonight. NASA has its own program going. The Galileo project based at Harvard is going. Mainstream media, which avoided this like the plague for a long time, is now sort of on board with covering it to some extent. A lot of it's debunking, but it's been a remarkable series of changes in a short amount of time. And for those of us like John and I have been at this for a long time, it's amazing. I mean, I never thought I would see this kind of change in my lifetime. We don't exactly know where it's going, but we're going to give you some ideas about where we think it might be headed next.
I'd like to say, catching up with UFOs at the moment is kind of like trying to jump on a freight train that's at full speed already, because it is changing dramatically. What I wanted to do initially is we started talking about reality denied, which is broader. And I start all of my presentations with this slide. We could do hours. By the way, I'll apologize up front. I'm going to go, it's kind of like a fire hose for a few minutes, and we're going to slow down. But the topics that we'll talk about will be available for questioning. This is a bias that I have and have used this for a long time. All of these phenomena, in my view, are interrelated in some way, and consciousness appears to be a part of it. And I've been involved in research in all of these areas. Go to a lot of conferences, and these are some that I've presented at. And it's interesting when you have UFOs, near-death experiences, been with shamans in the Amazon, as I said, in remote viewing. It's kind of interesting how they tend to see these things as separate and distinct. But what's merging now over time is we're getting to have more understanding that these are interrelated. Tonight, where we're we're going to hit predominantly initially on UAPs or UFOs and Skinwalker Ranch. Understand they have not done anything on Skinwalker here before, and these are a couple of the books that George is a co-author on, and have some available here. It says reality denied is much, much broader. I'll start with voodoo. First of all, voodoo is far more than a religion. Everything you've seen about it on TV and that, forget about that. It's an entire way of life. And my point here is, this had to do with fire, where they stand on the fire, sit in the fire, and things that justify the laws of thermodynamics. This is in Eastern Africa, where we're working with shamans there. Have been in with the reindeer shaman. This is in Mongolia. By the way, there was an article in New York Times just this past weekend talking about adventure travel and ending in Ulaanbaatar. Ulaanbaatar is where we started there. The two pictures that I've shown in there, in the upper one, these are things that were reported. We haven't got time to get into it, but that's one where we woke up one morning on the Siberian border, and next day laying between us is a 50-pence Australian coin. The other is an apport that just emerged with the shaman bold, who's the one that you see there, just dropped out of sight. I've done a lot of work with ayahuasca, and we can address that, but the bottom line is psychopharmacology does not explain all of the things that we have seen there. This is another one. We were in Curitiba, Brazil, and my wife, this is a spirit possession thought. Now, these people are used to seeing spirit possession, and this is Umbanda, and by the way, in there in Candomblé, no drugs involved at all. But there are about 300 people there, only about 10 gringos, and she's suddenly out. That's why you see everybody standing around looking at her. I mean, that was very unusual. Can talk about that. John of God, highly controversial, particularly at the moment. Just got sentenced to 118 years in jail. But the healings that we have seen there, we've been in Nebuchadnezzar, just pretty amazing. More recently, we were in the stands. So here's where we saw in the Tian Shan Mountains in Kyrgyzstan, dealing with shamans there. On the left is Samarkand in Uzbekistan. The bottom picture, that's an eagle, a hunting eagle on my arm. I just thought it was kind of neat. And if you don't know anything about the gates of hell, I highly do not recommend Turkmenistan as a place to visit, but that is an interesting site. Of course, we have remote viewing. I think you've had, I know Stephen Schwartz has been here. I was on the founding board of the International Remote Viewing Association. On my doctorate, the head of my doctorate committee was Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, and some will know she's one who basically brought hospice to the U.S., and that led me to becoming the president of IONS later. Not related to unusual phenomena, but we also ended up creating something called Children's Hospice International the first time we were dealing with pediatric hospice. A key medium that was involved was Ann Gaiman. And there, what happened was that we were first doing the metal bending, soft spoon bending, and she's sitting across from my boss, who was the commanding general of Intelligence and Security Command, holding up a fork, and it went bloop. That really got our attention. I understand Suzanne Gaiman has been here. Interesting medium. By the way, the relationship with her and Anne, her first book that she wrote was actually The Priest and the Medium. But also interspecies communication. I've worked with dolphins in the wild. The lower side, that's with the humpback whales in the open ocean and at distances like this, I mean, within inches, amazing, and orbs. And we're going to talk, I know more about the orb thing in the future. And then most recently, we were in eastern Turkey, and some of you may have heard of Göbekli Tepe, which is sort of developed. Problem is that it's about 11,000 years old, and nobody can figure out where this came from. This site is even newer and potentially bigger. It's Karahan Tepe is probably 2 millennia older than Göbekli Tepe, and the question becomes where the problem here is it's only about 1% excavated so far. They have no idea where, how big it's going to be, and more or less who put it there. And finally, what I'm going to say is one of the big issues of the question is how much is enough? And I would say here in the near-death studies, we have millions of cases, and people want to argue, can this be real or not? In the remote viewing, scientists argue about the theoretical aspects of can this be true? We had an operational capability that was in there. And finally, what we're going to talk about a lot tonight is in the UFO arena. Again, many of the cases, when we get into the military, basically every sensor system we have picks them up. And people still want to argue, is this real or not? One of the things I argue is that these phenomena are at least as complex as cancer. And if we're going to address these issues, we need to get our best and brightest involved and be able to do so without risking their reputation or livelihood. So, George, why don't you tell them about what's happening?
All right. I'll tell you a little bit my entry to this this topic. So I live in Las Vegas. It's the best news town in America, maybe in the world. We have so much crime and corruption and money and power, celebrities, sports stars, big events, con men, con artists, scam artists of every type, big dreamers, people who moved there for a second chance in life. I mean, it's a great city. There's never been a slow news day. I've covered every kind of imaginable crime and corruption and scandals you can imagine. I got hooked into UFOs one day in 1987 when somebody walked into the news station with a stack of documents and tried to get my managing editor interested. He pushed it away, said it sounded too crazy. If it was true, he'd already know about it. I said, let me take a look at those things. And they had been, most of them were FOIA documents squeezed out of the federal government, the military in particular, intelligence agencies, through the Freedom of Information Act. This is what hooked me on the story about UFOs, because the dominant paradigm, again, the idea that the public has that these are extraterrestrial craft visiting from other planets is in direct contradiction to what our government has told us for a long time. Nothing to it, nothing to see here, folks, move along. Well, the paper trail shows something different. Before FOIA became the law of the land in the mid-1970s, these memos, reports, and very candid comments went back and forth between different parts of the government. The US Army, the US Air Force, the Navy, the CIA, and other agencies would comment back and forth very candidly about these encounters that were happening. They said, these are not ours. We don't believe they're Russians. They're from somewhere else. We need to figure this out. It's a matter of national security. They would be very candid about that. Now, after FOIA became the law of the land, those same agencies became pretty good at hiding this stuff, either not putting it on paper or using vague, vacuous terms that wouldn't be picked up in FOIA, or hiding it in private hands so people like me couldn't get it. But that's what hooked me, because I could see that while our government and agencies were telling the public one thing, they were saying something very different, directly contradictory to that position in private. That's something that as a reporter I could dig my heels into. And look, I can't go out and find UFOs in the night sky, although I've done that hundreds of times trying it, and I'm not smart enough to figure out the cosmic implications, but I figured I could dig my teeth into the paper trail as a way to get into the story. And I did this series of reports, first some interviews in '87, then in a series of UFO reports in '89 that just exploded. Part of those reports were about Area 51. And until those stories that we put on KLAS in 1989, most of the world had not heard about Area 51, unless people lived near it or had worked out there. But we really put it on the map. And now we've got the ET Highway out there. We got the Little Alien. Our baseball team was the Las Vegas 51s. I mean, it's the meme that launched 1,000 different products, video games, rock stars, rock bands, songs, poems, you name it. That was my start. And when I did that series, the first person outside of our newsroom that I told about it was a guy named Harry Reid. Harry Reid, I'd covered him in 82 and 84, his first runs for Congress. In 86, he ran for the US Senate. And I got to know him a little bit in covering it. And when I heard about this stuff about Area 51, he's the first person I told outside the newsroom. And he said, I'm interested in that. Keep me in the loop. That started a conversation, a private conversation that I had with him until the day he died, which is less than a year ago. I mentioned his name and one other one because they become key to how I met John, and it also becomes key to many of the events that are unfolding right now. They started in my little hometown of Las Vegas. The other person is, after we put those stories on, I get a call among the hundreds and thousands of phone calls, reaction from those who had seen the series, from a guy named Robert Bigelow. And I'd never heard of Robert Bigelow. Hold for Robert Bigelow. And he says, boy, I really like that stuff. I really would like to help you continue your research. And he was offering to give me financial help. I said, I can't do that. I'm working for the TV station. But a couple of weeks later, we got together, we struck up a friendship, and that friendship led to some amazing places. And it also led to a meeting of minds with Harry Reid that had dramatic effects on where this topic and how it's evolved. Get to know Robert Bigelow a little bit. In 1995, he had tried to give $1 million to UFO organizations. They were always crying that they had no money to do basic research. He gives them $1 million, puts it on the table and says, all you need to do is get along. Well, of course they could not. They hate each other. They fought like cats and dogs. And so he took the money back and created his own organization called NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science. John Alexander, Colonel Alexander, was one of the key right-hand man to Bigelow when this thing was created. The very first meeting they had of their science advisory board, they invited me to speak about Russia UFO files that we could talk about a little bit later. After I left that meeting, this science advisory board was so impressive. The makeup of the board, Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, and Harrison Schmitt, the last man to walk on the moon, at the time was a US Senator from New Mexico, Dr. Jacques Vallée, an amazing, a couple of people who'd worked for the CIA as contractors on remote viewing, other strange programs like that. An amazing group. First person I told about NIDS was Harry Reid. And I was hoping he would ask, can I get an invitation? And that's exactly what happened. Harry Reid has a meeting of the minds with Bigelow. Some decade later, that partnership leads to the biggest government-funded UFO program in existence that we know of, something called OSAP. And that program studied Skinwalker Ranch. In 1996, the same year that NIDS started, Bigelow hears these rumors about this ranch property in Utah, northeastern Utah, up near Vernal, basically a haunted place. It had been a hotbed of UFO activity for more than a century. Basically, as long as humans had been in that part of the country, they'd been seeing strange things in the sky. Perhaps as far back as 1776, when these Spanish missionaries came through, and they have reports of strange things over their campfires at night. But the Indians, the Ute tribe, has this gigantic reservation there. They've been seeing strange stuff. The Mormon settlers, who were the primary white population, have been seeing strange stuff. And a science teacher named Junior Hicks, Joseph Junior Hicks, he had taught generations of school kids in that area about science. And as they would get older and see these things in the sky that everyone was seeing in the Uinta Basin, they would tell Junior Hicks about it. And he started compiling this amazing file of cases, incidents, drawings, sometimes photos. That file became the basis of a book in the 1970s called the Utah UFO Display, which established that Uinta Basin was in fact a UFO hotspot. Well, that is the background for Robert Bigelow getting interested in this so-called haunted ranch, because the word gets out. There'd been a little Associated Press story about the rancher and his family being basically tortured by these things that were happening on the property. But it wasn't just UFOs. Bigelow and John fly to the ranch, meet with the rancher. They had been there for 20 months. And when they moved in, it was their dream property, 570 acres, a beautiful place dominated by this massive sandstone ridge, a stark natural environment. There's water on one side that ran year round. It was 3 homesteads all put together, a great place to raise high-end Simmental cattle, very expensive hybrid cattle. Well, the rancher and his family move in. His wife is a vice president of a bank. His 2 teenage kids are straight-A students. 20 months later, fast forward to when John and Bigelow arrive on the property, that family was falling apart. They were all sleeping at night on the floor in the same room for protection. The kids were on the verge of dropping out of school. The wife had lost her job. The rancher, who was a world-class hunter, big game hunter, expert, college-educated guy, had lost all these head of cattle, 14 head of cattle in the course of a number of months. But that wasn't the worst of it. He and his family came to believe they were under some kind of constant surveillance, that there was an intelligence on this property that kept messing with them. And it always seemed to be one step ahead. It knew what they were going to do before they did it. It started with small little things. You could call it like poltergeist type events. And you won't see this on the TV show that's going on now. It's the phenomenon has changed, but it happened to them. And it's well documented, and NIDS guys put us all this stuff together, which is sort of the basis of our book. But the rancher would be out digging post holes for a fence. He's got a post hole digger, a heavy piece of equipment. He stops for a second, wipes his brow, takes a sip of water, looks around, it's gone. This thing is gone. And they found it 2 weeks later, 40 feet up in a cottonwood tree. The wife goes to town and buys enough groceries for the family for a couple of weeks. She brings it home, puts all the bags on the table, takes it out of the bags, puts it away in the cabinet, leaves the room, comes back, all the stuff's back in the bags. Frying pans would move around. She'd take a shower in the morning, same thing, lock the door, put a towel and her hairbrush on the cabinet, but the door's locked, gets out of the shower, the towel and the hairbrush are gone. She finds a hairbrush later in the kitchen somewhere, the door's still locked. Really weird little stuff like that was happening to them, and they couldn't figure it out. Then they started seeing these little orbs, little white orbs at first floating around in the trees. Then they started seeing these red orbs that would go into their cattle and scare the hell out of these animals. And then they started seeing these blue things. They call blue meanies, we kind of call them, a little bit bigger than a softball. They looked like they were made out of glass, and there was a blue liquid that was percolating inside of them, swirling around. And these things would get close to their faces, the humans, and it would like literally drive them to their knees. It somehow touched the flight or fight center in the brain and scared the hell out of them. They started seeing creatures, Bigfoot type creatures. They started having the cattle mutilations. Cats got carved up. They'd see bulls, and not bulls, but cows walk into the snow, into a snowbank, the tracks end, cows gone. They started seeing them carved up at night. We'll give you an example of a calf incident that happened while the NIDS guys were on the property in a minute. The guy is, they're going close to going under financially. 14 really expensive animals they had lost. There's a day came when they had 4 bulls in their corral. These are 2,000-pound, big, strong, mean bulls, very expensive animals. And they're in the corral, which is right by the house where the family lives. Rancher and his wife say to each other, are driving into town to go get some supplies. And it's, 15-minute drive. They say to each other, boy, if something happens to one of those bulls, we'll really go under. It'll be it. They come back a half hour later. All 4 of the bulls are gone. They jump out of the truck, looking around. What the hell happened to them? And just as an aside, they got a white trailer inside this corral that is locked up, big thick wire that locks up the only door, and they use it to store tools and things like that. The rancher looks in the top of a grating at the top of this thing, just on the aside, and there's all 4 bulls crammed into this trailer, like in a trance. You couldn't get them in with a forklift. And there they all are. The door is still locked. Somehow they got into that trailer, and as soon as he yells to his wife, hey, they're here, They wake up out of this trance, start kicking the side of it, knocked the wall down and got out. The corral, by the way, which is all metal bars, was totally magnetized by whatever technology got those bulls out of the corral and into that trailer. They had been seeing creatures since the first day they walked onto the property. Again, this is their first day. This is their dream property. They're going to live there for the rest of their lives. They're unpacking stuff and moving in, and they see this giant, is that a wolf, a dog? What is that? All across the pasture, this really big canine starts moving itself meandering across the pasture, getting closer to them. They see it's a wolf, and it's like just gigantic. This wolf, he figures, well, somebody must have a pet wolf here. And it comes closer and closer to the family. The rancher had said it had rained that day, and they could smell the wet dog smell. And I think he even touched it, the side of it, and it's caressing, walking around in between the family. The corral has these calves that they had just unloaded inside, and one of the calves sticks its nose out of the bars. This wolf leaps into the air, makes a big jump, like 20 feet into the air, chomps its jaws down on this calf, and starts pulling it out of the corral. The rancher jumps into action. He grabs either it's an axe handle or a baseball bat and starts beating this wolf on the back, and he's beating it as hard as he can, and it's not flinching. It's not making a noise. It acts as if it's not even noticing what he's doing. His kid runs to the truck. He's got a .357 in the glove box, brings it over to Dad, and Dad starts popping off shots at this wolf, and it's not moving. It's not reacting at all. His dad, the grandfather, goes into the house, comes out with a elk rifle. He shoots 2 more shots into this wolf. The last one hits it right in the center of the chest, and a chunk of fur and flesh breaks off on the side and falls on the grass. And that's when this wolf drops the calf and starts walking away, not in distress, walking away toward where it came from. The rancher goes, we can't let this wounded gigantic wolf just walk away. They get another rifle and decide to go, he and his son go chasing it. They don't have any problem chasing it because the tracks, it's really heavy. I mean, it had come up, the back had come up to the middle of this guy's chest, he had described it as. They're following it through the brush, following the tracks, catching a glimpse of it, comes out to a clearing out there by the water where it is. The tracks go right out into the middle of this clearing, and poof, this thing is gone. It's just gone, as if it had just evaporated. That's their first day. He goes back walking back to the family thinking, what are we going to tell mom and the daughter and dad? And they found this piece of fur and picked it up, and it was like it had been rotten meat. It had been out in the sun for a couple of weeks. Day one. They tried to move beyond that, but this whatever the intelligence was really started messing with them. It did some other things that John and I can tell you about too, and things that happened when NIDS got there that just went off the charts. But it was an intelligence. It was real. There were hundreds and hundreds of incidents that were documented on that property and on neighboring properties and on the Indian reservation. And this piece of property, it's like an island of private property surrounded by the Ute reservation. The Utes took NIDS and those guys a long time to get the confidence of the tribe to talk about it, but they had their own stories about that cursed land, and they would not go there. It was not a forbidden zone, but they advised that the Ute members should not go there because of all the weird stuff they had seen over the years. Well, Bigelow and John go to that property. They meet the rancher. The family is pretty messed up. They bought the ranch on the spot that very same day, and they sent a NIDS team in, and that basically was a cone of silence that they put over that property. Scientists were there, PhD level folks, very qualified people, and for the next 7 years, they spent almost all the time on the property. They had cameras and sensors and things of that sort, and whatever they did, this phenomena was always one step ahead. It messed with these guys at every step of the way. It defied. They were hunting the skinwalker, in essence, because that was the legend from the Ute tribe. They had called that ridge, that sandstone ridge, that's the path of the skinwalker. And I remember I heard that term the first time I visited the property. Because of my friendship with John and Colum and Bigelow, they would tell me this stuff, and it drove me crazy because I couldn't report about it. So for 7 years, I heard these stories until I finally talked him into letting me go on the property. And that was the day I met Junior Hicks, the science teacher. And he said, oh yeah, that ridge there, that's Skinwalker Ridge. That's the path of the Skinwalker. Skinwalker, what the hell is that? And in Native American lore, it is a shapeshifter. It's an evil presence, a sorcerer. In order to become a Skinwalker, you had to kill somebody in your family. When we started trying to research Skinwalkers for the book that Colum and I wrote, we couldn't get anybody to talk about it. The Utes wouldn't talk about it, the Navajo, the Hopi. Nobody wanted to mention Skinwalkers because mentioning it, invoking the name, invites it into your world, and they took it very seriously. You want to take it from there?
Yeah, well, one of the things you reminded me of something, and that's the impact of serendipity in all of us. You mentioned how Bob called you, and same thing happened to me. I had first met him very briefly at a conference in MIT. Some of you may know John Mack, and he was holding a conference there on abduction phenomena. I happened to be, he was there very briefly, but my second career was at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And I was living in Santa Fe, and I was just holding it was over a weekend, had a number of people, somebody's mentioned, I think Jacques was there, Hal Puthoff, and some of the names that you'll know. And we were talking about where would we go with this. All of a sudden, Sunday morning, we're getting ready to take people to the airport in Albuquerque, and the phone rings, and it's Bob, and he goes, I've heard about you. Is there anything you might be interested in doing? And it's kind of the rest is history. Some of this had come because of a project we can talk about. What you had mentioned, the FOIA, was I had run an interagency group on what we called advanced theoretical physics. And the reason for that name, it was really UFOs, but FOIA had just come out, and people were, what they didn't expect when they put out FOIA for the first year or so, half of the inquiries that came in regarded UFOs, and that's not at all what the intent of the law was. The intent of the law was so you could get information on things that the government doing. So they're kind of totally shocked there. Well, let me cover one of the things because of what happens later with OSAP and that. One of the things I'll mention is that I had run this interagency project and looking at things, and one that's in the article, high speed, there was something that had happened when you say maybe it's Chinese or foreign. In 1957, we had an incident in which a plane rolled in. It was at Lakenheath and was vectored out. It was an American pilot, and they were sent out in an F-86, and he says, where am I going? He says, you'll know it if you see it. And what they see is a craft the size of an aircraft carrier floating over the UK. And he goes to roll in on it, and in 2 seconds, this had gone off the radar, which is a distance of over 250 miles. And it meant it transited that, which is over Mach 500, which is one of the articles. So we had seen basically everything that the OSAP program is sort of physical capabilities, instant acceleration, high G turns that would be unsurvivable under normal process. And if you looked at what they came up with, we had known that, but it didn't go anywhere. I had eventually tried to, if you remember SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, I finally had briefed many generals and whatnot, moving up the food chain, very high level, and I did end up with the director, deputy director of all of 3-letter agencies that you know about, some you don't. Just getting over it, what we wanted to transition now to, okay, let's make this a formal project. And SDI at the time was the biggest program in the Department of Defense, about $5 billion. And because it was the biggest program, it was also a target for everybody who was looking for money. One of the things used to get me, I had worked in the Pentagon, and people say, I'm going to go find the money, like money grows on trees or in pots. When you say I'm going to find the money, it means I'm going to raid somebody else's program and take theirs. Anyway, we had talked to Jim Abrams. It was interesting, when we first started, I started with UFOs 101. By the way, I had representatives from the other agencies with me and started into it. And a few minutes in, wait, who are you guys really? And he went back around and identified the agencies and all of that. And clearly had no idea what we were talking about at background. So we get done, and he says, you know, as a fighter pilot, you kind of got my interest. I've heard of some of these things, but I can't touch it. And he says, I'm doing some hairy stuff now in the physical arena. If I get caught doing research in this area, I'm going to get skewered. People are going to come. And he did lose $1 billion. But the point was, this was unacceptable, from a political perspective because of the potential threat to the programs, even though it was an area of potential interest. Now, an individual who's also on the NIDS board, whom I brought along, was Dean Judd. Kept his name protected for a while. Dean had been the technical director of SDI, and he was later the NIO for science and technology, meaning he was at the pinnacle of where science and technology came together. The point was, by the way, the intelligence community was built differently than it is now. DNI, as you know, Defense National Intelligence, didn't exist. That came after 9/11. But you did have an organization that was required to collate information, because you couldn't go to the president and say, well, CIA thinks this, but DIA thinks that. You had to have a unified position. His was science and technology. He knew space structures inside out. So when you hear these rumors about SDI was really to fight ET, I mean, total nonsense. Another problem that we're discussing, some of these things get so bizarre. I mean, a number of them, had I heard it initially, I go, no, that can't possibly be true. And yet what we did see at the ranch, some of these things happen. As you mentioned, the level, we had PhD level folks who were on the NIDS staff, and the science board is literally world class. And seeing things and reporting on things firsthand. That's why the subtitle of my book is Firsthand Experience with Things That Can't Happen But Did. And certainly they happened there. Do you want to do the CAF?
Yeah, I'll do a couple of examples of, so there were several things. You got to figure scientists, PhD level scientists, do they want to be there studying some lady whose groceries went back in the bag or his hairbrush is missing from the bathroom? Poltergeist type effects, Bigfoot creatures, which were seen on the property, strange animals, animal mutilations. It was as if every kind of paranormal, supernatural weirdness stuff that you can think of was all in one place, all mixed in one bag. As if whatever intelligence was operating there was had a learning curve for the people involved, that these are all related somehow. It's up to you to figure it out. A couple of things that happened on the property later caught the attention of the US government, and I'll tell you what they were. The ranchers saw, for example, a couple of times a hole in the sky would appear. Here, it's dusk. On the other side of that hole, it's afternoon, and he'd see things coming in and out. It's like another reality was there. There was a time when the NIDS guys were there on the property. It's night in the middle homestead. Two scientists are on the ground. Two other guys are up on top of the ridge with infrared. They're looking down in the middle homestead, and they warned the two guys through a walkie-talkie, hey, there's something in front of you. There's a light. There's a fuzzy snowball that's floating just like 2 feet off the ground. It's right in front of you. These guys are having a hard time seeing it, but finally spot it. The guys with the infrared said, this light is getting bigger, and it gets big, big, big. It gets like 8 or 9 feet long, and it's a tunnel. And they said something is coming through the tunnel. It was like this big, dark humanoid creature was crawling through this tunnel. And it climbed out and stood up. It's like 8 feet tall. When it climbed out, the tunnel collapsed back into a snowball. This thing starts heading up the hill with these guys are up there watching it, and they got the hell out of there. That caught the attention of the US government later. There was another one where a PhD physicist that we know and a PhD biologists are walking in the middle homestead. They had a couple of dogs. They would use dogs as like biosensors, because the dogs could sense things. They could sense something that was amiss before the humans would notice it. Dogs suddenly get behind their legs and are hiding and are scared by something. and they look up in the trees, or the copse of trees, and this big black cloud thing was moving, and it got a little bit bigger, and they're watching it, and suddenly the physicist freezes, and a voice comes out of him that's not his, and it's like, "We're watching you." I don't know if it said you're
telepathic.
Yeah. And it really messed this guy up for a while. Though the other incident I want to tell you about that did get government attention is this calf incident. So after NIDS had been on the property for a while, whatever this intelligence is, it does not like being hunted. So it becomes more elusive. It goes underground. The number of incidents starts declining. That's why I was allowed to go on the property. They thought maybe my inherent weirdness quotient might set something off and get it going. Or also they thought if I did a story about it, maybe they'd find another place like Skinwalker that they could go study. So that's why I was allowed to go. And I went on the property the first time, and they used me as bait. They put me out in this middle homestead where this thing had happened. They put a microphone on me like this and a radiation detector and gave me a walkie-talkie. "Here, sit here, and let's see what happens." And they went a couple of hundred yards away and then watched through binoculars. And I'm sitting there thinking, all right, UFOs, yeah, come on, I'd like to see one. Orbs, I'm fine with that. But there had also been this predator type creature that had been there that scared the hell out of people. And this is where cattle had been carved up, and a lot of really bad things had happened there. And I'd like to tell you that I was perfectly brave and not thinking anything about it, but that's not exactly true. I'm thinking, I really don't want the predator creature to show up here. The only thing that came to get me was mosquitoes. But in these same areas, these strange things had happened, and everyone was on edge about it. So the rancher had lost a bunch of cattle, and there came a time when the animals on the property were all scared. They're hiding. The dogs wouldn't come out. Everything was quiet, and they knew something was up. And so the rancher was determined he's not going to lose another cow or a bull. They hear a noise. It's at night. He jumps in his truck, grabs his rifle, and goes peeling off. Two NIDS guys go after him to see where he's going and what's going on. The rancher gets down. It's in the first homestead, not that far from where they live. And he jumps out of the truck. There's this tree. And at the bottom of this tree is this big brown thing, like a big fat beach ball of a bear at the bottom. And then up in the tree are two giant eyeballs, two big yellow eyeballs, like this big, like reptilian eyeballs or some kind of gigantic bird or something. Rancher takes a shot at the thing at the bottom of the tree, boom, hits it, poof, it goes away. Then he starts shooting at the thing in the tree, and he hits that. And something falls out of the tree. There's a little patch of snow at the bottom of the tree, and it left a track. And it's like a giant raptor, like a big dinosaur or bird or something. And then whatever it was went off into the bushes. The rancher comes up to it, sees that thing. The NIDS guys come just a little bit behind him, get some video of it, and then they go off into the bushes looking for this thing, which is just crazy to me. But those things made it into this book that Colum and I wrote. It was after the activity at the property had nosedived to the point where they didn't mind anymore us putting out the story. So we did. 2005, that book comes out. And a couple of guys who work for the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA, which is the CIA for the Pentagon, saw it and read it and thought it was interesting. And one of them took it to Iraq. They had passed it around in the green zone. All the intel guys who were over in Iraq at the height of those hostilities were reading it, were kind of interested. They come back, and this DIA guy writes to Robert Bigelow and says, "Hey, I'm kind of interested in that ranch. Can I visit it?" He flies out to Las Vegas. They go to the ranch themselves. Within 45 minutes of him being on the property, he has his own experience. This guy is a rocket scientist. He's got 2 PhDs. He's a brilliant guy with a great career for the DIA. He has an experience inside the ranch house. Something appears where only he can see it. They're sitting around in the ranch house with the rancher and Bigelow and the rancher's wife. And this thing appears right in this room, and only he can see it. And he's wondering, is this some kind of a trick that they're pulling something on me? He doesn't say anything until they leave the property. Then he told Bigelow what he had seen, and he drew it. And it was like, remember the Mike Oldfield Tubular Bells, the Exorcist theme, that album, that sort of figure 8 tube thing? That's what he saw in the room floating there. He was so impressed, he goes back to Washington. He draws up an outline for a program because they were interested in that hole in the sky and things coming in and out and what looked to be some sort of a portal of some sort, the tunnel, whether there's weapons potential there, who the adversary is who might control this technology, and whether or not we can duplicate it. So he outlines this program. He pitches it to Harry Reid. Harry Reid takes it to his two closest compadres in the Senate, Senator Stevens of Alaska, a Republican, Daniel Inouye of Hawaii, a Democrat. They said, yeah, let's do it. Let's investigate UFOs. So they did. They authorized $22 million. You guys all heard that as ATIP. The New York Times did this story in December of 2017. They said $22 million went to ATIP. No, it didn't. It went to OSAP. And that program, that contract was put out, and Robert Bigelow got it. Because I know those guys, I was allowed to know a little bit about it. I couldn't report it. I couldn't report it for 10 years until after the New York Times story breaks in December 2017 and gets it wrong. And they say the money went to something called ATIP, which actually came later. Sorry about the acronyms. It's a smaller program that came later after the money for OSAP went away. But they were trying to figure out the technology. How do we create portals like that? Are there machines that can do this? Can we duplicate that technology? They used Skinwalker Ranch as a living laboratory for this program. They hired 50 full-time investigators, which is amazing. They hired that many people in 6 months, got them all clearances. They expected to be able to get some materials from crashes, metamaterials, strange stuff that we've been hearing about in the news. They never did get it. But that program became the basis for all the UFO news that you're hearing right now. If that program had not existed, there would be no ATIP, no Tic Tac incident, none of the news about Arrow, any of this, none of this stuff would have happened without a study by the DIA of Skinwalker Ranch. Anyway, go ahead. Take it away.
Well, the problem, like I said, the problem we have, this stuff gets so bizarre that it's very, very difficult to believe. One of the things that you started on, though, and as he knows, I come down against the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Not because the events don't happen, but because that explanation is just too simple. Little gray guys from Zeta Reticuli coming in, and it just doesn't make sense. Words, what you say, cryptozoology, or looking at ultra-terrestrials, things like, why is it that we talk about the ETs, i.e. it's going to be, because one of our first questions that we all had was, where do they come from, with the assumption that they fly in. Now, what we mentioned is that there have been reports of interactions between humans and sentient non-humans throughout the entirety of human history and in every culture. But they happen to fly in little tin cans is a fairly new wrinkle to that. But because of the physical reality and our sensor systems aren't picking up, that was a reasonable place to look. My view, we're looking at, when you start looking at these things, the possibility we're talking interdimensional, that something is close and come in, temporal, i.e. we shift in time is available, spiritual, in all spiritual doctrines you hear about entities. I've done a lot of work in, post-mortem communication. By the way, the people working now on making that technical, you have, mediums who are, presenting information. People are now working on other technical means so that can be done. But it's very, like I say, it just gets to be mind-boggling. And I think the fundamental issue is the starting belief system. Everybody here, I think, went to school that's based on a Western system that's purely materialistic. It says, as you know, we spent billions and billions of dollars looking for the God particle. And the assumption is that we can get down to some fundamental particle that becomes the building block for everything after that, as opposed to consciousness. And you go back to Max Planck, which was about a century ago, and the German physicist talking about consciousness, saying consciousness is fundamental. You can't get beyond or below consciousness. We tend to think in the West are taught that consciousness arises from the brain and thought out, as opposed to maybe the material arises from consciousness. Now, when you get in and start talking in the scientific community, you can understand why you have problems. But when you start talking about the kinds of cases that George and that we saw at Skinwalker Ranch, I kind of like to go into Chris Bledsoe for just a minute, just to show you some other things, and this is ongoing. A few years ago, had heard about a phenomenal UFO case. This is an individual who's 2008 goes down on the Cape Fear River in December, and they're going to go fishing, and it's going to be in the afternoon. He builds a big fire and has a few friends with him, and he says, I'm going to go back up to the truck, which is a short distance away. And he goes up there and he sees two huge UFOs on a kind of shimmering, and lots of things happen. By the way, the whole story takes hours to go into with the complexity of the issue. Shorten it quite a bit. He comes back, and this huge fire is now embers. The truck has been moved, and they're going, where are you? What happened? He thinks, well, maybe 20 minutes has elapsed. And says, no, it's been hours, and you've disappeared. His son's gone off and been chased by creepy crawlers. They get really scared, throw all the fishing gear in the car. UFOs, others come in, and they see them landing on the other side of the river, and they go zipping back to the house. And they lived on a place that was about 5 acres at the time. He sees something peering in the window, and he goes out. So he goes outside and chases them. The dogs are barking, and this thing starts chasing him, and he's running down. He gets to this tree and finally surrenders. He says, okay, you got me. And he gets this telepathic message, oh, you don't understand, we're here to help. And about that time, Chris Jr. comes in, entity, whatever this was, disappears. Doesn't know what to do with that. So the next day, about noon, he's working, and he goes, damn, I haven't taken my medicine. And he had had fairly severe Crohn's disease for more than 12 years before that, and has never taken another pill since. And there's all kinds of healings that go on with it. Fast forward. This is where the orbs come into it, and the communication. This case continues to this day. I get videos from him where he's going out in the yard and seems to be having telepathic communication with them, can call orbs, and this stuff's all recorded. One of the most interesting one was, I was living in Vegas, and I called him. It was late afternoon. He goes outside with the camera and is taking, and he sees orbs floating around. By the way, lots of video on this. And what's interesting about it is he has the phone on and the camera, so you can hear us talking, so you know that this is ongoing in real time. Haven't had a video from him in maybe a week, but these kinds of things. And the basic premise is that there is some form of communication, or trying to attempt to communicate in some ways. And what we seem to be missing is, quote, the Rosetta Stone. How do we understand it? This also applies to Skinwalker Ranch, and what Brandon Fugel just gave a long thing. And he says, with all the things that are happening there, they believe that there is some form of attempt at communication. We just certainly don't understand it.
So we're talking about a lot of different phenomena, and I'm sure it's maybe too much to absorb all at once, but we're trying to condense it so you sort of get an idea of what our world is like. UFOs are suddenly semi-respectable for people to study. Scientists are looking at it. Reporters are covering it. It's still, there's a lot of stigma involved, but it's come a long way in a short amount of time. These other phenomena, not nearly as respectable, and I'm using air quotes around all of that, but it seems like the lessons from Skinwalker, some of the other kinds of research that are going on, are telling us that they're somehow all related. Consciousness seems to be the common denominator for all that. It's worth noting that Robert Bigelow, our mutual friend, the guy who spent more money investigating UFOs than any person in the history of the world, has now changed his focus. He's not done with UFOs. He's just not financing it anymore. His focus is entirely on consciousness. And I think that's where this topic is headed.
Now, we're going to have to transition to Q&A here pretty quick, but I'd like to quote, this is the final words of my UFO book going on here. And that is, it is, in the end, it is clear that the universe is far more complex than we can ever imagine. We are not close to solving the enigmas of UFOs, but rather on the front end of defining the fundamental issues and boundaries. So we'll go to Q&A now, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel John Alexander and George Knapp. As promised, it's Q&A time. This is going to be good.
John, you mentioned incidents with Christopher Bloodsoe that you personally witnessed with a UFO. Could you describe that, please?
Sorry, I didn't mention the corollary to the one with Chris Bledsoe. So a few years later, he had, I had heard the story. My wife and I on visit and spent a few days, so we went back down to the Cape Fear River. So we came back up to the car. It's getting early evening, just turning dusk, and my wife and Emily are in the back of the seat, and Chris and I are leaning against the thing, and he's pointing, well, this happened over here, this happened over there. And all of a sudden he goes, oh, I think they're here. And within just a few seconds, the thing pops into view and goes zipping off. And probably the most appreciate that, the most dramatic setting that I had. And the point is, that happened to me. That's when I said, whoa, this stuff is, there is something real. But that's the Chris. Of course, I'd seen the Skinwalker before that. But that's the point of, you know, personal examples. And to this day, he thinks he can call them in. And by the way, I should mention his book. He's got a new one out called UFO of God. And in the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, we're in the last segment of that one.
Hi, I had a question for George. Can you offer any more information on the sightings that happened in Las Vegas a few months ago, where they said they saw the three tall, et cetera? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what we reported. So I get these kind of things, I get reports like that almost every day. What made this one different is the police responded and took it very seriously. And there were some video clips that seemed to be related. So I had reached out to the family. They actually had reached out to us. They wanted to talk to me because I'm a UFO guy in Las Vegas. So I reached out to them. Hey, I'm coming out to interview you. Great. Knock on the door, they don't answer. This happened 3 times. I said, the hell with it after the 3rd time, and I did a story on it anyway. But we had the the video of this thing flying over, this meteor, big blue object that had been captured on a police body cam. And that incident seemingly triggered this family. They're out in their backyard, and they were freaked out. This is genuine. I think they were not making it up. I think they saw something that really scared them. Maybe the presence of the meteor set this off, but they thought they saw a couple of 10-foot tall aliens in their backyard, one of which was trying to, messing with a front loader, as if it was trying to figure out how to work this backhoe thing or something. And they go rushing into the house, and they're a really religious family. They start praying, and they're praying for whatever this evil thing is to go away. And then they start hearing these footsteps on their roof. And they're really freaking out now. So they call the cops, and we got the recordings of the police. The police came out. By that time, the body cam video, the story of that body cam video is floating around on the police grapevine. So the police are kind of on edge, taking this seriously. The video of, if you've seen the video of them approaching us, it's kind of hilarious. They're kind of making jokes about it, but going out in the backyard, whatever it was that was there, they didn't see it. But they start asking neighbors. They come back. 2 sergeants come back the next day. Then somebody else comes back a couple days after that, and they put a special surveillance camera on the roof of this house. They thought it was real. They thought something was going on, and they wanted to have video if it came back. Now, we subsequently, after the 3rd time after they turned me down for the interview, I'm standing in the front door, I figured, oh, I'm going to look into this a little bit more. We had done the story just straightforward. Here's what the police did. Here's the video. Here's this thing that flew over the house. But we looked into it further. They had a video from a Zoom cam, the Ring cam, of a sound, a really weird sound of what they said was the meteor. Turns out that Ring cam video was from another part of the valley and had been a month earlier. They said they found a circle in their backyard where the craft had set down. Well, we went back in Google Cam. That circle had been there for a year. It was not caused by that incident. As for the meteor that flew over, it was real. A lot of people saw it, and it's on video. But that thing flew over. It had to, if it came to Earth at all, it's hundreds of miles away. It just zoomed over the city. So while the story does not add up, and hundreds of people have sent me their own freeze frames of what they think are aliens in the backyard, I don't see them. So I don't mind that we did the story. I think the family was being honest. I don't think they had aliens in the backyard.
I would, for one thing, you should be aware of, George has a podcast that he does called Weaponized, the Weaponized podcast, and he has many, many interviews on there. I'd recommend that you take a look. You'll hear many of these stories, particularly with the one with Grush, where they got to interview. And by the way, if you look at the hearings that took place, and Grush was the guy who gives getting his fantastic stories. If the camera pulls back a little bit, if you look over his right shoulder, there's George in Washington in the front row.
It was a pretty cool moment.
So I have two questions. The first one, whatever happened to the family that live in the ranch?
They moved. When Bigelow went in, he wanted the rancher to stay there. The rancher wanted his family off, and they moved somewhere else. But he kept the rancher on the property for some months because the rancher didn't want to give up. I mean, he initially thought it was the government pulling these tricks, trying to get him off of his property. He wanted to solve this mystery. He had shot at these things in the sky and had many other encounters, too numerous for me to go into here. They left. So there's a phenomenon that's come to be known as hitchhikers. Whatever it is that's there on this property can like attach itself to you. And when the family moved, they moved to another state. They left altogether. It followed them. And they had some other instances there. During the OSAP study, the DIA study of the ranch, they sent several intelligence agents to the property to see what would happen, just kind of poke the bear. All of them, well, there were 5. All 5 of them had experiences that were very dramatic, and all 5 of those took it home with them. There was one who was like a female James Bond, really experienced, had been in combat, tough as nails. She had a bad time at the ranch. She goes home. She walks in the door of her apartment, and a wine bottle flew across the room from this wine rack and smashed on this wall. They started having orbs inside their home. Her roommate was her fiance. This went on for months. He finally broke off the engagement and moved out. One of the other guys who was there, he had been at the DIA. He had worked for Office of Naval Intelligence. He ended up being he had many other jobs. I won't go into a lot of the details because I don't want to identify him, but he went on the property. He was with these couple other guys. They're packing weapons, which often on the ranch, the things that happen the most dramatic are to people who go in there with sort of an attitude. I'm not afraid of this. I'll show you. I've been to combat. I'm tough. They get it the worst. And these 3 were walking down the middle homestead, and the temperature drops like 30 degrees. And they see this big dark spot right in front of them, and they feel a presence. It's telling them they're not welcome there. And they're like frozen, and they start backing up. They all took it home. This guy gets home. He doesn't see it at his house. He's on the East Coast, but his family starts seeing it. So his wife is doing dishes, looking out the window into their yard, and there is a wolf standing on 2 legs, leaning on a tree like this, like, hey, what's that? She's rubbing her eyes, doesn't want to tell anybody about this, can't be. The next day, her kids are in the living room, looking in the same direction through a picture window and see the same thing. They start screaming, Mom, there's a wolf in the yard. And they all go look at it, and it starts taking off down the road, running on 2 legs kicking up leaves, a wolf on two legs, 6 feet tall. And they start having orbs in the house. They wake up at night and there's big, tall, shadowy, humanoid, dark figures at the foot of their bed. Same kind of things that had happened to the family on the ranch. This went on for 10 years. This guy moved to another state, left his 2 sons in this house. It's still happening in this house. He and his wife moved to a different state, and it started happening there. It's now 12 years later.
By the way, in your book, he has the pseudonym of Axelrod, which, if you know some of the stuff with Ingo Swann and that, and we were at a conference together in Huntsville, Alabama, and then this guy started telling me, so I said, "Are you Axelrod?" And he goes, "Yeah." But right, that he had now retired, but it had followed him. And
we wrote a book called Skinwalkers at the Pentagon. So I'm not trying to hawk a book. It doesn't matter to me. That's the story of the OSAP program. It's a follow-up to Hunt for the Skinwalker, but it's about the program that drew out of that first book. And it took us 14 months to get approval through a process called DOPSR. The Pentagon they cut out a bunch of stuff and names. We had to change names and locations for a lot of the incidents that happened. But all those people were real legitimate intelligence guys who've had high-level security clearances, and this weird stuff happened to them. They don't know what to make of it. You know, they call it the hitchhiker effect.
By the way, I'll hawk your book for you. You got a new one coming out. You've got a title?
I don't know what it is yet. I don't know what the title is yet. But it's coming.
You've got one coming out next week or so. Huh?
In a month. Yeah.
Okay, the second question is, within your perception, is there like a higher power or God or a good entity that can deal with these bad energy or this weird universe?
You know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. We might see some incident as bad energy. We don't know what's on the other side of it, what their intent is, what their time frame is, what their agenda is, if it's even a they. I put it this way, you know, as a UFO reporter, I hear this every day, and John does too, in social media. We can handle the truth. We deserve the truth. Be careful what you wish for, because we don't exactly know what the truth is. We don't know what the entity is. We think we're ready to know that it's ETs visiting us from other planets, because that's what we've been led to believe. And science fiction and movies and TV, we're comfortable with that. But what if it's something else? I mean, there's a guy named Charles Fort, for whom Fortean research is named. He coined a phrase that he thought we were property, that Earth belongs to somebody else, that we're not dealing with an alien invasion. Something else lives here. It's been here longer than us. It's their planet, not ours. And I don't know how people would react to that. You know, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's related to a higher power. I don't know anybody who knows the answers to any of this stuff. It's a really exciting time for this kind of research to see if all these different things fit together. Do aliens have a God? Do they think that there's an afterlife? Consciousness might be the connection that allows us to answer those kind of things. Don't know.
Thank you. So why is there a change in the narrative? It certainly feels like, you know, we went from deny to now they're doing 3 congressional hearings that we know about.
My opinion is it's been forced on them. I think right now we're going through the pushback phase. So we had a lot of progress for 5.5 years, and now there's pushback, and you see signs of it. But it's not a program. I know UFO world that I inhabit, we see conspiracies and everything. So why are they doing that? What are they up to, releasing all this now? It was forced on them. That OSAP program was kept secret, and they produced 100 different reports that if you stacked them all up would be taller than I am. Not one page of that has been made public. We know that ATIP existed as a smaller version afterward. That became a story. And because they had video, and because the New York Times did the story, it looked like the paper of record made it respectable for media to cover it. And because other media started digging into it, 60 Minutes, for gosh sakes, the UFO story, it gave Congress some cover. I can tell you right now, Harry Reid, so I was going to break that story for the New York Times. When I knew it was coming out, I said, hey, God damn it, I've sat on this thing for 10 years. Why do they get to do it? Well, Harry Reid gently told me, because they're the New York Times and you're not, you know. I accepted that, but he said, look, after they do this story, break it, I'll give you the first interview. So we did. And that first interview, 2 days later, his phone had been ringing off the hook with other senators, members of Congress, calling him saying, what's the deal on this program? Well, how can I get in on it? I want to know more. So they started having these closed door hearings, first for Senate staff members, Intelligence and Armed Services Committee, hearing from the witnesses, and then members of Congress started demanding to get in these meetings. Suddenly they became the most popular thing on Capitol Hill, and it's like the only bipartisan issue in Washington. It's Republicans and Democrats both interested in it. That hearing that John mentioned, it was astonishing. There's AOC and Jamie Raskin on one side, and there's Matt Gaetz and Tim Burchett on the other, arch conservatives, far left liberals, and they're all digging it. They're asking good questions, and they're all on board with it. The fact that the media changed, it gave Congress cover. That meant academics like Avi Loeb at Harvard trepidatedly walked into these waters and dipped his toes and found out you can study this stuff and not be eviscerated, obliterated, your reputation destroyed. You can be good scientists and dig into this stuff. And it just started snowballing. And then you got whistleblowers like David Grush coming forward. He was assigned a job to check out these special access programs. The head of the UAP task force, a guy named Jay Stratton, said, look, you've got the clearances, go into these stovepipe programs, special access programs, the things that are off the books. Is it true that we got crashed saucers, that we're doing reverse engineering, that somebody's got alien bodies stashed somewhere? Let's find out. Dave Grush spent 14 months looking into it. He had more than 40 witnesses that he says he interviewed, that they all had clearances. He got their names and information, the programs they worked on. He gave that to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. That Inspector General issued a report saying, we find this to be timely and credible. And then he went to Congress and told his story. I don't know that everything he says is true. I don't know that he knows whether it's true, but those names of those witnesses have come forward to, at least behind the scenes, to Congress and to the Inspector General. I hope that we all get to learn more, but it's not a plot. It started snowballing and coming from a bunch of different places, and they were mutually supportive interests there that got it going.
Let me address timing. You know, the times have changed dramatically. As you know, when NIDS was formed, Bob and I went and we were dealing with a congressman trying to get congressional hearings. And I looked at the guy and said, can you take a 20-point hit in the polls? And he said, yes. By the way, he's since been removed. but the point was that this was not always popular. Claiborne Pell was a friend of mine who was interested in these areas. He was a senator from Rhode Island, and he once attended a MUFON conference that happened to be held in Washington. That literally followed him to his grave. If you look up the obituary in the Washington Post, it literally says, you know, senator, he one of the oldest senators in there of all this. In there, it says, you know, this crazy guy went to a UFO conference, and, you know, believe it. And so it was a very strong negative for a very long time. And it is a major shift that's happened just in the last 20, 30 years that you can even talk about it.
Harry Reid was my friend for almost most of his career. I had to do some tough stories on him, but we had this ongoing dialogue about UFOs. And every time I'd interview him about something, he and I would go off to the side and talk about flying saucers and Skinwalker Ranch. He called me from the floor of the Senate one time, hold for Harry Reid. I'm thinking, oh man, this has got to be big here. What's going on? What kind of scoop is he going to give me? He said, George, I want to send some of my staff to Skinwalker and they're scared to go. Can you talk to them a minute? And I'm hearing him. He's on the floor of the Senate, in the well of the Senate. Mitch McConnell is bitching about something in the background. And I'm thinking, this is what Harry Reid called me about. But as brave as he was in initiating that program and talking to me and eventually talking to the New York Times, he never did that for 30 years. He knew that he would take a hit too. So he didn't do it until the very end of his career, come out of the UFO closet. Now it's a little bit easier. I hope it continues. Yes, sir.
In the back here. Sir, I'll come up to you next.
Sorry.
Well, I believe everything you say, and here's why. October 31st, 2009 at 10:34 p.m., I had a flying saucer in my yard for over 15 minutes, and it beamed my arm. And that's not what's so amazing. What's amazing is 2 months later, a vision while I was awake, standing up, went into my head, and all of a sudden I'm over the Korean Peninsula, and it was all black, all ash, and there was nuclear war. That is a true story. My friends know it. I've seen 2 flying saucers and a whole bunch of other vehicles. But aside from that, I do have a question. It's kind of a fun question.
Wait. Did
Yes.
you get video of this thing in your yard?
It was late at night. I left my BlackBerry in my truck, and yeah. So no.
Those things
And-
happened. I know people don't want to believe it.
but I saw the vehicle up close. It was made of metal, and I also believe it was man-made. It was only about this thick, and it was the size of a big truck. And it was a Walcott right up where I live, and it had this electrostatic fog around it. I believe the fog was because it was super cold, like dry ice.
Has
And,
Walcott had cattle mutilations by the way?
we had that happen in the early 80s. I've seen a lot of things out there. But my question is kind of a fun question because I've always wondered, when you take your dog to the park, you're in a vehicle, and you let your dog out of the vehicle, and your dog's your friend. Is Bigfoot maybe somebody's pet? That's what I want to know.
I'm here to tell you. So here's a fact of life. UFO people don't like Bigfoot people, and vice versa. And the ghost hunters hate all of them. And you get the cattle mutilation people, they all don't get along. They have their own stovepipes, and they hate each other. And they are reluctantly being forced to acknowledge that sometimes Bigfoot is seen in proximity to UFOs. There's quite a bit of cases like that. And nobody is really comfortable with that. But there are some pretty good cases that prove that it happens. Yeah, maybe it's Fido. Yeah.
Have there been many observations of alien beings, and what do they look like? Do they have a head like us?
Well, I didn't hear it.
Have there been many observations of alien beings? And the answer is yes. I mean, hundreds of different kinds, different types of aliens.
Oh, yeah, that is, in my view, part of the problem of the ETH. You look at the variety, I used to say that if all of these things are real, Earth must be on the galactic bucket list of places to visit, because you have, there's so many varieties of things. And again, if you go back through history, you change. The other one that would bother me is some of these are geographic specific, certain kinds of ETs seeing in one area than another. And you go, does it make any sense that they can traverse the entire universe and come here and have divvied up Earth, like drug dealers, which corner are you going to stand on them?
There are so many different kinds that makes you wonder if we've ever seen what they really look like. I mean, you've got these typical grays that people have seen. They used to be called little green men. That was primarily because of an incident in Hopkinsville, Kelly Hopkinsville in Kentucky. This family, it's a famous case. They started seeing these little green aliens out. It was like it's a shooting gallery out in front of their house. And they started shooting at them, popping them over. And they'd hit them, and these aliens go down and pop right back up and start walking again. This incident is so preposterous, and sometimes incidents like this happen. They're so preposterous that no one would believe them, almost as if they're preposterous on purpose. There's a famous case, the Pascagoula incident. This guy, Calvin Parker, was one of the 2 fishermen in Pascagoula, Mississippi. They're out at night, and suddenly they see these weird lights and these big robot-looking things with 3 big, they don't have any necks. They look like Gort from The Day the Earth Stood Still. And they got these 3 big protrusions, no eyes, no mouths, and they're floating across the grass, like 2 feet above the grass, and took them on board these spaceships. Nobody's ever seen those again, something like that. There are cases where really credible people believe that they see owls or big-eyed beings, big-eyed frogs, things of that sort, but something's messing with their head. It's an image that's put into their head that makes them look like that, screen memories, things of that sort. So the shapes are so different that you have to wonder, are we seeing the variety pack, or are they all really that much different, or do they change their shapes in our heads?
Yeah. But we also, it looks like they have the capability of manipulating time and space. but not only physically that, but the ability to manipulate the perception of what the individuals are receiving. So you don't know if what's being perceived is necessarily what's there. I mean, we're in science fiction land now, but this does seem to fit the observations that have been seen.
Hi, so that actually flowed into exactly what I wanted to talk about, is the different races of extraterrestrial beings. I feel like so far we talked about a lot of more fear-based, but I do believe, and I wonder if you believe, that there's all different types of entities. And honestly, I believe that they have assisted us from the beginning, watching a lot of professors and archaeologists on Gaia TV, what you were speaking on about Turkey, the new development that they're uncovering right now, ancient Egypt, Indonesia, and these places that are just phenomenal, that I believe we were supported and co-created with other beings.
Entirely possible. So we don't know for sure. And as John and I have tried to communicate tonight, there's probably more than one answer, that it's extraterrestrial, interdimensional, time travelers. Jacques Vallée said the first time I interviewed him, he said, look, if you can manipulate space-time as we have seen these craft do many, many times, you could be from all those things. You could be extraterrestrial and interdimensional and a time traveler, all the above, and then something else that we haven't even figured out yet. I think there probably are extraterrestrials that have visited us. There's a document, there was a chapter in a textbook that the Air Force had at the Air Force Academy in the 1960s, and they were teaching the best and brightest pilots, future Joint Chiefs of Staff type officers, the best that the Air Force had. They had a chapter on UFOs, and in this chapter it said, we think it's likely that you might see one of these in the course of your career as a pilot. We think the best evidence suggests they've been around for 50,000 years, and we think at least 3 or 4 different races have been visiting us. So yeah, there could be more than one answer, and there could be more than one agenda too. So some might be helping, and some might not.
Yes.
I can't tell you which ones are which, though.
There's certainly not going to be one simple answer.
Yeah.
And my second question is, are you familiar with the Galactic Federation of Light?
I've heard those stories,
Okay.
and I don't know, I don't know. You have to try to keep an open mind, I try to keep an open mind.
My question is really on a global scale. What's happened in Utah, I'm sure it's happened all around the world, and what happened in Lakenheath. Are countries coming together to have some kind of a, big meeting about everything now that it's coming out? Is it because it's more friendly to speak about these days, where you don't get booed off the stage for thinking like this?
How other countries are handling it?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. Actually, we've been relatively slow in releasing information. There's many other countries that have released documents. And I think it's going to accelerate, but it's taken a while to have a kind of a shift in, is this okay to talk about? When we talked before about being career enhancing, that the press and the military. One of the things I wanted to come back to that you had mentioned, this had to do with Terry and the ranch. Yeah, they left, but they were ostracized by their community. The same with Chris Bledsoe at home. They're to this day taking heat. The local people really don't want to hear these strange stories. So you have a huge difference between a group like this who's obviously interested, or you wouldn't be here, to the general public, and some of them is overt hostility.
Our military is being dragged kicking and screaming into talking about this, into pretending that they're studying it, into pretending that they want transparency. They use that word all the time. They're full of crap. They don't really want transparency. They want this to go away. And they're only going along with this because Congress and media are making them, and the public is, put a lot of pressure on them. They don't want to talk about this, and they don't want to study it. They want somebody else to deal with it. And the US government has a lot of influence with our allies Canada, the Five Eyes nations, Canada, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, they take their cues from us on this, and none of them have really been very forthright about it. But other countries, not as closely aligned with the US, have come forward and released stuff. Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador. I got thousands of pages of documents from Russia. There was a brief window of opportunity in the early 90s when glasnost and perestroika existed, and the Russians wanted to be welcomed by the rest of the world. And we were able to go over there and get a bunch of stuff about their UFO program, which was gigantic. That window is closed now, of course, things have changed, but you know, people are interested in this all over the world.
Well, looking forward to the next five.
Time is up. Well, I'd like to close with a reality check. And so again, from the military perspective, some of the things you don't know, and it's kind of near and dear to me. We just finished or came out of the global war on terror. And what most of you don't realize is we had people involved in combat more than 3 times the extent of anybody in World War II. The other issue I would start is with a number, and it's 32,781,679,138,123. You don't know what that is. Sometime today, our national debt went through that. So the issue is when you say, should the government be involved, this is a finite thing. The budgets are a zero-sum game. And so if they're going to be involved in this, you say, what are you not going to do? It's very, very easy to say this would be interesting, we ought to do that, and the government ought to be involved in a period of fiscal austerity that I think we're going to be in. We may have a government shutdown and over these issues. But that's the flip side of it. So it's one to talk about these wild and wonderful things, and boy, we ought to be having more involvement. The other is, can you afford it?
I'd like the public to stay involved and keep the pedal to the metal and keep Congress interested. The government doesn't have to pay for it, but get out of the way, you know, because they've got a lot of stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Knapp and Colonel John Alexander.
I do get channeled information through, but if I can't confirm it with scientific stuff, I'm not going to put it out there. If people ask me, I'll say, well, look, that's what I'm told, but it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Everything that we tell you tonight, do not believe a single word that I tell you. Because if you believe what people tell you, you're a fool. But don't disbelieve what I tell you. Because if you do disbelieve, you're a cynic. Not a skeptic, a cynic. So have an open mind on the information. Some of the information will be scientific data, and it just stands on its own for what it is. Some of it is historical information that comes from the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Sumerians, who are documenting what was happening in their life. And some of it is information that's come through to me. It's like the glue that puts it all together. But you don't have to believe it. Some of the stuff that I'll tell you, you'll be aware of. Some of it you won't be aware of. Some of it will be a totally different perspective. And you are not obliged to take it on board. Some of what we tell you will absolutely scare the shit out of you, the implications of it. And if there is anyone here who walks out of the room without having experienced some point tonight where they don't go, oh shit, I would be very surprised. Because you have to go through it to understand it. But what I want you to trust more than anything else is what resonates within you. When you hear something, if it suddenly get that thing up the spine thing, that instantaneous reaction is your truth. You may then click into a whole lot of blocking and fear patterns after that, and that's okay too. And that's where Crystal will weave her magic to help you work through that stuff. Okay, so let's get a little bit into this. What are we talking about? I'm going to go through a little bit of metaphysics and a little bit of astrophysics. I'm not going to try to go too deep into it. The objective of this is not for me to give you everything on a platter. It's to give you the points where you can go and research it for yourself. I'm going to give you the
the core, and then you can go and look up the links that I've given you and formulate your own opinions on stuff. So a little bit of metaphysics first. How many of you are aware of Drunvalo Melchizedek? Okay, about half. Amazing man. He's very, very aware. And he has a book called The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life. And I've listed it there. It's a book that every person should have in their library, whether they believe or don't believe. Whether you're spiritual or non-spiritual, religious, non-religious, scientific, non-scientific. Because he covers everything. And in particular, what he covers is how the universe came into being. Now, this whole universe that we live in is just a thought construct. It's not a reality. It's a perceived reality. And it's just a thought. Just like you have a thought and it's real to you, Source decided, you know what? This is me. I'm a sphere of what I know. Everything that I know is contained in this sphere. But I haven't experienced everything that I know. So do I really know it? It's like so many people go, oh, yeah, I know that, I know that. They haven't experienced it, but they're intellectualizing that they know it. But it's only once you've truly experienced something. Like no man knows what childbirth's like. They can say, oh, yeah, I know it. Oh, yeah, I know it because I've seen my wife give birth. You know, I've seen all those sorts of things. So I know what childbirth's about. Can you imagine a man saying to a woman, yeah, I know what childbirth's like? What's a woman going to look at him and go, get real? You have to experience it to know what it's like. And that's what we're talking about here. So Source said, I'm going to project myself to the edge of myself and duplicate what I do. Now I've created his source, and we all know the source of everything is just love. It's a state of being. It's not something that you can give to someone. It's not something that you can get back. So when anyone says, I'm giving you love, or I love you, or I get love from this person, you don't. Love is a state of being. That's all it is. And it's a wondrous state, and it's not dependent on anyone else. So Source says, let's shift over here to be everything that I'm not. So we're going to have the absence of love. And then it oscillates backwards and forwards between these two things, creating contrast, creating conflict. And in moving here, which is a straight line, it creates this shape, which is like a UFO, which scientists have realized is what light is shaped like. And it's called a vesica piscus. Piscus, I think. Can't spell it properly. And they've worked out that light has this shape. And it sort of fluidly goes backwards and forwards. Because when God said, let there be light, that was the first movement, this directional thing to here, which creates a there and a here. It creates the duality. That's where the duality came from being here to there. It also, in going from here to there, takes time. So the first dimension is the singularity, which we've all heard about, the void, the singularity. The second dimension is time. And in going from here to there and backwards and forwards, it creates an oscillation, which is vibration. And that's why everything in this entire universe is just a vibration. Everything. The frequency will shift. That's why we've got light and sound and subatomic physics. They have different frequencies, but all they are is vibration. So here we've got the first part of everything. Here's the next stuff. Oh, the absence of love generates fear. Fear is absolutely essential for Source to be able to have a mirror of itself. It cannot experience itself without the mirror of itself, which is fear. That's why fears are so important. That's why we should not suppress them. That's why we should not bury them. We should embrace them, because they are there to reflect our consciousness. If you don't have eyes, you can't see light reflecting off the walls, so you have no feedback. If you have no ears, you can't hear. Therefore, you have no feedback on your consciousness. You put somebody in one of those sensory deprivation tanks, deprive them of light, sound, and all of those things, and they go into a totally altered state of consciousness because they have no reflection back to where they are. So that the perception that we have now is because of these fears that we have. That's one of the things that gives us our consciousness. So the next thing that happens is Source, that was great. Source did that for any amount of time and then went, okay, I've explored all the options in that. I've gone slowly from here to there. I've gone fast. I've created all the different vibrational energies. What do I do next? Go along the edge here to the point where they connect. Now we've got rotational energy, which is why absolutely everything in this universe rotates around something. There is no such thing as stillness in this universe. It does not exist. So everybody who's trying to still their mind or do all of this, you're going against the universe. It ain't going to happen. You're not meant to have a still mind. You're meant to have a flowing mind. And so many of the light workers, and please don't be offended by anything I say. And if you do get offended, maybe it's triggering a truth, because only the truths cause us to react a certain way. If you try to bring anything into balance, you are trying to stagnate energy. You are trying to pull it so it does not move. Balance is stagnation. There is no such thing as balance in the universe. The key word is flow and harmony. You do not want your life in balance, because you're spending all of this energy trying to pull it into stagnation, and the whole power of the universe is going to go and knock you off balance all the time. So you just fight harder and harder and harder to bring your life into balance. Doesn't happen. Can't do it. Source won't have it. But you bring it into flow. Now that's different. And here's an image for you. I'm in the middle of a river. I'm swimming against the current so I can stay exactly where I'm meant to be. I'm trying to stay balanced. I'm using all of my energy and I'm getting nowhere. But the minute I stop doing that, I go with the flow. And that's where the fear kicks in, because where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Well, you're going somewhere new and exciting. That's what Source wants. That's why Source moved. Because it wants new stuff to happen. And it creates rotational energy. And in doing that, it creates the third dimension. So that's a little bit of metaphysics to go into stuff. So the key aspect here is this rotational energy aspect, because the next thing we're going to go into is a little bit of astrophysics. All of the physical aspects of the universe fall down to simple mathematical things. Is everybody familiar with the Fibonacci spiral? Okay, for those of you who aren't, it's pretty simple. You take the number 1 and you add it to another 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. 5 plus 8 is 13, 21, 34, and on and on and on and on and on ad infinitum. You'll see it everywhere in nature. Trees create branches based on this, and flower petals based on this. And the great thing is, if you take these two numbers and you divide, you get 2 by 1 is 2. 2 and 3 in divide is 1.5. The halfway measure in here keeps getting closer and closer and closer to 1.618, which is what they call the golden mean, or pi. Absolutely everything in the universe is based on this. The length of this part of my finger to that is 1 to 1.6. The length of this part of my finger to that finger is 1 to 1.6. The length of this to this is 1 to 1.6. This to this, 1 to 1.6. It's everywhere. It's a universal rule. Back with that other figure that we had here, this figure keeps going around and it does the same things over and over again, creates another thing around here, and eventually it forms a symbol that is known as the flower of life. In this, all of these are feminine. Everything that is a curve is feminine energy, okay? But if I take the center and I connect it to another one here, I get a straight line. And if I take the center here and connect it to another one, I get a straight line. When you do all of the straight lines and connect up here, they're all masculine energies. You create every single subatomic crystalline structure that everything is built on. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Every part of your body is in here. And there's a thing called Metronon's Cube, and that's, I'm flying through this stuff because you can grab the book if you're more interested in it, but it gives you some background into what we're going on. Here's an interesting thing. This image has been found various places around the world. In particular, there's a temple in Egypt in Abydos, and this temple is over 100,000 years old, and it sits behind the Temple of Seti. And the Egyptologists tell you that they dug this temple 50 feet into the ground and then put these massive red granite blocks in there. Yeah, that really makes sense, that you would dig it underground and then put the blocks in. What does make sense is it was built and then at some time some massive tsunami came over and covered it up to the hilt. And then they built another temple on the ground beside it because they knew it was there. But this temple's been excavated, and if you get the chance to go to Egypt, you have to go there. It's extraordinary. There's no hieroglyphics on any of the major big red granite blocks in temples. None. And there's a reason for that. I'm not going to go into it, but if you're interested in Egypt, I can go into it. But what is interesting is this symbol is on these blocks. It's not painted on. It's not drawn on. It's not carved on. It is laser etched into the stone. Laser etched into the stone. And it's over 100,000 years old. We do not have lasers today that can do that. But there it is. It's there, and it's the only symbol, this flower of life, which contains all of the structure of everything. So let's go to the formation of our solar system, because we've got to sort of find out what 2012 and all this stuff's about. The background information will become more relevant as we go through stuff. So I just need to get it all the way. That's the hard stuff. That's the brain-teasing stuff. From here on, it's easy. When our solar system was forming, all of the cosmic dust and everything starts spinning because everything's rotational energy. So it all starts rotating. And have you ever wondered why scientists can't explain gravity? They can tell you what it does and the effects of it, but they can't explain it. Because everything in this universe comes from source, right? Can we accept that as a given? Everything comes from source? Everything comes from source down. Highest vibration, lowest density. Okay? Highest vibration, lowest density. Down to lowest vibration, highest density. Now, density is just how many molecules you can cram into a little bit of space. Now, the interesting thing about that is, because everything is just this continuum of vibration, look around. All you're seeing is slowed down light. Every person you look at is just slowed down light. Slowed down through all sorts of different frequencies, slowed down through sound. Sound is slowed down light. matter, is just slowed down sound into a higher density. So when the sun was first forming, it wasn't gravity pulling everything together. It was actually things being compressed from outside. It was consciousness compressing down and slowing down vibration. That's why scientists can't explain gravity, because they think it's a pulling thing, and it's not. It's a compression thing. So here we've got all of our little dust, cosmic bits and pieces and hydrogen atoms and all those things, all being compressed down so it can form a level of consciousness. Because there's like tram stops along the way here, and we can give them names. We can call it 11th density, or 9th dimension, or 7th dimension, or 5th dimension, until we get down to 3rd dimension. It's just a label. And I'll give you an example. If I play a G string on a guitar and my ears can only hear G, nothing else, and then I tune that guitar string up to a G sharp, when I play it, I can't hear it. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. That sound doesn't exist because I can't hear it. That's why people say, I don't believe in fifth dimensional beings, because I've never seen one. Because you can only see with your eyes in a light spectrum that's this big. Can anyone here see infrared? Can anyone here see ultraviolet? But we know they exist, but we can't see them because our measuring device doesn't have it. So here's all of these atoms compressing down to form our sun, and they're spinning. Whenever you have a fluid that is spinning, it moves around. And remember, no balance in the universe. Don't want balance. So it's out of balance. So as it's spinning, it's out of balance, and it wants to try and balance it the same way as that Fibonacci spiral is getting closer and closer and closer to 1.618 but never gets there. It's trying to balance itself. So this little bit that's on the side here starts to move apart and eventually gets thrown off. And this part comes more into balance and eventually ignites and forms our sun. But as it's spinning, it forms a galactic plane of dust. I'm going to sort of draw this as best I can. Like a CD that sort of radiates out. Has anyone seen what happens when you vibrate something with sand on top of it, like a disc, how it forms rings? Have you ever looked at the rings of Saturn? What they are is they're harmonic nodes. Whatever the frequency is of the thing here, it creates nodes. And those node points are where things will start to form. So there is a real mathematics, and you can look this up as well, as to where planets will form around an object. So our solar system, while it's forming our sun, is also forming planets through rotational energy and vibration. And here's one of the interesting points. Here's the Earth. The Earth does not sit in one of those harmonic points. The Earth was not an original planet of this solar system. And we'll go into a little bit of the metaphysics later in terms of the tetrahedron. Does everyone know the tetrahedral structures and vibrations? It's one of the very first levels of vibrational consciousness, and the Earth has that structure. But Jupiter and Saturn have much more complex sacred geometries about them. If you look at Saturn from the top, the clouds form a hexagon shape. It has a different vibrational energy because it's one of the original planets in this solar system. So just remember that for the moment, that here's the Earth sitting somewhere that isn't a natural harmonic within the thing. So it wasn't part of our original plan. So we've got to think, well, where did it come from then? Which we'll get to. So we'll add another ring out here. So we've got Mars, and then we've got Jupiter. But in between, we've got the asteroid belt, okay? In the meantime, this little bit of cosmic plasma that was thrown off from the sun goes off here And it does the same thing. It starts to form its own little circle, and it forms its own little planets around it. But this one doesn't have enough mass to ignite the way the sun does. So what it forms is something that's called a brown dwarf. A brown dwarf star. And here's something that I don't know if anyone saw this the other day, but there was an article on the internet where scientists are starting to think now that maybe our solar system might have a dwarf star, because every single solar system they have ever discovered is at least a binary system. Some have 3 stars. Every single solar system is at least a binary star. So now they're coming out saying, well, there's a possibility that we may have a brown dwarf star. Because this is the way the Illuminati work. They give you the information in through the back door so you don't really know what's going on. Most of us have been aware of Nibiru, whatever you want to call it, the destroyer, Planet X, for ages. How did it come about? Up until the beginning of the last century, I think it was 1927, we could see Saturn. That was as far as we could see Saturn. And when they started analysing Saturn's orbit, they realised there was something of bigger mass outside of Saturn that was pulling it out of its regular orbit. So they punched the figures into a computer when the computers came around, or they calculated, whatever they did, and they found Neptune. They went, yay, that's it, we found it. And then when they analysed Neptune's orbit, they went, oh, hang on a minute, something else is pulling Neptune around. So they did their calculations again, and lo and behold, they discovered, hang on. Oh, they found Uranus first, and then they found Neptune. So they thought, that's it, we've solved the problem. And then they analysed Neptune's orbit and went, no, hang on a minute, there must be something bigger outside of that because it's being pulled out of orbit by something else. And then they found Pluto. Well, Pluto's a P. That's not doing it. So they then said, there must be something bigger outside of Pluto that is pulling it, and it's got to be huge, it's got to be massive. And in 1983, NASA announced that there was a brown dwarf star outside of our solar system, which belongs to this star. It's not from somewhere else. It has an orbit around our sun, because everything revolves around it, and because this came from our sun, it has an orbit around our sun. Are they telling us this? No. Why not? Why wouldn't they tell us this? So now we know that these things happen. So if we look at all of the planets are on what we call a planetary equator thing. So everyone thinks this is what happens. Here's the sun, and then you go out in a line and you've got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. Is that what everyone thinks? That they're all in this nice little flat plane? Because guess what? These planets are actually all pulled, their orbits all sort of go off that way from the galactic, because they've all been pulled by this brown dwarf out of this normal orbit where they started. So this thing's going through backwards and forwards, and it's got a number of planets the size of Jupiter around it. And at some time in the past, because it cuts through here, one of the planets from here collided with a planet that used to be where the asteroid belt was. And the bulk of it kept going off around this sun and reformed. But part of it went crashing off into what is now Earth's orbit, this rotating bit of molten rock, and the leftovers stayed in where the asteroid belt is. That seems pretty simple, doesn't it? Scientists telling you that? No. Why are they not telling you that? Because they don't want you to know that we could have a collision, because that would scare us. So we won't tell you that. In the meantime, the bit that was the Earth does exactly the same thing. It's out of balance. It's a rotating fluid because it's molten rock. And in trying to balance itself, it creates a little bulge and it throws it off. That's where the moon came from. The moon used to be part of the Earth, of this molten bit. How do we know that? What proof do we have of that? Well, when they examined the moon rocks, they were exactly the same as the Earth. That's a pretty good start. The other thing is, the moon is pulling away from the Earth 3 centimetres a year. So if it's pulling away 3 centimetres a year, you only have to go back and back and back. And there was a time when the two of them were together. It's pretty simple. And it was about 4 to 5 billion years ago, if you do the simple maths. But there's one more piece of evidence. When you have two objects that rotate around one another, they have what's called a centre of gravity. Okay, it's the central point at which they rotate around. The centre of gravity of these two objects is about 3,000 kilometres inside the crust of the Earth. The only way that could happen would be if the two objects were once one. So why is that relevant? Why am I telling you that? Is that part of what's going on here? Yeah, it is. Because what was left on the Earth was a scar, the land bridge, the bump where it used to connect. Has anyone heard of Pangaea? Pangaea was the original one continent. Because remember they say how it was one continent and it all broke up? Did they ever tell you how it broke up or why it broke up? Or how it formed in the first place? No. Why not? Because if you start getting the answers to those questions, you'll go deeper. Well, I'm going to tell you, because you have a right to know. We've got this one landmass here, and the moon is out here, but for now I'm going to put it over here. Where does the water go on the planet? Where does our water go? Lots of places? The water, that's a really interesting question. The water goes lots of places. It actually doesn't. What determines where the water goes? The moon. The gravity of the moon pulls all the water to here and it balances on the other side. It's pulled to the moon, so the water stays exactly where it is. So what causes the tides? No. What causes tides on planet Earth? Because the water stays exactly pulled to the moon. The rotation of the Earth causes the tides. Okay, because the Earth rotates underneath it. The water doesn't move, the Earth's moving. Originally, they used to do it together. But over time, because the moon was pulling away, it started to lag behind. The further it got away, the more it lagged behind. So we think the moon is rotating around the Earth, when in actual fact the moon is lagging behind the Earth's rotation, but all the water is staying exactly where it is with the moon. Important for you to know that for what's going to happen down the track. Okay? If you have a question at any time, please fire it at me. So we've got this one continent. So here's the Earth going through space, and it's got now the moon's pulled away from it. What causes the Earth to try to balance itself now? What's going to have enough gravitational force to pull this crust apart enough so that the Earth can balance? Because the crust of our planet, you know when we see a steel mill and they're milling the steel and you get this stuff on top of it called slag, which is sort of a crust that forms on the molten metal. That molten metal is caused by the light impurities hitting the cooler air. And that slag is exactly what the crust of our planet is. Because what's the core of our planet? Molten metal. So the outside of it is just a crusty slag. But originally, it was just one mass. So what caused it to break up? Anyone have any thoughts? The brown dwarf star. Because what's the brown dwarf star got? Massive gravity. Okay. Now, the brown dwarf star could be anything from 1/3 the size of the sun to 1/2 the size of the sun. Okay. In comparison, if this is our sun, a brown dwarf's probably about that big and the Earth's about that big. So it's big. And it has massive gravitational pull. It also throws out huge amounts of infrared heat. Now, you can't see it with a visible eye because it doesn't throw off visible light because it didn't have enough mass to ignite. But it throws off huge amounts of infrared heat. Starting to think what the real cause of global warming might be? Because guess what? About 2.5, 3 years ago, scientists made an extraordinary discovery. Neptune, which used to rotate like this, had been pulled over on its side and was now rotating that way. They didn't know why. What would cause a planet to be pulled over on its side? Maybe a little brown dwarf, perhaps, that was coming close to it. Beginning of 2009, we come in a little bit closer, we get to Saturn. And Saturn suddenly has 12 months of extraordinary electronic storms that have never existed before. Every time you come in, they've found every single planet in our solar system is heating up, is having extraordinary storms going on them. There are storms raging on Jupiter at the moment. Mars is heating up. The Earth's heating up. Now, I was in Los Angeles and I met a woman who was an expert in global warming. She'd written PhDs on it and everything. So I said to her, fantastic. You can answer some questions that have been really bothering me. She said, no problems. I said, our polar caps are melting, right? She said, yes. I said, because of what we're doing to the atmosphere? She said, yes. I said, right, so it's all the polar ice that's melting because the air's heating up. Yes. I said, let's go to the North Pole. Because the North Pole is a giant iceberg. 10% of it is above water and 90% of it's below. But it's the 10% above that's melting, right? That's what we're seeing because of what we're doing to the air. She said, yes. I said, see, I'm no expert, but what's the air temperature at the North Pole? 30 degrees below freezing. So how does the ice that's in below freezing melt because of the air? She went, well, I said, well, hang on, let's go to the South Pole because the South Pole's a continent, okay? And they have a glacier there which is a mile thick and there's more snow falling at the South Pole than ever before. And they are so concerned that that glacier will slip off the continent. Have you heard that concern? They're totally scared that that whole glacier is going to fall off. Do you know why? Because of the water underneath the glacier acting like a lubricant. So it's not the top of the South Pole that's melting, because guess what the air temperature is at the South Pole? -70. It's 1 mile below, away from the atmosphere, where it's melting. It's melting in contact with the continent. So can you explain to me why that's melting? She couldn't. I said, can you explain to me why every single planet in our solar system is heating up at the moment? Because I'm sure we don't have human civilizations on that causing greenhouse gases. She said, where are you getting all this information from? I went, you're the expert. Surely you've done all the research, because I'm getting that from NASA, from independent scientists. She walked away. Didn't want to know. No, you're a fool. You're an idiot. I said, okay.
Did she know, or was she just
Head in the sand. She prided herself on being an expert of something, and she had ignored the evidence that contradicted what she was saying. And we find this a lot with our academics. So there we've got some object that's causing all of these things to happen, global warming. So what evidence do we have that this has happened before? That this thing has come through, and it's, because when it comes close here to the continent, it pulls the continent apart and it causes fractures, and Mother Earth wants to try and balance herself, so these things move. That's what causes continental drift. Ask a scientist what causes continental drift, and they'll tell you, well, the tectonic plates are moving because of the lava. And I said, no, that's what's happening, but what's causing it? And they go, well, the plates move because they move. There has to be a reason for them to move. This is the reason. They break up because the planet is trying to balance itself. How often does this brown dwarf star come through? Do we have any record of the last time it was here? Well, we do. Because the ancient Egyptians wrote about a pole shift. Because guess what happens when this crust gets pulled loose from the core? When it's attached, we've got a North Pole and a South Pole. It's pretty simple. But when the crust gets pulled loose from the core, you have this very, very thin North Pole and a very, very massive North Pole under it, and a very thin South Pole and a very massive South Pole. Does anyone know what happens when you put two like magnets together? They push apart. The core of our planet is massive. So what's going to move, the crust or the core? The crust. And what happens is it literally pushes away and turns upside down. So the crust of our planet will turn totally upside down and reattach. Now, if you ask the scientists to explain a pole shift, they make it sound like that the north and south just change, that there's no big deal about it. But all the evidence, do you remember when they found the mammoths that used to live in temperate zones and they found them frozen solid with food still in their mouths? Because in the space of an hour, they went from a temperate zone to subarctic temperatures. Because this shift happens over a couple of hours. That's how fast it happens. Now, here's the thing. If you are on the equator part here, if you're here and the shift happens, all hell breaks loose. Because apart from all the earthquakes and everything that go on, the water stays where it is and the planet rotates underneath. So you think there's a tidal wave coming to you when in fact you're moving under the water at 1,000 miles an hour. But if you're here at the pivot point, you do this over 3 hours. So if you're in a pivot point, you're not going to notice anything other than the sky's going to turn around. And when you read the ancient Egyptian texts, they tell about the sky turning around, the sun rising in the west and setting in the east. They describe a total pole shift. So do the ancient Sumerians. So do the ancient Mayans. So when was the last one? The last one was 1600 BC. That was when the last total pole shift happened. There have been two others since then. There was one in, when was it? There was one in 5200 BC. There was one in 8800 BC. So this is from scientific. They measure it because they measure it from the lava that's laid down. When fresh lava is laid down, as it solidifies with the magnetic field in it. That's how they can tell when these things happen. So the last one that the Egyptians and everyone talk about was 1600 BC. Now we start to ask, well, when's the next one due? Because this thing has an orbit of around about 3,600 years. So 1600 BC, 3,600 years, smack bang now. Smack bang now. So we know what happens with a pole shift. It pulls the crust apart, it has huge magnetic forces, it has all of this infrared heat going on. What's happening on the planet at the moment? Earthquakes, more than usual, bigger than usual. Volcanoes are going off that were dormant. We're seeing changes in the temperature because of the heat. Everything that are preliminary signs of a pole shift. So is there any evidence to support it, actual physical evidence? There is. Now, you all know who NASA is. They're the guys who've lied to you about so many things over the years. The whole Apollo program was just a cover-up because NASA has been on the moon since 1959. You all aware of that? Been on the moon since 1959. John F. Kennedy found out about it, was going to tell the world, and they went, no, you're not going to tell anyone. Boom. Do you know who shot John F. Kennedy, by the way? Would you believe the driver of the car? The first bullet came through and hit him in the back, but the one that blew his head apart was the driver of the car, and you can see it in the footage. Not the footage they originally showed you, which cut the driver out of it, but the original footage that has the driver in it shows this trained secret security guy take his left hand off, put it under his hand like that, and at that moment, Kennedy's head gets blown off and he turns back. You can find that out for yourself. That's just Illuminati. That's the little byproduct for you to throw in there. So do we have any proof? Well, in 1983, they discovered this brown dwarf. And then in they discovered it because in 1983, they put up IRIS, the infrared satellite. 9 months after they put IRIS up, they announced that they had found this brown dwarf. And 2 days later, they denied it. No, we didn't. We didn't find anything. They covered the whole thing up straight away, but the cat was out of the bag because they'd already made the announcement. In 1992, they put up, I think it was 2 more infrared satellites. From 2002 to 2009, they put up another 7 infrared satellites. They spent billions of dollars fixing the Hubble telescope because it was broken, and turned it into an infrared telescope. Suddenly, there's all this interest in infrared telescopes. They even built one at the South Pole. Why would you build one at the South Pole? Well, it just so happens, here's north and south, and I'm doing it upside down from where it was before, but the orbit of this thing is that way. So the best place to view it is from the South Pole. They say it's because the air is clear there. But they rushed to build this thing in 2004. They rushed to build it. So suddenly they've put all of these infrared satellites up. So what are they focusing on? What are they actually looking at? Interestingly enough, there's a little comet called Elenin. Now, according to NASA, this was discovered by a Russian amateur astronomer, and you can even find a page about him and information about him on the web. And he discovered this tiny little comet, which has an orbit, strangely enough, that comes in and around the sun, and then there's the orbit of Mercury, Venus, and Mars. I did a little bit of checking with some colleagues of mine in LA, one of whom who is very closely connected in. He's a past president of the Navy Reserve, very connected in through the CIA and the FBI. And I asked him about this Elenin, discovered by Leonid Elenin. I said, what's the story? He said, he doesn't exist. It's a cover name. He said, it's not a comet. And we'll go into why it's not a comet. But it's coming from the constellation of Leo. The whole project is under the overview of the National Institute of Defence. And Elenin is an acronym for Extinction Level Event Near Impact Nibiru. I said, whoa, smoking gun here. But I want more proof because they say it's a comet. Now, a comet is made of dust, dirt, and ice. Okay? It doesn't have an infrared spectrum. Okay? And it doesn't have a huge gravitational field. It's just a chunk of dust and ice. So why have they got infrared satellites tracking it? Why are they using their most expensive infrared satellites tracking a dust and ice ball? That doesn't add up to me. That doesn't make sense. Also, do you remember when Comet Kohoutek came through and Comet Halley came through? And whenever there was a comet coming through, NASA are jumping up and down saying, you've got to see, it's going to look fantastic. It's going to be across the sky, and there was all of this hype about comets, 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 comets. Heard anything from NASA about Elenin? Because guess what? At its closest point to the Earth, it's only 21 million miles away. That's 1/5 the distance between us and the sun. Most of the other comets that they've talked about have been out here somewhere. 400, 500 million miles away. And they were jumping up and down. And they're saying nothing about this? That doesn't add up to me. Doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. But I'm still not thinking they're lying to us much.
They probably want to shake something at it.
Maybe. So then I started looking, and there was a coincidence because let me get my dates right, it was February 27th, and you may have this on your list. February 27th, 2010, this little comet was in a direct alignment between the Earth and the Sun. Direct alignment. Now, vibrational harmonics work such that if they directly line up, you get an amplification of energy. So gravitational waves are no difference to that. If they line up, the gravitational waves amplify. So on that date, there was an earthquake in Chile of, it was huge, 9 point something or other. That's just a coincidence, isn't it? That this little comet is in directly line with the Earth and the Sun, and there's a massive earthquake on it. That's just a coincidence. Well, there was another coincidence, because when the Earth came around the other side here, and the Earth was in alignment, and then the comet was a little bit closer, but they're in alignment again, and that was September 4th, 2010. There was an earthquake in Christchurch. That was just another coincidence, by the way. 2 coincidences. And then the Earth came back round again, and then the next time it was in alignment with the Sun, and now this is closer, March 11th, there's an earthquake in Japan. Once is a coincidence, twice is pushing it, 3 times, wait a minute, something's going on here. And on there, you will see a list of every time this little comet is in alignment with our planet and either the Sun or some other body, there's a major earthquake. No way could that be a comet. All of those alignments, earthquake, 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 all the changes that are going on, here's a smoking gun. But do we have any other proof? Because I'm not trying to convince you here. I'm just saying I'm having questions about this. Are you all aware of Google Earth? That you can punch in any address, and bang, you can see it. Are you also aware that there are certain areas, because NASA controls Google Earth? Did we say who NASA are, by the way? You know they're not a US department. They're a private company. And NASA came from Nazi Germany. All the guys that built all the rockets, they were all from Nazi Germany. Because NASA is owned by the Illuminati. Okay? So NASA have an agenda. Okay? So when we go to Google Earth, try and have a look at Area 51. Why not? Okay? Because it's blacked out, isn't it? It's censored. Okay? Because they don't want you to know what's going on there. So they censor it. They put a big black square on it. Yeah. Anywhere they don't want you to know what's there, they put your big black square.
Bob Lazar works there. Bob Lazar from America, he worked for NASA for a few years. And they tried to get rid of his, all his diplomas, degrees and everything. They tried to finish him off.
Yeah, tried to discredit him. So many people have had accidents.
Yeah, a lot of
them. So that's Google Earth. Are you aware of Google Sky? Google Sky is run by, guess who? NASA. And they plug into all of their satellites. So you can go into Google Sky and you can look at the whole sky as it is right now. So when I say this to you, go to Google Sky and have a look at the constellation of Leo. No, it's not blacked out. Okay. When you look at it, there's nothing untoward about it. Then go to the little right-hand corner and shift up in the infrared spectrum. And as you shift it to the infrared spectrum, suddenly appears an object that looks like that in the infrared spectrum. The winged destroyer the ancient Egyptians talk about. Here's a little brown dwarf in the constellation of Leo coming towards it.
They would show that, but they won't show Area 51. So they're kind of giving information on here, but not.
Because they think that most of us are absolutely stupid and wouldn't even bother looking. And they can fob it off left, right, and centre. The interesting thing is, though, if you go into the constellation of Virgo and have a look, there's a big black square in the constellation of Virgo. And you can see something coming out from behind it, which is a binary star system. Now, this might sound bizarre, but the reason they're blacking that out is because there are things coming from that star system. Visitors.
Is there two star systems that are alive and running at the moment there?
But it's a binary system.
Yeah, but I've heard that there's two planets that they're actually living on.
Oh, no, we're talking about Nibiru. Nibiru and the Anunnaki, which is a whole other thing.
Orion's belt.
Orion's belt? It's in the, can anyone remember the constellation it is? I can't remember it. It's in the constellation of Orion. I'll give you a little interesting fact about that. Those of you who have read the books of Baval and West, who say that Orion is the copy of the stars in the sky, that when you see the pyramids on the ground in Giza, okay, and you're spot on because they're a mirror image. They're not a copy of it. They're a mirror image. And the Egyptians don't work that way. So the only way that those could match up would be if the pyramids were built when the earth was up the other way. So the pyramids were built before the last pole shift. Okay? There's no one else that's got that yet. Okay? It's pretty simple. It's like, oh, right. Here's another thing. The Sphinx used to have a lion's head. And if you knew that something was going to happen on a particular date in your calendar, what would you do? You'd mark it. Ahead of schedule, you'd mark it. Well, they knew thousands of years ahead that something was going to come from the constellation of Leo at that time when it lines up there. So the Sphinx wasn't built at the time that it lines up. It was built way before it as a warning to say, when this lines up in the constellation of Leo, that's when the shit's going to hit the fan. And that was the last pole shift.
Alex, good question.
Yep.
Can you actually see that it's blacked out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But why don't they do it properly and completely remove it so you wouldn't even question if something was blacked out there?
Because we're stupid. And we're not even going to look at that.
There is
Okay.
exactly the address where you can go and punch it.
Yeah.
And who's going to believe anyone that?
Oh, exactly. Exactly. And they'll just discredit you or whatever, because they just don't want you. And if they discredit you enough and make it difficult enough, then you'll give up, won't you?
Also, Alex, why Egypt?
Egypt.
Why that particular part of the earth? Why it's not somewhere like, I don't know, in Asia?
Okay. There are pyramids off the coast of Japan. There are pyramids in China. They're all built around the 19.5 degree mark. And there's a reason for that. Okay, there's a reason for that, because that diagram I showed you of the flower of life creates what they call geometric solids. Please tell me I've got a mental block on the sacred geometries. And when you create a tetrahedron, it looks like the Star of David, but imagine they're three-dimensional. And when they fit inside a sphere, the points where these touch are at 19.5 degrees in the latitude. So they're energy points.
Sorry, is there any correlation with like the Jewish symbol?
That's a whole other lecture. Okay, every single religion has been created by the Illuminati to ensnare people. Every single religion, including New Age, including the New Age religions. They control everything. We'll get to that in the second half. It's a great question, and it's one that might shock you a little bit, but we'll work through it. So here's this body coming through. Look, we've got a brown dwarf coming through. The evidence is overwhelming. They're trying to hide it. They don't want you to know about it. What we want to know is, okay, we know the impacts are going to be pretty big, but how big and when? What's the time frame? If we track through Elenin, you will notice that on August 17th, I've gone publicly on this one because there is an alignment between the Earth, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury. They're in a straight line, and Nibiru is at right angles to the Sun. At August the 17th, I'm being told there's going to be a massive earthquake on the planet. It will probably be somewhere between Alaska and San Francisco, and I got told this last year that it was going to be Seattle. They told me there was going to be a major earthquake around Seattle in... You got a shiver? Thank you. So August 17 is another sign that something's going to happen. But let's go a little bit further through, because when the Japan earthquake happened, Nibiru sort of comes through like that. And there's a time now where Nibiru and our Earth are traveling at the same rate. So we're not seeing any major changes because it's still around about 1.5 AU away. AU is a measure of the distance between the Earth and the Sun. It's like the radius measurement. When the Japan earthquake happened, it was 2 AU away, and we had a magnitude 9 earthquake. The next alignment happens on September 26th this year, and it is between us and the Sun. And at that point, it is 0.38 away from us. Now, gravitational fields, it's 0.38, which is around about 40 million miles. It's 4/10 of the distance to the Sun. Gravitational fields and infrared work on what's called an inverse square relationship. So every unit of distance, the force magnifies by the square of it. When it was 2 away, we had a magnitude 9 earthquake. On September 26th, the forces are 25 times greater. The gravitational forces, the infrared forces, they're all 25 times greater on that date. You see that list there of all the earthquakes? Every single one of those places, there will be earthquakes. And the magnitude of those earthquakes, does everybody know how the Richter scale works? Richter scale, for those of you who don't know, is that an 8.8 magnitude earthquake and an 8.9, the 8.9 is 10 times greater than the 8.8. Okay, and a 9 earthquake is 10 times greater than the 8.9, which means that to go from 8.8 to 9 is 100 times bigger. Okay, it's a logarithmic function. What I'm being told is on September 26th, the whole Pacific Rim will go with magnitude 12 to 15 earthquakes. Magnitude 12 to 15 earthquakes. Okay, that is totally consistent with the mathematics. I said there was going to be stuff that, you know, you might go, what? The whole Pacific Rim. New Zealand will disappear. Japan will disappear. Indonesia will disappear. China will disappear. Korea will disappear. Russia will disappear. The west coast of America will disappear. The whole lot. Whole lot.
What about Australia?
East coast of Australia will not be affected by the earthquakes per se, but they will be affected by the tidal waves that come from it. Okay, I want to talk a little bit before that. Okay? Before that happens, as you get into August, and this gets closer, the gravitational effects of this brown dwarf star are going to start to pull not only on the crust of the planet greater, but they're going to pull on our little old moon. Now, at the moment, the moon's got a fairly spherical orbit around the Earth, okay? But as this brown dwarf gets closer, it's going to pull the moon closer to it, and the moon is going to have a more elliptical orbit. So what's going to happen is the moon is going to be pulled into more elliptical orbit. What effect will that have on the planet? The effect it will have is that whenever the moon is here, its gravitational pull on the water will be greater, so you are going to have massive king tides. So expect through August and the beginning of September that the major coastal cities of the world will all be flooded at some point. Not tidal waves, but massive tides. London, Amsterdam, Melbourne, Sydney, Venice. If there's a coastal city it's whole Netherlands.
And what about places like Hawaii, Thailand, in terms of tidal surges?
Everyone's going to be affected by it. Everyone's going to be affected by this. If you're living on the coast, and we've said to people, you're going to get a warning, sell your property and get out of there.
Can I ask you something?
Yep.
I mean, let's say
Shh, folks, please, I can't hear.
A few months back on TV, remember how we had that minor eclipse? I think it was last year.
That was a lunar eclipse. Yeah.
Now they're saying that we're going to have a major eclipse in November, but I don't know if it's this year or next year. I think they said next year.
Okay. Before we even get to that, September 26th, okay, for about a week before that, this object is going to be very, very obvious in our skies. One of the link, I don't think I put it on that sheet. There is a link of somebody who went into Soho, which is the, looks at the sun, and it's beautiful. It's March 15th or something like that. And there's an image of the sun, and there's an image of Venus, and there's this big black object there. Black, not throwing any light off, it's black. He went back a day later to confirm it all, and NASA had airbrushed it out. Airbrushed it out because it was inside the orbit of Venus, which is where it is at the moment. So this object is going to cover 1/5 of the sky. Okay, 1/5 of the sky, and it's going to be moving along. By then, anarchy will be ruling because they'll have collapsed the financial markets and they'll have put most people into concentration camps. Does everyone know about the FEMA camps? Okay, the FEMA camps, there's about 800 of them around the US, and they house 50,000 people upwards. And they are detention centres with barbed wire and the whole thing around them. 800 of them that can house 50,000 people each adds up to 40 million people. They're all fully manned, and yet the American prison system is overcrowded. Why can't they put some of their lower people into these detention centres? And the interesting thing about these FEMA camps is they have stockpiled coffins that can hold 3 bodies at a time. Why does the American government know that they're going to have to put 40 million people into detention centres for? Okay, and they're going to dispose of the bodies? Does this sound like something that happened? And who are the same people that are running all of this? It was a trial. They trialled everything out in the 40s.
So is that where religion is going to come in? Or is this like...
Religion's going to come in.
Is that where religion is going to come into all of this as well?
No.
No?
No.
So what's the purpose? For what reason?
Good, we'll get to all of that. Why are they doing that? Okay, why are the Illuminati doing it is a good question. Because they want to control everything, because they only need a certain number of people alive to be able to serve them. They have an agenda, which we'll get to in the second half. Okay, I want to get through this first half stuff so you know what's going on. When this object goes across the sky, it's going to cause an eclipse that will last at least 3 days. At least 3 days. But here's the big thing. When it lines up with the sun and our planet, there is going to be a cosmic sonic shockwave that will totally blow out our Van Allen belts and our magnetic fields, and will leave the planet totally open to gamma radiation. It's what they call in the Bible Gabriel's trumpet. When Gabriel's horn shall blow, the world shall da-da-da. It's a sonic blast to do with the lining up. The magnetic fields will be, they're already being weakened. It's like watching Star Trek. When the shields go down, bang. If you are out in the open at that point, you will literally be fried alive. It's like the vampire jumping out into the light. That's what's going to happen. So you need to be able to get out of direct light for the whole duration that our magnetic field is down, which could be up to 2-3 weeks. Okay, so that's the first big thing. So you've got massive earthquakes happening. Basically every volcano on the planet will go off at that time. Are you all aware of the super volcano in Yosemite National Park? No, those of you who aren't, there is a volcano in the northern part of America under Yosemite National Park. The caldera is 200 miles long and 80 miles wide. Last year, I got an email that said in 3 days there had been 1,100 earthquakes in that spot. But it was nothing to worry about. The lake bed has risen. The lake is so hot now that no fish can survive in it. And there was 1,100 earthquakes just in 1 3-day period, but it's nothing to worry about. Am I going to believe them? When you go to the site that shows all the earthquakes around the world, and they are airbrushing off and taking off earthquakes that are happening in certain locations because they don't want you to know that they're going on, because the US government has written off 60 million of its people who live in the top northwest. Because if it told them the truth, it would have to relocate them. And they're all expendable. So it's prepared to let them die. So you're going to have all these volcanoes going off. So you're going to have pyroclastic blasts going everywhere. So you've got level 12, 13 magnitude earthquakes, volcanoes at the same point. You know, it's not going to shift a little bit like this. We're talking about the distance here and there dropping like 400 meters down, not little bucklings. Okay? Have you ever seen like images of the French Alps that show the rock strata like that, side on? That happens in the space of a couple of minutes because the power of the earthquake causes the rock to liquefy and form waves. And then they break, and then when it stops, they reconfigure like that. They tell you that all of these mountain ranges have all been formed over thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. Lie. They happen in the space of minutes. Machu Picchu was a seaside village because Lake Titicaca is a salt lake and it's 1,500 meters in the air. It happened overnight when the pole shift happens. These are the extremes that these things happen at. So we've got the cosmic waves that are going to hit. You're going to have wind speeds over 1,000 miles an hour. You're going to have surface temperatures of 60 degrees plus. There will be wildfires all over the planet. Airspeed, cosmic radiation, all the water surfaces are going to dry up. The volcanic ash is going to cause huge amounts of acid rain. So the electromagnetic pulses are going to fry all electrics. Have you noticed how the satellites and TVs are starting to play up? Yeah? They're all going to go down, and they're trying to patch it and cover it up so you don't notice it. But as this thing gets closer, more and more of the satellites are going to go down. Okay? So that's September 26. Moving on from September 26, the next date you have to be concerned about is October the 17th. October the 17th, Nibiru is now 0.23. It's the closest point that it comes to us. That's 21 million miles away from the Earth. So at 21 mils, if there are any volcanoes that have not gone off by then, if there's any part of the planet that is not separated by then, it will do it then. Because the forces involved are now over 80 times what they were when the Japan earthquake happened. Next date on from that is November the 2nd, 3rd through to the 7th. And what happened then was when this thing's coming through and it passed through the asteroid belt, it picked up a few travellers with it, like the tin cans behind a wedding car. So here you've got this massive gravitational object goes through the asteroid belt and it drags a whole lot of stuff with it. Some of them are this big, some of them are 100 miles large. Now the scientists will tell you that we've had all these extinction level events that stopped the Cambrian and the Mesozoic, 65 million years ago that wiped out the dinosaurs, and they say there is something that causes an extinction level event every 26 million years. Well, sometimes when Nibiru comes through, we're not here at this close point. We're on the other side of the sun. So we're safe. But sometimes, maybe every 26 million years, we pass through the tail of this. And on November the 3rd to the 7th, we pass through the tail of this brown dwarf. So we are running a whole asteroid field. We're going to get huge numbers of showers. I've had this vision since I was a child, and now I know what it's about. It's a recurring thing that's coming to me year after year after year after year. Now I know what it's about. We have one saving grace at that time. Our moon is on the lee side. It can potentially shield us from some of the impacts. But I'm being told there will be major cities who will be obliterated by being hit by asteroids. And it's not one or two. There's going to be showers, massive showers of them, for about 3 days. And if you look at the other side of the moon, it is totally pockmarked with impact craters, different to the side that we see. So clearly it's done some sort of protection in the past. I'm feeling that the most likely time when the crust will totally separate and turn upside down will be October 17, because that's when the gravitational forces. It could go before then. Then November 23rd, there's another alignment which could cause more earthquakes, etc. But from then on, it starts to move further and further out. That's what's going to happen. That's when it's going to happen. And the wheres are pretty much everywhere will be affected. There are safe places to be, and we'll get into that in the second half, not just physically, but also spiritually. Okay, we're just giving you the physical stuff now, and then in the second half, Crystal will take you through a lot of the spiritual understandings, which will get you to understand why you've chosen to be here at this time when this is happening. And we'll cover a little bit of that in the second half. The last thing I want to leave you with before we have a break is this 2012. So what does 2012 mean? Okay. Where does the date December 21st, 2012 come from? December 21st, 2012. Mayan calendar? No. No. That date comes from the Illuminati. The date does not exist in the Mayan calendar. The Mayans do not talk about, they don't have our calendar date. So what people have supposedly done is they've tried to match the Mayan calendar to ours. But the Mayans don't talk about their calendar ending on a particular date as being significant. Like we don't go, oh, December 31st is the end of some massive thing. They talk about a change. They talk about a shift from the fifth sun, from the end of the fourth sun into the fifth sun. They don't mention anything about a brown dwarf. The Mayans talk about a shift of the sun. That's really important, the fourth sun, and we'll get into that. The date is being given by the Illuminati to trap the New Age people, to trap them into believing they have to prepare for this date so they're caught totally unawares by what's going to happen in the next 2 months. And most New Age people have bought it hook, line and sinker, because it's all tied into the Mayan calendar, and therefore it's about the ascension. And there's going to be no big earth changes because we can pray them away and we can do all of that, which we'll get into the second half. The Mayans talk about earth changes that precede it, but not at the same time. So what's happened is everybody has dumped everything onto this Illuminati constructed day. Everything to do with the birth of Jesus and all these things, they're all things that are tied into Illuminati ritual. That just happens to be the winter solstice. What a coincidence, because the Illuminati are all into that sort of stuff. Dates and all sorts of things. That comes from them. It's not a real date. But coincidentally, around that time is the beginning of a transition period. Okay? What else was I going to say about that? So yeah, Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce, all of those prophecies that relate to what's going to happen in the next 2 months have all been dumped onto this date because people are stupid and they'll buy it. And if you tell them enough times, it comes from the Mayan calendar, they'll believe it. It's not in the Mayan calendar at all. Nowhere. And here's another interesting thing. The Mayans were smart. They had the number 0. If I go from 3 BC to 2 BC to 1 BC, what year's next?
0.
The next year is 1 AD. There is no year 0 in our calendar. So straight away, we've lost a year off there. And at the time, there were 3 different calendars running at the turn of the millennium. 3 different calendars. And it's got pulled here, there, and everywhere. Okay, it wasn't until Pope Gregory in 540 AD or something like that that we got the calendar that we have now, which interestingly enough was based on an old Mayan calendar, an old Egyptian calendar, and all those things. So they've borrowed. Every religion has been created by the Illuminati and megalomaniacs, borrowing stuff from here, there, and everywhere. There's not an ounce of truth in any of it. If you're interested, I could tell you who Moses really was and who Jesus really was, and how they've been corrupted and how they've been twisted to enslave the masses.
What about Soviet and Russian?
All of them are derivatives of the original lies that you've been told. And all of those lies have been there to enslave you and trap you, to stop you from free thinking that you have a total connection to source every single microsecond. And there are no rules. Source does not have rules. There is no good and evil. There is no right or wrong. It's just an experience. And if Source doesn't have those rules and says to you, whatever you do enriches my being, then why do we suddenly feel that we have to listen to someone who tells us that we can only access that spiritual knowledge through them? And we have to do what they tell us to do, or we're heretics and be burned at the stake or excommunicated or something like that.
So is karma part of the lie?
Karma is non-existent unless you choose to believe it. There is only cause and effect. I let go of the pen, it falls down. There is no good or bad. But if you believe in karma, that's what you will manifest, because you have total free will to create whatever you want.
So what about like past lives and people saying, oh, I did this in my past life, so now I've got this in this life?
Okay. Past lives implies that time is linear, and it's not. Time is simultaneous. You can have alternate lives and you can experience things. Let's say that you're an actor and you've chosen to play a role in a particular play. And having done that season, you then sit back afterwards and go, oh, I could have done that bit better. Yeah, oh yeah, I should have done that. Yeah, that would have been better. That's what you do. You find better ways to play the roles and things that are more connected with him in love. And we can talk more about that later. So 2012, what's 2012 about? I'll give you what that's about and then we'll have a break. Okay. Our solar system is part of the Milky Way galaxy. And you've probably all seen pictures of the Milky Way galaxy. It's like a spiral galaxy that's looking at it from the top. And looking at it from side on sort of looks a little bit like a UFO sort of thing. At the middle of our galaxy, as with all galaxies, is a black hole, massive black hole. And black holes give out energy in 2 directions. They give it out in pulses that radiate outwards, like when you drop a pebble in a pond and they radiate out. So that's like on a plane, and they send it out in a spike from the center. Okay, so here's our plane going through here, which is a big disc, and the pulses radiate out from there. Now, our solar system's out here somewhere on one of these arms. We're not even a major player in the galaxy. Seriously, the human form is not. But everything revolves around something. So not only do we revolve around the galaxy, but we revolve around another solar system, i.e. Sirius. Ever wondered why we're so connected to Sirius? It's because we're in a paired orbit around a black hole in Alcyon. So we're going up and down as we go around, like that, like a carousel horse going up and down. Is anyone familiar with the Vedic yugas, where they divide civilization up to periods of ascent and descent? It covers like 520,000 years or something like that. As we go up here, we're getting further away from the galactic plane, which is a gravity, and we slow down. And then we get pulled back and we accelerate. We are in a position of acceleration at the moment, and we're just about to go into this galactic plane, which is also known as the photon band. Okay, so what happens when we hit the photon band? Because people talk about spiritual ascension. Okay, it is impossible for you to spiritually ascend. Do you know why? Because you're already there. Remember how I said everything comes from source downwards? Your higher self has chosen to manifest into this dimension to experience. You've chosen to manifest. You may have forgotten it because you're caught up in the third dimensional stuff, but you cannot ascend to something that you already are. You just become aware of where you're perceiving it from. Are you so caught up in the play that you believe you're the character, or are you sitting in the audience admiring your work? You can't ascend because you already are every single vibrational aspect. So what is this so-called ascension about? I'm going to go back to nuclear physics. And I'm going to go to an atom, and the simplest atom of hydrogen, because we have a lot of hydrogen in us. We're basically hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon. That's what most of us are. So we have a proton here, and we have an electron in what they call a shell. Does everyone sort of remember that from basic science or something like that? And then you get to helium, and helium has 2 and 2, and then you get the next one up and you get another shell and another shell. Even hydrogen, even though it's only got 1 proton here, this other energy shell still exists. Remember how we went back to the sun has these vibrational things that cause the planets to form in certain areas? As above, so below. The macro and the micro is exactly the same. When we go through the photon band, it's a huge pulse of energy. Ever put your foot down on the pedal of a piano and hit one note and all the others vibrate and it goes woo? When we go through the photon band, every single atom in your body gets hit by this energy and the electrons jump to the next level, or maybe even to the level beyond that. So every single atom in your body becomes energized. And as you do that, you become less dense. Higher vibration, less dense, which people go, oh, it's 5th dimensional existence. That's the physics of it. It's not some spiritual thing that you have to work to do. You could do that anytime you choose by shifting your perception. But what's happening here on this planet is a very, very different thing. This is going to happen, but it's the agenda behind it. And the second half, we're going to get into the who and the why. Apart from seeing this thing in the sky, there's also going to be 4 Jupiter-sized planets floating around at the same time. So the skies are going to look amazing. There's also going to be communication between the brown dwarf and our sun. By communication, I mean exchange of plasma. So they're going to be these massive coronal injections that are going to be happening. So the sky is going to look incredible. It's going to be pretty dangerous. There is a possibility that one of the other planets around Nibiru could collide with one of the other planets in our solar system or with the sun. I'm being told those things won't happen this time, but the sky is going to look amazing. Really, this is such an exciting time to be here. And I know it seems bizarre, but you'll work through, and Crystal will take you through this process of working through the initial shock to get you into your higher self to understand why you're here. and to see the exciting aspects to all of this. So in the second half, I'm going to talk a little bit about the who and the why stuff, and then Krista will also do some why stuff as well. The key to the who stuff goes back 4 billion years, because there's a race of reptilians called the Dracos, and they feel that they own this universe because they've been around here for so long. And they, in fact, owned this solar system for a long period of time. Hence why we had a period where the dinosaurs were the major species on the planet. Now, the thing about the Dracos is they operate from the lower realms of the fourth dimension. Okay? The lower realms of the fourth dimension down into the third dimension. And they've been traveling around conquering everybody because they believe they have a right to. They don't have emotions. Some of you might have heard that there is a good reptilian race, and that there's the bad reptilians and there's the good reptilians. It's not true. The reptilians have an agenda, they have no emotions, and they will do whatever they need to do to achieve that result. So if they're being nice to you, which is what some people believe the reptilians are, they're not. They're just doing what they need to get their agenda. Now, the reason why the reptilians are the key in all of this is because they want to conquer the whole universe, not just the third dimensional realm, which is ruled by fear, which is the mirror. So they use fear to control everything from the fourth dimensional realm. Now, what you can do at the fourth dimension is you have the ability to shapeshift. So you can project onto third dimensional forms. So you can control, because their agenda is to get up into the higher realms. They want to get up into the fifth dimension and the sixth dimension and seventh dimension to conquer it. But they can't, because they're rooted in fear. So what they decided to do was to get hold of some humanoid mammalian DNA and create hybrids, and to use like a Trojan horse to get into the fifth dimension. So through hybrid forms, they could get up into the fifth dimension to conquer it. So what they did on this planet, they started creating a whole lot of experiments 100 million years ago with their own DNA, trying to find a form that could get up in here, but they couldn't. There was also a big galactic war going on at the time, and 65 million years ago, the planet got hit by an asteroid, bang. And a truce was called between a galactic federation, and probably some of you have heard of it in some other form, of fifth dimensional up beings who live in a state of love. And they take various forms of that. So they declared that this planet Earth would be a hospital where beings from all over the galaxy could come here to work through their shit, where they could incarnate into forms to work out their karma because they believe in it. And the Dracos said, we don't have a problem with that at all, so long as we can help. So we just need some access to some DNA to create some vehicles that these beings can incarnate into. So 20 million years ago, they got to a point, and I'm jumping a little bit because they created all the shrews and all the things first, but 20 million years ago, they created the old world monkeys. And the old world monkeys had between 20 and 80 chromosome pairs. Now the Dracos, they live in excess of 100 million of our years. And that may seem extraordinary, but imagine I'm a butterfly.
Logan, this is garbage.
And I live for a day.
What are you playing?
And I look at you and I go, are you telling me you live 365,000 of my lifetime? No, that's not possible. So to a butterfly, the concept of us living for 80, 90 years is ridiculous. Well, imagine we're the butterfly to the Dracos. They live over 500 million years. So a couple of million years for them to do an experiment is
500
nothing.
million?
Okay. So having created the old world monkeys, they went, okay, let's work out which one's
created the
best out of
monkeys,
that.
bro?
And 12 million years ago, They created gorillas, chimpanzees, orangutans, and the gibbons. Now, the gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans had 48 chromosome pairs, I think, and the gibbons had 44. The gorillas, chimpanzees, orangutans were a bit too strong, and the gibbons were a little bit, although they had the bipedal motion, they didn't have the strength needed. So what they did was they eventually settled on 46 chromosomes as the best vehicle to do that. Australopithecus, Peking man, Neanderthal man, Cro-Magnon man. Now, the interesting thing about Neanderthal man is Neanderthals had a brain capacity twice as big as ours. And the anthropologists will tell you that they were so stupid they died out. Doesn't quite resonate with me. But what does resonate with me is if a Neanderthal is twice as smart as we are, then they would have been a threat to the Dracos. So they went, oh, we won't have that experiment. That went the wrong way. Don't want them too smart. Got to be able to control them. So they created, eventually, Homo sapiens. Not just one,
That's so garbage.
but they
William.
created 9
Are you
prototypes,
awake?
all females. XX chromosome. Why would you create all females? Because if you're going to breed, you need females, not males. And in actual fact, you can breed parthenogenically. Now, parthenogenesis is where a female can impregnate herself. And there are numerous species on the planet that practice parthenogenesis, including mammals. And there was a Korean scientist who actually achieved this with human embryos back in 2004. Okay, so you can have parthenogenic stuff going on. And in fact, the female chromosome, just to put us men in our place, and this is very relevant to what I talked about before about the women knowing the toning, knowing the codes in DNA. A Y chromosome is actually a piece removed. Males are incomplete, deliberately incomplete. Okay, that's a little bit of a side there. So they created 9 prototypes. One with black skin, one with white skin, one with yellow skin, one with red skin, one with blue skin, one with green skin, one with brown skin, and I can't remember the others. And they put them in various places to see which one would develop and be the best vehicle. Then around about 450,000 years ago, there was a race on one of the planets around the brown dwarf. Now, the term Nibiru is often used for that. Now, Nibiru can refer to the planet from which these beings come from, or it can refer to the actual brown dwarf itself, or it can refer to that whole little mini system. They're all sort of interchangeable. The race that was on this planet came to the Earth 450 million years ago, and the Dracos said to them, we're quite happy for you to come onto this planet to mine your gold and do whatever you want, but we want some of your DNA. Not a problem. So they then genetically engineered the man as we know it now, and they used them to mine gold. And the Dracos were quite happy for this to go along. Because what happens is, within your DNA, you have segments that are reptilian. In fact, your brain at the top of your stem, the first part of it is reptilian. And then the other bits are tacked on. There's a midbrain, and then it divides into 2 separate brains. The left hemisphere and right hemisphere are separate brains. They work totally independently, and then they work through the causal callosum, I can't remember the exact name of it, which is the part that joins it together. So we are a genetic experiment. And the reason we're a genetic experiment is so that the Drakos can get into the 5th dimension. So they control everything. So let's have a look at, and they're still on the planet. They control many of the lower levels of the underground DUMBs, the deep underground military bases in the US. They control absolutely everything, and they control the Illuminati. They do everything through ritual. Everything is through ritual. So anything that you do, which is ritualistic, is tapping into your reptilian DNA. It's controlling you. You're not controlling it. How many people are aware of Kundalini Yoga or practice Kundalini Yoga?
Gosh. Logan, are you awake?
The symbology is all reptilian because you are continually trying to raise your energy up.
Logan!
If Kundalini Yoga worked, you would do it once and you would attain that level and stay there, and you would have no need to do it again. But what happens? You get pulled back down again. It's like you've got a piece of elastic here, you stretch it up and it gets pulled back down again. Stretch it up because it's reptilian. The whole energy is based in fear. And if you practice Kundalini Yoga, try this the next time. Project yourself to your highest state to begin with and reach down and pull up. Suddenly you will have no need to do Kundalini Yoga again because you will already be in that heightened state of awareness. We have a tendency to overcomplicate absolutely everything. Source says there's nothing complicated in the universe. Everything is absolutely simple. But there are levels of complexity. But everything is simple. We are the only creature in the universe that complicates everything. The only creature that does it. So the Drakos have this agenda where they want to get into the 5th dimension, and they're using us as a vehicle to do it. So whenever your energy is locked into any sort of fear, you're operating at 3rd dimensional level, and they can manipulate you and control you. They'll control you through money, because you'll have a fear of not having any, or not having as much as the person next door, or not having a house. And so the minute you're tapped into any sort of material possession, you are addicted to money, which is what they created. And their prime vehicle through which they create and control everything is the Illuminati. I can't even spell it. They control everything through the Illuminati because the people who the Illuminati fall into one of two categories. They are either full-blood reptilians shape-shifted into human form, or they are hybrid reptilians with their agendas. Their agenda is quite simple. They want to conquer the 5th dimension.
So why does it matter whether they're hybrid or?
No, this is how they control. This is how they control the sheeple through the Illuminati, and they will either be fully reptilian appearing as human because they can shapeshift, or they will be in a hybridized human form. Total reptilian.
Yes, and the Queen.
Queen's a total reptilian. Hillary Clinton's a total reptilian. Yep. They are in every major government position in the world. Every president of the United States going back to Washington has been Illuminati. They are also controlling all of the major religions of the world.
Aren't they the Masons as well?
It's a subgroup. Yep. You've got the Rosicrucians, you've got the Masons, any sort of formal organization that has rules of control is Illuminati control.
Have you ever had any personal experiences which confirm all of this? Your experience?
Have you walked around the world?
What do you say? Any organization? That's crazy.
Have I met reptilians in this life? No. That doesn't mean that I'm not meant to. But I've spoken to many people who have. Many people who have. But Crystal, we'll get Crystal to tell you about her experiences when we were in a past life in Egypt, about what was happening to the priestesses in the temples.
You mentioned all the presidents were all Illuminati. Where does Kennedy fit into all this? Because he was trying to expose certain things which he got illuminated
Yep. Kennedy's father was Illuminati, total Illuminati. And because of the bloodline, they come through. So he wanted his son to be the president, but it wasn't Jack who was supposed to be the president, it was the older brother who died in the war. So he pushed Jack through, and Robert. But see, both of those saw through the illusion, because there are other aspects, and we'll get into that now. The human form, the human body. Okay, we've got the reptilians in human forms over here. Then we've got what I call Gaia homegrowns. And then over here you've got your star-seeded. And many of you will fall into this category here. The Gaia homegrown consciousness in human bodies is consciousness that has come through Gaia. It's gone through being mineral. It's gone then up through being plant consciousness. It's then gone up through animals and insect. It's gone through the whole hierarchy, which the Buddhists talk about, to get into human body consciousness. And they are homegrown. And most of these people are pretty simple, basic sort of people. We probably all know people who would go, yeah, they don't have a lot of spirituality about them. Okay? That's a really important thing to say, because the star-seeded people are the ones who were invited to this planet to come as healers. So they put their hand up and they said, yes, I'm going to come and I'm going to heal. They came from the Pleiades or Sirius or whatever they bring with them. Now, when you come here, you will partner up with someone from here, because there's no point with you partnering another Pleiadian. Waste of time. So you will connect with people to try to...
Now though, that was the case, but now, over the last sort of 10 years, that's actually shifted. So a lot of staff...
Because of what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, they're regrouping because they know it's time to leave.
Yeah.
They've done their work.
Definitely.
Okay. You will find someone who needs to learn about unconditional love and do everything to try to get it to them, and they just won't get it. So then you move on, you find another one. So, well, I'll try and find another one. And that's exactly what the healers do, whatever it is you do. And that's why you've chosen to come here.
Would a healer ever attempt to heal a resilience or a hybrid resilience?
Look, no, from the people I've spoken to, they have a knee-jerk reaction to them straight away and they don't have anything to do with them. Because you can't heal these people. They have...
Cold-blooded.
They're cold-blooded. Yeah, you're not going to be able to heal them, so therefore you suddenly go, no, I'm not going to go there. So you just stay away from them. So no, I don't know of any star-seeded people who've tried to heal reptilians.
There's those people mentioned in the book, an old ancient book, The Keys of Enoch, these star-seeded people.
Oh, look, you get them referred to left, right and centre in all of the ancient religions.
Yeah, I've got a placement for them.
Yeah. But they're not necessarily the Anunnaki. Okay? There are people in this room that come from different star seeds who have come here.
I hope y'all don't believe this garbage.
There are a lot of light workers who are praying.
I was sleeping just fine till this man woke me up with all his nonsense.
Okay? Not allowed to. You're not allowed to. You are not allowed to interfere with the free will of Gaia. The light workers who are doing that are caught up in their own ego. I'm the brilliant doctor who can heal all. Okay? Let's say all the life forms consciousness is on Gaia. Amoebas, ants, fish, birds, animals, you name it. Add them all up. Now put the human consciousness in. Where do we fall? Nowhere. We're less than 0.00001% of the consciousness on this planet. And in terms of Gaia, an ant has as much of a vote as a human, as a life force. So Gaia and all of the life forces on this planet saw a half a dozen cells deciding they were going to do their own thing. What do we call that? We call it cancer. and we get rid of it because it's detrimental. Gaia has an agreement with the sun and this solar system to have a cycle of cleansing that comes through every period, and a culling of this 100% of human consciousness. And I'm not talking about the starseeder, because a lot of these people say it's going to be a smooth transition and you're just going to be able to ascend. Of course it is for them, because they can just shift back into their star consciousness whenever they want. Not a problem. So they'll do it. But they're trying to tell these people that they can do it too, and that the events aren't going to happen. So they're all praying against the free will of Gaia. Not allowed to happen. Not allowed to happen. But here's the interesting thing. A small percentage of the human consciousness have been able to deactivate the reptilian DNA that's in them, which keeps them locked in fear, and step up to create something quite extraordinary. And the Galactic Federation, fifth dimensional beings, etc., think that's extraordinary. And so they are coming here en masse to support and witness it, the transition. But for this transition to happen, there has to be a majority rule. Well, if this is 100,000 people, and that's me being generous, against 6 million, and you need 51% to get a democratic vote, how are you going to get that? Sorry?
Clean it up.
Clean it up. By wiping out this and just helping these ones get across the line. That's what Gaia's going to do. Those who are ready, those who are open, and that's the role of the light workers, is to help these people become aware, not to help these people. Is to help these people come aware so that they can make the transition. And then there's going to be a roundtable discussion in the Galactic Federation as to whether the human consciousness is allowed to do that. And we're being told that they'll be put into a quarantine for a period of time to see how they go, because they're not all convinced. Not 100% convinced. So the key here is this Dracos stuff, because within your DNA, there are segments that are reptilian. And while they are activated, the reptilians can control you. Have any of you heard of the Montauk experiments that were going on in the US? They were manipulating people using frequencies, mind games. You know, the guy that just blew all these people away in, HAARP's a different thing. The guy who blew all the people away he was a Freemason, and he'd been in the States. And so he was one of these people that's been subjected to this. And they use these people to propagate fear.
They said Martin Bryant was one.
Martin Bryant was another one.
Yeah.
If you look into his history, he actually wasn't the one who did that, by the way. There was someone else who did that. He was a scapegoat.
Julian Assange.
Julian Assange, look, he's a whistleblower. He's a whistleblower. He's another person who wants the truth out there. Okay? So the key here is, where do we fit in? Okay, we know who's behind this all. The Dracos through the Illuminati and their building of underground bunkers and manipulating everything. They're the ones who are trying to control us all like puppets. But there are aspects of us that come from the higher fifth dimensional realm. And the higher fifth dimensional realm are quite happy for this to happen, because they understand it's just a play. It's just, you need to have fear at the third dimension. They totally understand it. So they're not stopping it from happening, because they understand about free will. Where do we fit in? And that's where I'm going to bring Crystal in here, because we have to be able to deactivate all of our reptilian stuff and make sure that all of our other bits are fully switched on. So that's who behind it, the why we've given to you. So I'm now going to ask Crystal to come in, and she's going to take you through the spiritual aspects of it, so that you get a full thing, not just the physical stuff. I've given you sort of the the stuff that everyone's going to want the proof for. Okay. Now we're going into the stuff that you can't prove because it's in your heart. So I shall hand you over to Crystal.
As you know, my name is Crystal, and I'm going to briefly talk to you about my journey, just very briefly. Very much like Alex, my journey began as well as a child wide open. I had a very strong connection to the Diva Kingdom. The gnomes that are called cuckoos, they were looking after me, and my parents could go anywhere. I said, oh, the cuckoos will look after me, I'm fine. So a strong connection to the elves as well, and just that whole nature kingdom. And then I shut it down. For whatever reason, conditioning, even though my parents were quite open, I shut it down and went into full-on masculine ways of needing to achieve things. So because I've been taught or conditioned that if I'm a good girl, if I'm achieving things, I'm going to be rewarded and I'm going to get love. So my way of thinking that I'm going to get love was to get approval in the world, was to become a high achiever. So I did a lot of things, and you name it, I've been always incredibly busy, completely buying into the masculine world, which I call it, because these are masculine principles, competition, the need to prove ourselves, because what's behind it is fear. And if you remember what Alex was talking about, in the very beginning, he drew the circle. This being source, this being all love. And then he drew this circle here. In order to experience himself, source needed to create the absence of himself, which is fear. Did you talk about the three? No? Okay. So if we're just love, if we're just in a state of love, which is our natural state, how do we know what it is? How do we experience it as anything but? Because if we are like ill, now, if we're always healthy, we don't know what it means to be ill. We don't appreciate what we have in our health. So it's the same with this. It's the same with love. If we don't know anything else, how can we appreciate ourselves as being love? So we choose to go into this third dimensional illusion of duality to experience all the emotions that we have, and all the facets of fear and all the facets of love. And that's what I bought into completely and utterly, until I realized that wasn't getting me anywhere. I was being all things to all people, trying very hard, but really wasn't happy inside of here. So then I realized this is where I needed to get back to. I needed to simplify my life. I needed to stop needing to be liked. And I just needed to just speak my truth and be who I am. So I experienced the fear, and now it was about me getting back into the love state. And this is the journey. Some people may know that there's 7 chakras, and others may know that there's 13. And the 13 are just aspects. There's 1 at the base, 2 at sacrum, 3 in the solar plexus, 1 in heart, 2 here, 3 here, and again 1. And the 3 here is what I'm going to talk about, because we can all know, first we know things, then we experience things in order to have an awareness of things. So here we're just all knowing. No, here, so it's the intellectual understanding, the intellectual knowing, and a lot of people I know are doing what's called spiritual intellect, have their spirituality in their head. And I was one of them. I knew everything, I understood everything, but I hadn't experienced it. So this is where I'm now going back into, and helping other women also to, or generally everybody, to get back into that feminine, which is what we need at this point. It's the women who need to now step forward to embracing their feminine essence, their being in heart, and creating communities where we can work together as a collective, so that we can prepare for those changes. Because look where patriarchal society has gotten us. And this is nothing against men or advocating females or not putting men down. It's simply a fact. The masculine aspect within all of us is fear-based. So we need to prove things. We need to be out there for ourselves. The feminine knows that there's inclusion and every perspective is valid. And so the 3 aspects is the seeing something, then it's an experience of it, and in order for us then to know it, to fully have an awareness of it. So I use my crystal to demonstrate that. Each one of our human perspective is one side of the crystal. This is, you know, I can't see what you can see there. So I might say, well, mine is really smooth. And you say, no, 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 it's ruffled. And so we each see something different. And but it's all part of the same truth. Because if we shift our perspective to that highest point here, all is true. And this goes very much about, you know, the reaction to the events that Alex was talking about that are to come. You know, we all have filters through which we hear what is being presented to us. Some will say, and the majority of the population is in denial about it. I'm saying, oh, I don't have time for this crap. You know, my life is going well, thank you very much. I'm too busy. I don't want to talk about it. Others say, well, at least I have an awareness of it. If I have an awareness of it, we know what can we do about it? I might as well die, but at least I have an awareness. That's another filter. And then there's the people who prepare. Then there's the people like the light workers who say, well, no, you know, we're bringing out this fear. And in bringing out this fear in people, the core fear, we're actually affecting what's going to happen because it's a cause and effect thing. So more people buying into the fear, the more people are going to be affected. And the more we're creating a bad event. That's one filter as well. Because from a different perspective, again, we could say, well, isn't it important that we understand where that we have this fear? Wouldn't we much rather know what's within us so that we can dissolve it and release it rather than pushing it under the carpet? Because if we know it, we can move through it. And that's the key. So what I want to do is I want to firstly give you an understanding of why you are here personally. Why have you chosen to incarnate at this time where all these things are going to happen? Have you chosen to incarnate to simply experience moving over into another dimension, experiencing a death that could be perhaps quite traumatic? Death, you know, because it is an illusion as well. Or have you chosen to be here in order to prepare? Are you a leader that wants to help other people to get into their heart about this, you know, fully aware and saying, yes, this is going to happen and this is what I choose to do? Are you somebody who's going to rebuild? What is your role? Are you somebody who's simply going to hold space? Simply holding love, being the eye in the storm, that silence in the storm where everything around is going haywire? Are you somebody who's going to look after the children because they need to stay innocent? Are you somebody who's a very practical guy, you know, like masculine, who says, right, I'm going to rebuild. This is what we've got to do. We've got to dig a bunker. We've got to have concrete above us. This is what we've got to do. What is your role? So I'm going to guide you through a meditation where you're going to get in touch with your higher self and perhaps remember what that role is for you. Because the key throughout all of this is that we are going through the 5 stages of grieving in one way or another with this. And are you familiar with the 5 stages? No. I'll just briefly run you through them. So firstly, there's the denial. This can't happen. This is, you know, this is far too big. This is crazy. You know, what's he talking about? This can't happen. This is too big. Denial. Then comes the anger. And in one of our lectures, we had a lady who initially wrote on the website. Actually, I'll talk you through them first. So there's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And in one of our lectures, somebody said, you've forgotten a stage. There are 6 stages. There's the excitement afterwards. Once we've accepted it, there's the excitement. Because if we have chosen to incarnate at this time, we must be pretty advanced scriptwriters because we want to have drama in our lives. And I don't know if Alex spoke to you about the scriptwriter idea of that before we incarnate, we decide what we want to experience in our lives. So we write that script and we find the actors up here that can help us fulfill that script.
Hey, was anyone listening to that?
About to take part in a meditation to reach my higher self. What the fuck?
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I
Dude, you should have heard Taylor coming too while they were talking about reptilians. Oh my god, it's recorded. It's good. She woke up, she's like, they made monkeys, bro. That's bullshit. Goes back to sleep.
what the fuck? You guys are like watching one of my playlists on YouTube. Jesus Christ. I can't believe
Oh, you're
this
doing double
fucking room is still open.
microphones. You sound like a announcer man. There you go. Now you're quiet. Someone was knocking at my door or something. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's cold. Nobody's out there. No. No.
Hey, how good was this thing that was being played? It's like it's called like the Real Earth History You Haven't Been Told. I wanted to watch it, but I haven't watched it yet. Were you
Connor was
listening to it?
listening. Connor was throwing emojis. Tupo was here for a bit, listening. We went over like pole shifts, and then we were talking about the history of human genetics. It was quite good. I've been listening for like what 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Wow.
I've also
I probably should keep playing it because that'd be fucked up to like all of a sudden stop playing it now.
Well, we're about to do a meditation to reach our higher self, and I was gonna try to smoke the last of my weed here, and then I take part in this meditation. I've also been listening to old Sherlock Holmes shows. It's very good.
Was I playing that already myself?
No, like I just off YouTube. Ones my mom used to play with me. Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, like the original Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awesome. But no, you should definitely do this meditation. I'm gonna plug my phone in.
Okay. It's I can't hear it. Let's see what are they saying? Why can't I hear it? Yeah, why can you hear it and I can't? I don't get it.
Oh, I can't hear it anymore. It's quiet now.
Yeah.
You fucked up. You woke up. It was weird. We were listening in on your dreams pretty much. It's a good time. It's like group sleeps while learning about reptilians.
You can hear me sleeping? No, you couldn't hear me sleeping.
Oh,
But,
I can see you sleeping
Oh, okay.
with my third eye.
Your third eye. You know that's your butthole, right?
You know it. Ashton taught me.
Wait.
And most people
Alright, can you hear this?
forget that in becoming the actor, we forget that we were the scriptwriter as well.
Did you hear that lady talking?
I did, yeah. There was a quote earlier about that. It's like, are you so caught up in the play that you forget you're an actor, or are you appreciating your work from the audience? And it was a pretty cool quote on.
I didn't hear what she said.
It's fine. Just keep going.
But I can't hear it. I don't know why I can't hear it.
Oh,
Only you can
no.
hear it.
You got headphones attached somewhere that you don't know about?
Sorry.
Because we're getting too attached to just one
Check it out.
side. We forget everything else. We forget that perspective.
Can you hear that?
So it's about remembering at this time the perspective of the higher self. What is your purpose and what have you chosen to create in this life? What have you chosen to experience? So, for example, if you've chosen to experience love, you would need to create the absence of love. So what you would incarnate in would be a family where there might be a lot of domestic violence, sexual abuse, just anything that is anything but love. Or joy, similar thing, or you want to experience health. So you incarnated into a body that's very ill. And the problem is, or the challenge is that we attach to those things. So once we've been sexually abused, once we've had traumas happening in our lives, once we've felt rejected, we attach to those emotions and we project them forward into the future. And so we almost anticipate that that's going to happen again, right? Because that's what our past experience was. So the key is to not attach, because only then, and by knowing what the purpose is, by going back to that higher perspective, can we then remember for what purpose we chose to experience those things. So the more ups and downs you have in your life, the more advanced the soul you are, the more advanced the scriptwriter you are. There was a lady in one of the seminars, and she put on Alex's website an attack of, you know, I need some proof, what you're saying is outrageous, where's your evidence? This was before the lecture. So there was her denial, first stage. After the lecture, she wrote another email. Thank you for ruining my life. Thanks very much for the awareness you've given me. This is all crap. I had a perfectly beautiful life and now I've got all this awareness and going around in my head. Thanks very much. Anger. I don't know about her bargaining stage, but on the way home, she also said that she cried. On the way home from the lecture, she was in her car going to a birthday party of her grandson, crying. You know, I've got all this awareness now. What am I going to do with it? How can I be happy for him? Depression. And that's a good thing. You know, these emotions, because we've come here to have these emotions, to experience what it feels like to have this variety. And other beings from other dimensions, they look at us and thinking, wow, there's such richness. And look what we've created with it. Music, dramas, films, incredibly beautiful things, all because of these ups and downs of emotions. So they're not to be ignored. And all of you are going to be at one stage or another with these emotions in those 5 stages. And my aim is to give you an understanding of an experience of going back up here, going to that 5th stage, give you an experience right now of what that feels like, so that in the couple of days to come, you will be able to remember that and still accept those fears. Because I liken it to a water balloon. You know, if you have a water balloon, you're in a pool and you don't want anybody to see that you've got this balloon, you try and push it down on the surface. It takes a lot of energy because it kind of comes up somewhere else again, doesn't it? And you try and push it down again, it comes up somewhere else. And
what's up, AG?
Everybody, thank you for letting me speak. I just had a question for the lady who was speaking. Not even a question. Basically she said whatever we've gone through, whatever we experienced, if something negative that we experienced, we're going to project it into our, future experiences. But, whatever unpleasant situation that you've come across, we then sort of think about, and in most cases I've seen that when people are confronted with a situation where it's an adverse situation, or where they've encountered adversity, most tend to sort of show resilience, and I have seen that it brings the best out of people, and adversity brings the best out of people. So if they have come across something negative, they'll probably fire it out, and then if not most, some will, and it's not necessary that they will then project whatever negative feeling, that negative whatever they have encountered to into their future life. In fact, I have personally seen that then they emerge stronger. So just one point that I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
you're spending all this energy suppressing these emotions that you don't have any time and energy to plan. So accept these emotions, celebrate them, live them, honor them, and move through them. Don't attach to them. Does that make sense? And that's really key. And I know it's easier said than done, but if you can remember that, that would be fantastic. My dad passed away two years ago, and that was in Germany, so I didn't fly to the funeral. A couple of weeks later, I went into the cinema, and there was a film playing about a Japanese ceremony of cremation and how the rituals that they do. I felt I was at my dad's funeral. I was crying, but I was at a date at the same time. So this was a bit weird. I was grieving for my father's passing over, and I was having this date. And I noticed myself needing and wanting to have a shoulder to cry on and lean on. But that wasn't our agreement. We were there to have fun. So realizing that my inner child needed something and she needed to be assured and she needed love, I took myself off, excused myself, took myself to the toilet, allowed myself to cry for 5 minutes, just let it all out, and then I talked to my inner child. And I told her that she was still loved. I told her everything that you would tell a little child that was crying when she's upset about something. And I put my hands on my heart and I felt her and I kind of held her like this. And then I cleaned up my face and went down again and we had a great night. So I honored my emotions. I expressed them, I let them go, and I carried on what I needed to do. So if you can remember that story when you're getting into one of those phases, maybe that might be able to help you to honor it and move through it very quickly. So let's go into why you are here. So what I'd like you to do is just put down all your pens and papers. So just put your hands not open like you would normally in a meditation, but downwards, because it's like you're giving yourself the energy. This is all about you. The receiving, just trust that the receiving will still come into you and through your hands into your body. So I'd just like you to close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Feeling your body on the chair and your feet on the floor. And just deepening and lengthening your breath. I just want you to imagine to open the soles of your feet and connecting your energy to the heart of the earth, to the heart of Mother Gaia. Whatever you visualize in the heart of the center of the earth to be. It could be a flower, it could be a crystal, it could be a heart, whatever it is for you. And there is no right or wrong. So whatever you get throughout this meditation, throughout this visualization, is perfectly right for you. And if you don't get anything, just pretend, just make it up. So feeling the connection to the earth, feeling her energy merging with yours, bringing it into your body and through your body up, through the crown of your head, to the cosmic mother, to all that is, to source, your higher self, God consciousness. And just feeling that sense of oneness, connecting above and below, expanding, opening your heart, being fully present in the now. Now I want you to visualize being in a beautiful natural setting your favorite place in nature. This could be at the beach, in a beautiful meadow, or in the forest. And just notice in the distance a figure appearing, a being. And this being has an incredibly powerful energy. Just notice her or his walk and the qualities that this being has. Incredible sense of love, personal power, wisdom, grace, whatever else there is for you. And just watch this being approaching you, coming closer and closer. And just see her or him with your heart, not just with your eyes. Feel this being as it approaches you. And now you're standing eye to eye, looking into his or her eyes, right into the soul. And this being has a message for you. And it's whispering in your ear why you are here right now, why you have chosen to incarnate at this point in time. What is your purpose? Are you here to prepare for the shift? Are you here to rebuild after? Or are you here to observe it from outer space? And what specifically is your role if you are here to rebuild or to prepare? What have you come here for? And now thank the being. Maybe he or she has given you words, maybe just a feeling, whatever it is perfectly perfect. And just give him or her a big embrace. Connecting your hearts. Merging. Becoming one. Feeling the feelings, feeling the beingness of this being. Seeing the world through his or her eyes. Experiencing that strength and power, that stillness, that courage, that love, and whatever else there is for you. Being one. Notice how good that feels. And now visualize that there is a cockpit, like of an airplane. You're going to walk in, it's your personal plane, and you're the pilot. And there's lots of switches and flickers and lots of wires going off everywhere. Some are big, some are small, some are colorful, some are gray or brown or dark black. Just have a good look around there. This is your DNA. It's the control room of your DNA. And your DNA, of course, being the blueprint of who you are. It's got recorded in it all of your life's experiences, all of your ancestors' lives' experiences, and all the experiences you've had in alternate or past lives. It's all there, right in front of you. So have a good look around. And I would like you to see all the switches that have reptilian DNA in it activated, all those wires, and have a look at what they look like. Maybe they're scaly, maybe they're green, maybe they're brown. Are they really thick? How many are there? Are they really alive? Are they pumping juice through them? What's happening with them? What do they look like? I'd like you to take a good note of them, and if it feels right for you, deactivate them by flicking the switch from on to off. And notice what's happening. Maybe they're shriveling. Maybe they're shrinking, reducing in size or color. What's happening to them? And again, if you can't see anything, just make it up, just pretend. And if you like, just follow them all the way through your body, and you might just rip the whole thing out, and you might also like to roll them up like a film roll and put them into your reference library. Or you might just let them go back to where they came from. Whatever feels right for you. When you've done that, just have another look at your control panel. See if there are any hiding wires that maybe you haven't seen at first glance. Sometimes they can be very sneaky. Just see if there are any of those or any other things that you would like to flick off. Fear, need to control, need to be attached to emotions. Anger, depression. Just go ahead and flick those switches off. And notice how it changes. Notice how suddenly there's more room because they're shrinking and shriveling, and you're taking them out and either storing them in the library or just letting them go into the ether, away, back to where they came from. Because you have experienced what it feels like to live with that fear. And now is the time to let that.
I am not depressed, don't walk around with my head low. I don't pop pills just cause everybody says so. No, baby mama's waiting till marriage to have sex, so I am not depressed. I'm not suicidal cause I really love my life, bro. Got a girlfriend, I think she gon' be my wife, so I don't get sad and overthink every night, yo. I am not depressed. I guess that means I won't be famous. Cause I'm not weird with colorful hair and I'm straight, so that makes me dangerous. But I don't care now, I promise I don't care. I got the gang singing, I am not depressed. I am not depressed. I am not depressed.
Man, I gotta play back what was Taylor was saying like an hour ago or whatever. He was like, that's so garbage, Logan. Are you awake? They made monkeys, bro? This is bullshit. I gotta hear that. like an hour ago. Let's see if I can find it. Bon voyage.